Qualifier number 1. My name is Nualaic. I'm joined this evening by Lessepi to bring you action from the upper bracket and possibly the lower bracket of this tournament. And Lessepi, we're kicking things off with Birmingham City University Blue versus York Pun Name from the University of York. And honestly, it's looking like it should be a pretty good matchup.
Definitely, both of these teams, they've had a run in last split. Birmingham City Blues, playing in the lower half of the National League. But York Pun Name, they did exceptionally well until, Lady Penelope decided to drop off for a little bit. But, he's back now, and we are, at a full strength side of York Pun Name.
Yeah, so potentially looking for York to make a bit of a deeper run than the University of Birmingham or Birmingham City University. University names are hard. But as I alluded to, this is just a qualifier for the Society Showdown main event. And for those of you joining us who potentially don't know exactly what our format is here, we are currently playing a double elim format. We're going to be playing a best of 3 here. It's going to be best of 5 from the quarterfinals on. And the top 2 teams from this evening will find themselves qualified for a grid-inspired tournament with a £100 prize pool put up by Newell. There's some really good teams sitting there already waiting for them. 12 teams invited, 3 teams in each group already. It's going to be a great tournament starting up in February as well.
Definitely, it is definitely going to be something to watch out for if you're interested in the whole collegiate scene of colleges and universities. But I'm pretty sure we all have everybody in this server and we are ready to go. I mean, these players are probably desperate to get ready for some Rocket League here, so we'll probably get that started. I mean, when you come into this, all these players, are exceptional players. Are you expecting something from this match?
I'm expecting good Rocket League. That's all I really want, and I have no expectations beyond that. We will have Birmingham City on the black side. We're going to have York on the green side, and it is York on that green side already under pressure for Birmingham City. The kickoff has gone in their favour. It's magic wrapping around. They'll put the ball towards goal, but Tinney and JavaScript for the York squad are in the way immediately. It's a bit of pressure here early on from the side of BCU, but nothing to come of it just yet. Haven't managed to get a shot on goal. They've kind of just been hanging around, keeping this York defence under a little bit of pressure for the moment, but nothing to go with. Lady Penelope forced to make a bit of a save there, as that was kind of a bit of a searching shot, and the pass from Wolf will go to nobody except Tinney. And finally now, it will be York breaking out of their own half, and Tinney immediately puts in a goal. I mean, talking about breaking out of your own half, that's one way to do it in style.
Definitely. I mean, Wolf, aka Azza, I believe, an interesting pass into the center field there with literally nobody on the ball from his side to follow. So it was literally a free open net for Tinney to make a shot or a shot attempt at least here.
Yeah, so early lead now for York. De Boya under a little bit of pressure at that back end. Again, it's Magic this time around. Will manage to clear it out. There's now a counter-attacking chance for BCU, but they'll be cut out. Tinney 3-on-1 managed to get in the way of that one. And it'll be De Boya again to try and take it out, but just beaten by JavaScript. Right now it is York playing with pace. It's York all over this BCU defense. And misses like that aren't going to help. Wolf flying under the ball. It's up to De Boya. It's a nice pass down by Wolf, but nobody there on the end of it except JavaScript. Tinney now beaten by its magic ball once again in this green half, but we're just not seeing anything come of it, Seppi.
No, we are not really seeing anything coming from this BCU side. They're looking a little bit lackluster on the offense, and their defensive line is pretty held, at a high standard, which is very prone to overcommits. And we've already seen one overcommit, and it's just going to be interesting how they play out this rest of this game here.
Keeping our eye on overcommits, we did see a little bit of one there from the York squad, but nothing. Lots to be had for BCU, and they'll be back on the back foot again. Wolf and De Boya colliding in defense. Is there a chance to come for that? Not for the moment, and that's a length of the pitch shot from its magic. It will just roll in. And speaking of overcommits, that was a big one by York.
York with an overcommit there. Tinney did a good job hitting the backboard here, but no one was ready to follow. Third man just got caught in a weird place between going for the ball and rotating back on that midfield line, and that just... It's a little bit of, ping pong, and in threes or in Rocket League in general, ping pong equals bad. You don't want the ball ricocheting from one side to the other. You want solid, consistent play throughout the field, and you're seeing this by Lady Penelope as he does try to center this ball, but a great backboard defense by DeBoy. And Wolf catches with an amazing shot, catches the last man off guard there, taking the lead for his team.
I'm not entirely sure how Wolf managed to get this second touch, and I don't think Tinney knows either. Tinney just tried to shadow, right? That was the right play by Tinney, was in the right place, made the attempt, but couldn't quite get the touch on that ball. As we will now head into the last 2 minutes of this game, probably with a lead for BCU. Not necessarily fully deserved with how those first 2 minutes went, I think it's possibly fair to say, but, you know, all you have to do is score goals, but there's one by Lady Penelope, who comes in, top left corner from the middle of the pitch. And never mind what I was saying, that's a 2-2 game.
Definitely. We've seen Lady Penelope in many streams, and we all know what he's capable of, and you don't want to give this man the space to run with the ball or even have an opportunity to shoot, because this man will bury it top corner and in perfect positioning.
Oh, speaking of Lady Penelope, that was a big miss on the back wall. Tinney forced to take that one clear, and doesn't matter how good you are, you can't be making those mistakes in defense and hope to keep getting away with them. At least not if you want to go deep in this tournament, because there's got to be teams later on that are going to be punishing misses like that on the back wall.
Definitely. I mean, you need to be really punishing those misses on the back wall, because they really do bounce forward, and it should be a capitalize at this stage of Rocket League. But, you know, if it doesn't happen, it is okay as long as you don't get scored on. Because right now, it's still equal level. It's 2-2, and we've still got a bit of time left on this clock.
Oh, 2-2, ball loose on the middle of the pitch. Doesn't go in, but that was very dangerous in front of the York goal. They've gotten away with that one for the moment. Tinney in the middle of the pitch, has full boost. Jasper carrying it forward. Tinney is in support. Won't make any dives at this one for the moment. Happy to just watch what the BCU defense does. Lady Penelope now up in front. We'll just bounce that one off the back wall. No teammates in support. They've both rotated back this time, but a loose clear by BCU is going to give Tinney a chance to do something. He's over one. He's off the back wall. Wolf does manage to get that one clear. And so nothing doing. No shots on goal for the moment. The Boya now trying to carry it out will beat Jaffa's grip. But Jaffa is still just making a nuisance of himself in the middle of the pitch. Tinney will take a little bit of an awkward touch. Will manage to wrap around, pick that one up before any players from BCU could get near. And Tinney will continue to follow this one. Manages to dunk on the defense. There's no one in the way. Jaffa's grip just blocked down by the Boya there. Ball is still loose. Lady Penelope up. Nothing to do, and this is good. This is aggressive from York. They're looking for this goal with just 45 seconds left on the clock, and it's still just 2-2. They could get it any second here. It feels like York are the team on top right now.
They do feel like they're the team on top here, as you see Tinney just putting a ample amount of pressure, but Wolf with a great save. We're in the final 30 seconds. The Boya does need to get this ball clear, but Lady Penelope just wants to grab a goal for himself here, but is unable to, and is now all in the side of, and the shot comes through. Jaffa Scripts with a save. The Boya gets a demo onto Lady Penelope. Tiny really pulling through, needs to get it clear. Final 10 seconds, Tiny with a demo. It's cleared all the way downfield. No one is back. He does get the right spawn here, and he does get the save, and that should be overtime for this game number one.
We go to overtime in our first game on stream of the tournament. In York, they looked like the team on top, but they just kind of lost control of it in the last few seconds there, Seppi. I mean, they've managed to clean up the rotations at the last second, but they were just pressing a little bit too hard, and it's something we said we wanted to keep an eye on in this game. Both of these teams maybe getting a little overconfident on defense and on offense, and that's a shot on target. It's Magic, can't see through the smoke. Somebody managed to get in the way of that one. The Boya puts it in front of goal, and this is dangerous. The Boya does it all themselves. BCU take game number one in overtime, and just York getting defensively sloppy in the dying moments of this game.
Definitely, York really couldn't get into grips coming straight off of overtime. They didn't take a great kickoff, letting BCU run that extra follow right off the kickoff, and it just really set them back a pace. But they also did fall off coming into the last 30 seconds, of the game, and it was just, seemed to be all York till that point.
Yeah, it was all York, and I think York, they're probably not going to be happy after that one, especially Lady Penelope, who has, I believe, just left the match, will just be looking to fix some settings in Steam, so hopefully we'll have this match 2 underway as soon as possible. But as you said, it was York in control of that game, it felt like, for quite a lot, but let in some soft goals early, and then at the very end, it all just kind of fell apart. Pressure getting to them, maybe? I mean, how experienced are these players when it comes to tournament settings, when it's, at best of 3, you're on stream, everything's on the line?
York should be exceptionally well at it, especially Lady Penelope, but, BCU have also have that experience. So none of these teams should really be kind of nervous in this stream or tournament setting where, you know, there's a lot on the line. 100 pounds, that's not a little amount of money. That's a lot of money for players in this tournament. So they should be doing well. I think it's just whether, you know, you're coming into this game ready or you're playing at your best. But it just all depends on how you show up on the day.
It absolutely does. And at the end of the day, it almost doesn't matter exactly how well you do look. I mean, it's the goals that win you games of Rocket League. BCU, I mean, we're saying that, right? BCU did win this game. They obviously took it to York. They played well. They put them under enough pressure to force those defensive errors. Do you think they can replicate it, Seppi? I mean, do you think York now come back swinging? Are we now saying that, no, this is BCU series to lose? Or is this still York who probably have it in them to win the next 2 games?
Well, it is a best of 3. Normally, it would be a best of 5 settings, but it is double elimination. So a best of 3 is even scarier. They need to show up, or it's technically just game over. So I think York can do it. It's just if they take this time that we have after the server going down and, you know, the Lady Penelope going to fix his settings, but hopefully they come back with a plan and hopefully they do execute it to bring this to a game 3, because that was really not an accurate representation of York, especially.
I'm going to be really mean here, Seppi, and put you on the spot, okay? You've said they need a plan.
Yeah.
What plan do they need? I mean, what went wrong? Obviously, we've talked a lot about how they suddenly, you know, they overcommitted a bit, but is the plan now just slow down the game, or do you think, no, other direction, speed up, put more pressure on BCU will crumble if that happens?
Well, what I would like to see is, like, they need to watch their rotations. Their last man would be pushed up from time to time, and that's what mainly lost them that 2 goals to equal it up. So hopefully they can even up their rotations, fix that, and then once we go into offense, I would like to see more aggressive playstyle. So probably demos, opening up their shooting lanes, allowing Lady Penelope or Tiny to really have this space to take time for shots or even solo plays to play against this BCU team. So as of that, right now, they just need to focus on what is right, and that's the defense so far.
Cool. Nearly an early goal going in there. I heard demos, and I'm happy. I'm hoping we see that too. Always makes for an entertaining game of Rocket League. It's magic. Moment of magic. Beats 1 defender, but can't get past any more. Tinny will get demoed already. The demos are coming out, but it is the BCU side on the black side who were pulling them out early on. That one didn't lead to anything, but it's nice to see that at least one of the teams has that in their head. The boy who's going to try and dunk this won't get anything, but it leaves a bit of space for Wolf. Jasper recovers well. Will launch this one up the edge of the pitch. It's magic. Waits. Lets his teammates recover. Lady Penelope and Jasper, a little bit of confusion there. Could open up some space for this counter-attack. It's a bit of confusion, though, on the other side. BCU weren't sure who was taking that ball forward. Is there a shooting chance here? The boy will lock this one off the back wall. Lady Penelope puts it wide. And just kind of scrappy play so far from both of these teams in this game.
Definitely a bit of miscommunications, especially on the comms side. But, you know, as long as there's no goals scored currently for either of these teams, they don't really have to worry about anything or playing super aggressive. So they can still play the way they want here. But Lady Penelope unable to make that count. But a pop does come through, and Tiny unable to beat Wolf on the play there. And that should be a clear for this side of York, actually. But yeah, it's still a very equal game at this current stage.
Definitely very equal. As you can tell by the scoreboard, still 0-0, still waiting for a second goal in this game. York, if they lose this, will drop to the lower bracket. Double elimination, so they'll have a chance to come back through if that ends up happening. And I'm sure BCU would love to put this one out of reach, keep their hopes alive in the upper bracket. Boys putting it into the middle of the pitch. They won't find a teammate. It's Magic is up for this one. It might find Deboya here. There was nearly a chance. I think Deboya ran out of boost at the last second there, but he's given it back to its Magic. We can't find the top corner as Penelope denies that one. Counter-attack now coming through for York. Good communication this time as JavaScript takes full control of that ball, but runs out of boost. Can't beat the last defender. Tiny off the back wall. Can't reach that one. It's up for its Magic, who has a shooting chance. Will try and loft it over the defender. It'll go over the bar, but the follow-up is there. And Wolf puts in the goal to put BCU ahead in game 2.
Definitely Tiny just takes a mistouch there, just popping the ball straight into Magic. A perfect pass and an even better follow just in between all 3 players of York. York, once again, just... I would call that unlucky from Tiny. I mean, I would probably been called off from one of his teammates to not follow that ball, but he did anyways. He returns the favor and brings it up to an even scoreline.
All right, Tiny, that's okay, yeah. As you say, unlucky by Tiny, and maybe a little bit lucky there on the other side to balance it out. Bounces perfectly off the kickoff. And you have to say, great placement on the shot as well. Managed to beat the one defender who was left in the way. And so we are all tied up once again with 3 minutes left playing this game. I feel like we've been here before, Seppi.
Definitely, we have been here before, but 3 minutes is a long time, especially Lady Penelope trying to reach for that shot. but it should be all on the good side for BCU, as Deboya does have a follow here on top of the flick, but a demo does come through. We're less than half of the game to go, and it's still super even.
Still anyone's game in this one. Deboya has an open goal there. There's no one in the way. The redirect nearly came through. That would have been an absolutely sick goal. Didn't come off though. Deboya will leave that one in the middle of the pitch. Wolf is up for it, beaten by Tiny. Counter-attacking chance here. Tiny will be up. Try to loft it to Jaffa. Jaffa's in the middle. Jaffa's up for it. Jaffa runs out of boost. And so Wolf will touch it back to his teammates. Now the ball will be looked to be clear. Deboya going for the highlight plays. Has the flip reset. Does he? No, not quite, but gets under it anyway. Nearly gets it. It was off the post. And Jaffa will try to get this one clear. There's a lot of players in this corner at the moment. Jaffa will get the ball stolen. This is a pass back to its Magic. And no one able to get in the way of that one for York. That was scary though, as there was nearly some magic coming out for BCU, nearly managing to carry that one past the entire defense. They're trying for the flip resets again. Wolf is under it. BCU playing with confidence right now.
Definitely, when you play Rocket League, confidence is probably one of the most important aspects of the game. And, you know, you can tell BCU, they're all hyped up, they're all feeling it, and they're all, you know, wanting to hit those, you know, nasty shots that would go on the highlight reel. But you see Magic is getting outpaced here by Lady Penelope. A great demo, great vision. That should be a shooting lane open. But JavaScript does get the clear, but this should go right back into the York half.
Yeah, it's a great clear, but it just feels desperate right now from York. They're just scrambling to get in the way of these shots, and they're being let by BCU rather than BCU, you know, really not opening up. That was a pass to Deboya. Nothing coming off it, but that's off the back wall. Wolf can he turn? Tiny manages to get to this one. Its Magic is back with enough boost that should be able to clear this one. Lady Penelope and Tiny both following that. Tiny will get under that again. Wolf will pass down. Lady Penelope is here. Has the chance to beat the defense, but its Magic takes it out. Deboya takes the shot from the entire way up the pitch. BCU, I love that.
BCU are actually doing what I said York to do, because they're running the demos, they're running the aggression, and they're running the game right now. That was great vision by Magix to go for that demo, and just it's an open space, an entire field filled with space, and it's just one shot and it's a goal.
Yeah, definitely a case of now you see Lady Penelope, now you don't, as its Magic took them completely out of the game there. Opened the way for Deboya, and it's these demos, they're coming in clutch. They're just so useful in the competitive game of Rocket League, and we're not seeing York utilize them to their full potential right now. They may try and get a goal anyway. There's a double demo coming through. Lady Penelope and Wolf taking each other out, and so it'll just be a 2v2. Both players now responding. It's Magic nearly got the shot off there. Will get the second touch. Wolf misses that one. There's a lot of misses coming through on the pitch. Ball loose. Deboya open net once again. Will knock it off the backboard. Can anyone get to that? JavaScript gets an awkward touch and awkward bounce as well. It'll be here once again for Wolf, who doesn't make clean contact. And so York can breathe a sigh of relief. They can get the ball into the opposite half. Can they get a goal? 20 seconds left, and they're looking for it. It's over the crossbar. It's nearly put in by Deboya, who nearly snuck it past their own teammate, but Wolf has managed to get it clear now. It's still there for York, still almost going in. It's off that post for a second time in as many seconds. And it looks like it's too little too late for York. One more chance, surely. Tiny will pass it back to Penelope, and that's a great pass. That is a great shot. That's a great finish, and it will be York tying it up with only 3 seconds left on the clock. And Seppi, are we going to overtime again?
Definitely, this looks like overtime. I mean, this is where you know that they've been in this situation before, because they had no panic, no, you know, scaredness, and they just went straight for the ball, and a great kickoff. Oh my lord, the ball is still alive here, but Wolf looking to kill it. It does pop high, so Magic's able to follow, but unable to get the touch, so we are in a second overtime here. Can York actually, you know, come through? They have a great kickoff. Lady Penelope already up. No boost to follow, but a teammate should be there. Jaffa unable to make contact, and this should be a clear for the side of BCU.
Tiny in the way. Tiny in the way, like you said, great read. Tiny's doing it all themselves. Tiny's over nearly all the defense. BCU managed to reset in time. They'll get it clear. Tiny is still making a nuisance of themselves under that ball. It's finally in the opposite half. JavaScript does have to save that one. Penelope will take this off the wall. Will try and beat its Magic. Does manage to dunk it, and so Jaffa will knock this one forward. No, it's down for Tiny. Tiny looking for Penelope on the wall. Penelope into the corner, takes it past Wolf. Is there anyone there? Doesn't matter. Penelope does it anyway. And York, I mean, this is against the run of play, and they're bringing us to a game 3 anyway.
Definitely. I mean, Lady Penelope, no sheer of him, you know, being worried about where he is on the pitch. He knows what he has to do, and he is the clutch factor right now for this York side. And we know Lady Penelope to be that clutch factor. But York, you know, they pull it back. They are in the run of momentum. They are, you know, they somewhat managed to swing it. I don't even know how, but that last goal that brought them into overtime was, the turning point. And I feel like if York can continue this, they will take the series.
Oh, deep breaths. All we asked for was good Rocket League, Seppi. So far, we are getting good Rocket League, and we've gotten 2 games, kind of one against the run of play. But as you mentioned, it was York that did it that time. York now coming into game 3. No delays this time. We're launching into it. Momentum on the side of York. See if they can keep it going with a kickoff like that. They might be able to, but it's Magic gets it on. Daboya demos coming through. We saw them working last game for BCU. We'll see if they work again for them. If they try to go in a bit harder on that heavy, aggressive, physical play style. But not this time. Daboya will get the clear.
They need to shut down Lady Penelope. They need to find a way to stop him from making these plays, making these clutch moments that turn this game. But is Magic unable to grab a touch into the center field here? Instead, it bounces off Tiny, looking for Daboya, but it's clear from JavaScript, but a double commit as well. So Lady Penelope is the third man.
Yeah. Gotta watch those double commits, gotta watch those over commits on defense and on offense for both these teams. Wolf has enough boosters, looking for the reflect reset, nearly beats Lady Penelope, but Lady Penelope, as you said, that clutch player does find the touch at the back of the pitch. Still all tied up. 1 minute gone in this game. Wolf off the back wall. Penelope will clear those. That one's easy. Daboya knocks it high, but there's no one really there. It's Magic gets up to it, but not a touch that'll really get to anyone on their team. It's Magic trying to get in the way of Tiny. Tiny had a shooting chance there. Wolf read it well, though. And this is in the corner. Daboya has demoed Lady Penelope. Maybe that space you were talking about. It's Magic gets bumped on the way past Tiny, though, and so nothing doing this time around. That's nearly on target. Daboya forced to carry it away. Lady Penelope, one more time. How hard can you clutch in game 3? He is in the corner, knocks it down to Tiny. Wolf cuts that one out. It's back for JavaScript, who will launch it long. And that's just buying time for the rest of York to get into position. Tiny's up for that one. Nothing doing. And really, we haven't seen any shots. It's been a lot of play, a lot of pressure, but no shots on target for either team in these first minutes and a half, really.
Definitely, both of these teams know what's on the line, lower bracket. Nobody wants to be that in the lower bracket this early on in this tournament. But it's just whoever can, this game, I feel all down to the smallest mistakes. The minute of mistakes will cost either one of these teams the game.
Don't be the person to make a little mistake. Don't be a person to make a big mistake either in these high-stakes situations. Lady Penelope will lodge that one towards Wolf. That's well read by Tiny and well controlled. Will be Wolf with just more speed coming into that corner, managing to take that one away. BCU looking for their opportunity. Either team, they want that opportunity. They're hunting for that opportunity. Will it be York to get it on this play? It's down for Lady Penelope. Penelope could touch that one in. There wasn't much in the way of defense there, but couldn't quite get to it. Tiny, well read, faked out the Daboya there a little bit. This ball is now in front of the pitch. That's a mistake. That's a mistake by Magic. Is there anyone there? No. York, they trusted BCU too much to be there to capitalize on that one, and that looked like the first real scoring chance we've had off either team making a mistake.
Definitely, the trust factor came through, but the miss is probably what saved them, because the follow was already coming if he didn't miss the ball. But his JavaScript now was trying to turn on this ball, putting it in the corner, making Tiny go for the follow. This is a great shot, and it hits the pole. You must be kidding. After all of that, the weighted goal just doesn't seem to appear here.
3 times in the last 3.5 minutes of gameplay has that left post denied York, but now it'll go in and it will be JavaScript to score this one off. A great pass by Tiny. Left post nowhere to be found on that one for BCU. Defenders double committing on that far post, and Jaffa just placed that ball perfectly.
This is the York where we know that we've seen play well, because they are suffocating this BCU team in their half. I don't even think the ball has left this BCU corner a lot besides this kickoff.
Yeah, and kickoff may be the chance for them to get it, but it'll be Jaffa, the goal scorer, already carrying this ball out. Penelope is under this one, though, and we've seen how clutch Penelope can be. It's 1.5 minutes left for BCU. They need 1 to equalise. They need 2 to keep themselves out of that lower bracket, assuming they can keep York out, and that could be the first one. It's off the top left corner of the goal. Won't quite go in, but that signs of life from BCU. They're now looking, threatening on the goal. Daboya is up for that one again. JavaScript forced to make the save. Can they keep this pressure up? No. Lady Penelope will get the ball clear. Lady Penelope has JavaScript in the middle. Ball won't get that far. There was a demo by Tiny onto the crossbar and down, but not in. It's Magic nearly got the follow-up touch as well. The boy is still in the middle. Could try and beat Lady Penelope. Won't on this one. JavaScript has the pass into the middle. It's there for Lady Penelope. Well cut out by Wolf. Looking to get the clear. Will get it as far as JavaScript. Will try and dunk. Won't get the dunk. Ball still here for York. Still looking to open up a 2-goal lead. Give themselves some comfort in this game. And with just 1 minute left to go, BCU had their shooting chances, but it is all York again. That stifling pressure you were talking about is coming back, Seppi.
Definitely, but you see Magic's up in the air, takes a light touch straight into JavaScript, but once more he goes wide on this ball. You can't be going wide at this moment, but this BCU side need a goal in the next 30 seconds here, or that is lower bracket, but the double
no!
Oh my lord. I don't know what is happening. And just the consistency right now is seeming to shake right for both of these teams. What is Magic trying to make some kind of magic happen down in the offensive pressure, and he pulls off the great shot, on target, 16 seconds left, and it's anybody's game once more.
A late goal, nah. Sepia Wizard is never late, and it's Magic on this one. Pulls out the little bit of magic at the very end of this game. 15 seconds left, we're all tied up. We could be seeing a third overtime in as many games, but there's still 10 seconds left. We've seen goals go in at this point of these games before. It's Magic.
No.
He's not. No, that's the mistake. Surely not. The follow-up isn't there. There wasn't enough boost from York to actually get to the ball. Lady Penelope, one last ditch effort, one last gap. The ball will bounce, and we're going to overtime for the third game in a row.
Definitely, both of these teams super close, but BCU somehow managed to get an equalizer. Tiny all the way downfield, maybe looking for a double touch. Magic touch. Tiny almost did an angle there, but his Wolf taking the ball downfield. At 50 comes out. Magic with a great follow. Penelope going awkward on this ball, but picks up the 100 boost, gets bumped out of the way, but he's still missing a touch over Magic. Magic goes wide. The clutch factor isn't there right now, but it's an open net, and they have done it. York don't move into the lower bracket.
Oh, York. They clutched it out when it mattered. It wasn't Lady Penelope, it was Tiny. Too many people worried about that Lady Penelope attack. Left Tiny with the rebound, and it was the lovely little touch, the perfect touch into the corner, the great jump and follow-up by Tiny as well. And York wasn't necessarily as clean a series as we were expecting for them, but I think at the end of the day, you'd have to be happy with either of these teams moving on in the upper bracket.
Definitely. I mean, but besides that, I did predict York moving through, but I didn't know it would bring us to 3-game overtime and 1-goal difference for each game. But, no one expected the light touch from Lady Penelope after being bumped mid-air, but great stuff there. The clutch factor came through, and Tiny, picking up that goal in the last second. This was one hell of a series to start Showdown on.
One hell of a series to start Showdown on, and we'll just have to hope that the series that continue will be as good. I think we're heading to a quick break now, but we should be back with more action, hopefully more overtimes, just after the break. See you soon. welcome back to the Society Showdown Open Qualifiers. I'm still Nualek. I'm still joined by Lesepi, and we have progressed. We have made it as far as the quarterfinals, which Lesepi means we have made it as far as a best of 5. Completely different beast to a best of 3 here.
Definitely best of 5s. You got that, the extra few games and a lot of time to adjust to the team you're playing against. But we have Lincoln A versus Birmingham Beavers. The second team for Birmingham Beavers, as the first team, was invited to this showdown. We have Madge, Bantapana, and Triss on the side of Birmingham Beavers. Lincoln A, we have Dave, Azazel, and Oscillate. They brought Triss in from the first team to play in this Beavers, roster here, and he is a solid player. He needs to show up here in order to to link with Bantapanda and Madge, but this is a super aggressive team. You will see Bantapanda going for repeated demos, repeated bullying, and if they manage to pull that off, that is a scary place to be if you're Lincoln. But on the side of Lincoln, they have Dave, Azazel, and Oscillate. If Azazel shows up, that is a key anchor player. He is very good at what he does. They have incredible comms, and they will take control of the game if you are not careful. And we have Dave. We know Dave for shooting and scoring as many goals as possible. So we just have to see what happens here, Alex.
Yeah, so we're going to be looking, I think, as you said, it's going to be looking for the demos out of the University of Birmingham. We're going to be looking over at this Lincoln side, and we're going to be hoping that Azazel and Dave have enough backup from Oscillate that they can get away from that aggressive play, that they can actually link up in front of goal when we manage to get into this game. Should be starting now any second, waiting on players, I believe, to get into this lobby. And then once we get this game kicked off, once again, we asked for a good series in our first series of the match, in our first series of the day. As long as we get one that's even close to as good as that one, I think we'll be happy with this second series.
Definitely. If it's as good as that, now it's a best of 5. So more Rocket League, more action.
Charging
for the
battery.
viewers, and hopefully, both of these teams can go head to head and just go out all out.
All out. Name of the game, head-to-head, demos, bumps, the whole lot of it coming
Charging
through.
battery.
All players now in the lobby, in the game. We should be getting started any second now. Just waiting for Rocket League to realize the players have joined us. The camera pans round. The ball sits in the middle of the pitch. We are underway with our quarter-final. University of Birmingham on that blue side. It'll be Lincoln on the white side, and already Lincoln under pressure at the back. Oscillate gets a good clear, though. And so Triss, for the first time touching the ball in this game, will just jump off the ball past it. Azazel now trying to find Dave in the middle already. You alluded to it. Those two will be expecting to see Dave hanging around in front of goal, and Azazel looking to pick him up.
Definitely. Both of these, the communication on the side of Lincoln are proven superior in most of their games, but it's just how well the pressure can be relieved. As Madge already going for a demo on the goal line, but just unable to find the angle for Bantapan to get the shot in. So that is a great start from both of these teams.
Yeah, this is so much pressure from University of Birmingham. That'll sneak in under the bar. Bantapanda will find that one playing under the name Panda Panda, but we'll not let that confuse us.
Definitely. You see the demo coming there. The smoke cloud appears. Dave G just kind of blinded by it, so it was a shot in the dark there for him to save that.
And you're going to struggle with those at the best of times. It was a well-placed shot anyway, and words are difficult on Tuesday night, but hey, we're moving past it. Dave G will carry that one forward this time around. No trouble with no bumps in the way. Triss off the back wall, links up with Maj, who will push the ball further forward. Triss will chase it into the corner, only to find it's already been cleared by Oscillate, who gets a great touch. Good clears coming out of Oscillate so far in this game, and looking to put the defense under a little bit of pressure, but Triss with another demo. And we called it out at the beginning of the game. We said we were looking for aggressive play, lots of demos, and we're just seeing them in force from the University of Birmingham. It's opening them up space. It's opening them up to get those shooting lanes in front of goal. They haven't quite capitalized that time around, but they're definitely giving themselves scoring chances this early on. That'll come off the back wall again, as Azazel will manage to touch, but has run out of boost doing so. Gets another touch. Dave G finally getting there to get it clear, but 3 players in this corner from Lincoln is not what you want to see. Birmingham will try to push that forward. Maj beats his man. Will now look to carry this again. Not quite. Oscillate will finally get it clear. One more time, Oscillate is the player to get the ball clear for Lincoln.
Definitely Oscillate trying to get that ball clear, trying to relieve some of the pressure that, this Beavers team have put onto this Lincoln A, but it is so immense and it's so it's got so much presence, especially on that last man. There's so much pressure on that last man to dodge the demo and make the save.
Yeah, and if you've ever played against anyone in a game of Rocket League who's demo heavy, it's the mentality. It's like a horror film. You're just waiting for the shark to appear on the horizon and take out your last man. And it puts a lot of strain on the defenders beyond just, the obvious, getting in the way of the ball, getting it actually where they are on the pitch. And so far, Lincoln doing a decent job, only dropping 1 goal. They haven't given into the pressure just yet, and Dave G will get a counter demo on that one. University of Birmingham, they've been a little bit quiet for these last few seconds, have been now stuck in their own half. Haven't really gotten those demos off, but Triss will try for this one. Doesn't quite keep control of the ball and will bump his own teammate out of the way. You don't love to see that. Maj is the last man back for Birmingham. Did keep that ball from getting towards their goal though. So okay for the moment. That's not great by Triss, who has turned around awkwardly on the wall. Oscillate nearly beats two. Drops for Dave G, who decides to pull out of the play. Saw Maj coming across and didn't commit. That was maybe a chance for Lincoln. But they don't want to go too hard. They don't want to risk the counter attack. That's a great trust by Triss though, who's put it in front of one. Will put it straight into Dave G. And honestly, I think Triss so far this game, those second touches haven't quite been there for them.
I think he's just trying to fit into the team. I don't know how long Triss has been playing with this B side, but, you know, he's trying to rotate around them. He's trying to play that extra man because the link up between Maj and Banta Panda is there. So he's just trying to rotate around them. And you see a great shot, forcing a double commit, and that should be a shot for Triss here. If he can land it, it goes crossbar, and Banta Panda can't put it back in. So that is already immense pressure. They're scrambling to get this ball clear, and they finally do. But it's back into the lane of Triss. He doesn't get the resource. He has to go for the 50 here. Unable to find that in match with a demo. So that leaves Banta Panda with a clear opportunity, but decides to go for a 50.
Well weathered there by Lincoln. There was a storm of shots coming through. No real demos, no bumps from Birmingham. Just good, clean Rocket League. But they couldn't get the ball to drop for them. Triss not quite able to get that flip reset. And now Lincoln have managed to get a bit of pressure around. Oscillate up for that one, and Azazel will be here under Banta Panda. It's a lot of pressure on Banta Panda, who can't quite make the touch, and Triss takes that off the back wall, but only as far as Oscillate. Oscillate with a shooting chance will knock it straight into Maj, who clears that one easily off the goal line, and now we're back in familiar territory, back in the Lincoln half. Maj is going to carry that one straight into the defense, and Panda carries it to Triss. Triss looking to fit in with the team, as you said, will find the crossbar one more time off a great pass from Banta Panda, but those passes are dropping more and more often for Birmingham, and that's worrying if you're a Lincoln fan right now.
Definitely. There you go. There's the last man, but Oscillate does get back just in time, and Maj should have this ball under control. 7 boost to his name, still goes to 50 with a Banta Panda, trying to force the play through here, and it's Triss that's up, loses the 50. Oscillate looking for a redirect downwards to one of his teammates, but doesn't find it, as Triss trying to get it into Banta Panda. The shooting lane has been opened, the backboard has come through, but Oscillate with the great clear downfield. It's still 1-0, and he comes through with a demo, Oscillate.
Yeah, 10 seconds left. This is do or die for Lincoln. They need to get this ball clear. Their half of Banta Panda's not going to let them. Triss isn't going to let them either, as Lincoln, it's just going to end as it has been all game. Never mind, Oscillate one last chance. Nope. Ball just about sneaks into the Birmingham half, but no shooting pressure for Lincoln, as really they didn't have much all game. If we look at this post-game screen, we look at the shots, there was exactly 2 shots for Lincoln that game. They both came from Oscillate versus the 11 that came out of the Birmingham side. And I think, honestly, Seppi, that tells the story of that game.
I mean, yeah, when you look at it, Birmingham just suffocated the side of Lincoln. And, I mean, it's just hard to see because Lincoln normally get upfield pretty quickly. They like their counterattacks. If they catch you overcommitting, they catch you sleeping. It's definitely going to be a scary situation, but Lincoln unable to do that. They've been suffocated. That third man always demoed, so the second man that's meant to be following the ball, it just can't get there.
Yeah, as we will just, once again, after the first game, get a quick remake on this lobby. But as you said, it's Birmingham. It's suffocating play. Honestly, I was a little bit surprised. You know, the bumps were working for them very well in the first half of that game. But to me, it looked like Birmingham...
Charging battery. Mic on.
Half of the game, you know, they weren't quite as aggressive as we expected them to be. Still suffocating. Still spent the entire time in the Lincoln half, but maybe weren't quite actually attacking that last man as much as we might have expected them to.
I mean, they got the first goal. They were sitting in the comfort zone. I mean, I feel like they played it right. They didn't want to overcommit too much. And when you do pull a demo, or you want to pull a demo play, you are committing what essentially is your third man rotation. And if you miss that demo and that ball goes, you know, towards your net, that is a commit that is not prepared for, and it's probably going to turn into a goal. So what I feel they did is correct.
Yeah, as you say, I mean, any game where you win, I think you have to say they played it roughly correctly. And Birmingham, I think they'll be happy if they can come through and have as much pressure in this game too as they did in game 1. If they can keep Lincoln on the back foot. Only one goal at the end of the day was the score, so Lincoln probably shouldn't be feeling like they're out of this one at all. As we have all players into the lobby, it looks like we will be kicking off game 2. And just keeping an eye on both these teams, seeing if Birmingham can continue as they go on. Best of 5 this time. Anything still to happen. 4 games potentially still to play.
Definitely best of 5. Well, I always say game 1 is the warm-up game. They're all, you know, getting their tires warmed up. They're all ready to get going now. So this is where the true side of Lincoln would come through after fitting in the first game.
Yeah, Triss will put early pressure on the Lincoln defense. Triss up for their own pass. Won't quite find a shot off that one. Maj will try to knock past Oscillate, but Oscillate a rock in defense as they have been all series long, all game so far. This is up. Panda trying to beat the defense as Birmingham. Look, if they can't bump the Lincoln players, they're going to bump their own players, apparently.
Apparently so, but, you know, Triss still trying to fit in. I feel his rotations, you know, they're still a bit, you know, shaky because you're not meant to be bumping each other when you're rotating back, but it still happens from time to time. But Banta Panda couldn't get a center through here, and it's Azazel that gets a pop into Oscillate, but a great read from Triss, so he's up on that ball nice and early as Dave G trying to get a touch, fakes out one here on the side of Triss. A shot comes through, Banta Panda can't get a hard enough hit, so Dave G has the opportunity to clear. It's put back into this corner. It's now Madge that can't get a shot onto net. Triss forcing it through two, gets it back to Madge, so it is a center ball, and it's up high for Dave G.
Oh, there's just so much pressure once again from Birmingham. They only need 2 players from their team to keep all 3 of Lincoln occupied at the back. And that means there's always a third man back. As soon as Lincoln get the ball clear into the Birmingham half, there's someone sitting there ready to knock it long again. As Triss will try to carry that one out of the Birmingham half now. This is finally Lincoln in the Birmingham half, finally looking to put some pressure on the goal. Finally looking for shooting opportunities, but there's really nothing there as the rotations break down in front of goal. You know, the defensive rotations from Lincoln looking good. You know, they're not letting shots on target, they're not letting shots in, but they're really not getting shots of their own off. And it's because Birmingham are doing a great job keeping them silent. That's a mistake from Birmingham. That's a long shot from Triss. I was just praising the defensive rotation, Seppi. What happened?
It just kind of fell apart for the side of Lincoln.
Oh,
here.
the
Triss,
bump.
It was a bump, but like it's just so much open space. You can see the entire pitch from where Triss was standing, and he's like, where do I shoot? Oh, I can do it anywhere.
It's always nice to be able to pick the entire goal, and Triss, he's not going to miss those shots as Triss knocked that one in. We're once again at a 1-goal lead for the University of Birmingham. They'll be looking to close this game out, maybe score a few more this game, make it a bit more exciting for us who are watching. Or Lincoln could score one back. No, Triss! Who needs to be caught into the rotations when you can just score like that in the middle of the pitch? But this time around, that was a great pass from Banta Panda, who read Dave G well.
Definitely. Dave G kind of awkward there. I don't know if he missed a boost or a boost just spawned right in front of him, but he technically went boost over ball, and if you're the man that's on the ball, that shouldn't be a thing you're going for. But, you know, Birmingham, they're 2-0 up. This is a strong game from them.
Yeah, they're looking stronger already. Already more goals in this game than they got in the first one because, you know, it was only one, and we can count on this desk. But I'm sure they'll be looking to lock in a few more. Keep Lincoln completely out of reach in this game. Oscillate goes under that ball, and now we're seeing Lincoln bump their own teammates. Don't want to see that, especially from a losing side right now. Dave G will collect this one in the middle of the pitch. We'll go high with it. We'll try and beat Banta Panda. We'll carry it over one. Has the chance for the reset. Banta Panda made it. That's a great follow-up by Oscillate. It was a great pass in the first place by Dave G. And now we're seeing Lincoln with some aggressive attacking pressure.
Definitely Lincoln pulling through, getting that aggressive stance in the field, and you know that was the first time I feel that they've actually successfully broke through onto the net of Birmingham here. So that's a great start to be in, and you've got 2 minutes and 30 on the clock. That's still a lot of time to start peppering shots at the Birmingham side.
Yeah, 2.5. Only half the game gone, and Lincoln are coming back into this, but this is Madge with a shooting chance. Madge will put it high. Dave G does make contact, keeps that one out of the goal, and so the score will stay at 2-1 in favour of Birmingham for the moment. Triss in this back corner with plenty of boost to carry it out. Manages to recover well as well. Dave G flips under that ball, but it'll be left for Oscillate. Bump onto each other. Sends both Madge and Oscillate flying. Banta Panda looks to control this one. Wheels first. Dave G has an open net. Can Triss get back in time? Just about. Keeps it off the top corner. Zazel up for it. Tries for the soft touchdown. Won't quite get it. And Banta Panda will combine with his teammate to get that ball clear, as that looked dangerous for Lincoln, but a beautiful piece of defense from Triss will keep them in this one, and Banta Panda will be denied by Oscillate. Defensive rotations coming up clutch for Lincoln this time around as they keep the ball out of the back of their own net. Won't fall 2 goals down anymore. This is still a lot of pressure, though. Still Mash keeping it on the back wall. Dave G and Azazel both underneath this ball. Azazel carrying it into the corner. Will pick up the boost, but will leave the ball behind to do it and give Triss a chance to pass it into the middle. Won't quite manage it. Mash pops it high. Banta Panda looking under it. Banta Panda will turn under it. Will flick it high. Just buying time for Birmingham to get back into position right now, but it's given Lincoln a chance to maybe carry this. Not quite, as the game will now slow down, but that was chances of both ends, and Lincoln definitely coming alive in this game right now.
Definitely Lincoln, they're trying to force the issue here. They're trying to kind of beat Birmingham at their own game here. Minus the demos, they're just trying to outpace them. They're trying to speed them at some points of the field when they go for these challenges and turn quick on it. But it's Triss who's looking for a carry downfield, but it's Dave G's as their match. Hits it up onto the backboard. Oscillate does get bumped there, but it's Azazel that takes the ball clear. Dave G with a follow final minute. They need to get a goal here to equal things up. It's Triss now that has a clear downfield. Oscillate put in a real awkward spot, but Banta Panda takes it through. Azazel needing to make the save, and the save has been made. It's Oscillate now that's trying to take this ball downfield, waiting for Azazel to get a touch on it. Hits it to the sidewall, plays it lateral instead of forward here, but it is the 30-second mark.
30-second mark, and still definitely off play for Lincoln. They'll have the ball in this back half. Feels like they will have one more chance to carry it forward, but they'll need to get control of the ball to do it. They'll need to avoid the demos as well. They're not doing that just yet. Banta Panda with a great touch in front of the goal. It'll be Dave G. Maj will look to just slow this down, even without boost. This could mean Maj is in an awkward spot if Lincoln can get this ball clear, and it's not looking like they will just now. Dave G will get it long down the pitch. Azazel and Oscillate both under. Good touch forward by Oscillate. Do they have a chance to get to this one as well? Oscillate will put it on target. It nearly sneaks in. Where's the follow from Lincoln? It's there from Azazel, who will put it in with 0 seconds left, and we're going to overtime in game 2.
Oh my god, the forced 50 there. Triss with a brilliant save, but Azazel, like I said, he is just there always when needed as the rotational man there, but 0-second goal does come through.
Let's go, Lincoln. Now we've got a series on our hand. Now we've got a game. I'm going to be devastated. Birmingham just turned this in instantly, but it doesn't look like they will, as it's Lincoln who are carrying this forward. It's Triss and Maj potentially following this one towards the Lincoln half, though. Oscillate cuts it out in the middle. It's Triss with a big miss. Nearly read the defender on that one. Maj now looking for pressure. This is so tense, Seppi. This is the difference between 1-1 in the series or being match point for 3 games in a row for Birmingham. Neither team want to drop this right now.
Definitely. This is either the reverse sweep that needs to come from Lincoln, or they tie things up. But it's a shot onto net and a good save from Triss. Maj looking to take this up onto the sidewall. Plays it lateral here. Gets a lateral 50 from Oscillate. And it's Azazel that comes through with the angle and is perfectly in the center. A double commit comes through. Banta Panda is there. Oscillate puts it back into this corner. A beautiful redirect by Azazel.
Oh no.
The demo comes through from Oscillate onto Triss. It's Dave G now on his own backboard. Gets it over Banta Panda. And it's Maj. Light first touch. Looking for the sit on top of Oscillate. That's right in the line of Triss. But a good 50 comes through from Oscillate. A redirect comes through. Azazel unable to follow. Banta Panda is there. Triss looking to play it lateral once more off the sidewall. Gets a 50 with Dave G. And is still in 2-2 territory. Banta Panda should clear this.
Should clear this. Should be enough defense for Birmingham to mount a bit of a counter-attack here, but not if Dave G manages to clear this. Oscillate under Ripple will be beaten by Maj. This is so tense. This is so close. A minute and a half nearly gone in overtime. Still looking for that one goal. It's going to be there for Banta Panda, who puts it early in. It was denied by the crossbar, then by the post. Maj will follow this up. We'll try to put it in the middle. There's 3 players under the ball from Lincoln. That's not where you want to be on defense, as Triss and Banta Panda, the name change is messing with me right now, as Banta Panda nearly manages to get that one to Maj. But now Lincoln, the white team, on the attack one more time. The boys in blue on the back foot. Triss will carry this long but without postponing much doing. Maj flicking it up, flicking it towards goal. Triss with the key demo onto Azazel, clears the way, and Maj puts it in, giving Birmingham the 2-0. It's reverse sweep territory for Lincoln.
Definitely great read there from Triss. Even getting a demo technically onto Oscillate there, but it just didn't count. But Birmingham, they come through, even dropping 2 goals later in this, in this game number 2. They are looking on fire right now. Despite Lincoln trying to fire back, they found their groove, but the groove was not groovy enough.
Oh, they found their groove, right? And if they'd found that in game 1, we wouldn't necessarily be looking at the 2-0. I mean, they really just weren't here in game 1 in the same way that they were in game 2. And it's got to be crushing now. They are facing down, having to go 3-0 in the next 3 games if they want to keep themselves alive in this upper bracket. Of course, Lincoln, they can drop to a lower bracket here, but not the situation you want to be in, fighting for your tournament life with every single game. A lot to play for here in game 3. Birmingham looking to go all the way. Lincoln looking to keep themselves alive just in this series, never mind in the tournament. Too close to call right now, but I think you have to favour Birmingham at the moment, Seppi.
They do have the momentum. They're 2-0 up. They're playing exceptionally well, minus, the 2 goals that were conceded last game. But, they bounced back pretty well. They held their offense, and, it made great Rocket League.
It's been great Rocket League. We're only 5 games into this evening, Seppi. I don't know if I can take much more of it, as these have been on fire every single game.
Definitely.
Rough right now. Yeah?
It is, reverse sweep territory, like you said.
Oh, that was dangerous. Triss, though, was, I think, in the end, smart to leave that ball. Managed to get it clear as well. Azazel will just touch that as far as an opponent. And Maj, the goal scorer in overtime the last game, doesn't have boost, but will fake one of his opponents. Will sneak under it, still controlling it, flicks it high. And Maj, without much boost, I think that was as good as he could have hoped for. But it has given it to Osley. Will try and land under. Will get a follow-up touch. Will pass it to Dave G, who knocks it off the crossbar. Nearly finds the double touch. Azazel is there, but cannot find the angle to get on target. Osley does get it on target, but it's slow enough that it's an easy clear for Maj. Azazel still looking to put that one on target, still looking to put Birmingham under pressure, but the ball is finally getting clear of this blue half. Not quite. Oslade has the follow-up shot. Triss in the way of it. That was shot straight at the keeper by Oslade. And I mean, sometimes it's the right thing to do to ask questions, but you'd hope they'd be a little harder than that one in general.
Definitely, that shot should have gone in. You know, the goal scorer was meant to be there. Banta Panda here. Even the name change is screwing me up. But it is Madge that's up for the ball now. Great clear all the way downfield, put into this Lincoln side. But it's Dave G that does get the redirect on this ball. A demo comes out, no third man for them. Both of the players are up. It's an overcommit, but Madge is there in time.
They'll be okay. Madge landed awkwardly, so wasn't able to follow that one up themselves, as Triss now just knocks that one straight towards two Lincoln players. Can they link up for this shot? It looks like they will be able to. Absolutely flawless. It was textbook from Lincoln on that shot.
Definitely great read here by Azazel, putting that pass into the center field. And Triss almost making it, but he just flies past that ball, which just, you know, was crucial to hit.
Crucial, as you said, and I think honestly Triss set them up a little bit for that pass in the first place. No, not like, okay.
Well, there you go.
Sometimes they just roll in. Lincoln, they've got a 2-goal lead for the first time in this series. No matter how it went in, I don't think we can discount that setting.
Yeah, definitely. I think Madge just a misread on the ball there from the bounce off that corner. I think he thought it would roll into the corner and into him, but it bounced out. But there is another redirect, but this time from the side of Banta Panda, his own teammate. A demo does come through on Azazel here, but it's Oscillate that's up into the air, looking for an extra touch. 16 boost, doesn't get the tap down, and Triss goes wide on the ball. It feels like Beavers, they're struggling a little bit, but Madge looking for the demo, the shot, the goal, and it's Banta Panda that finds it all through that chaos.
And one more time, it's Demos coming up clutch for Birmingham here. Maj demoing with Azazel. I don't know if Azazel would have gotten the touch, but you can see, I think that threw Oscillate off. He couldn't see the ball through the smoke, couldn't see exactly where the shot was coming from, and was forced to slow down, not attack the shooter as aggressively as they would have liked. And so that demo play, Birmingham, it really hasn't been there in this game for them, Steffi, and it was working for them. I'd like to see it come back.
Definitely. I mean, right now they're a goal down. Azazel with the demo onto Madge in the background here, but it is Banta Panda on the ball, looking to get a touch onto Azazel here, but it's Madge nice and early on the backboard defense. Great stuff there. Oscillate looking to shadow Dave G. They're stuck in a real awkward position. Triss does get a bump onto Dave G here, but he lands perfectly in the net. So there is the third man up and running, but it's Madge now looking to leave it for Triss over one, and that is Azazel. So Dave G needing to hurry for this ball. Goes over Dave G. The ball looking to come down here, an angle comes through, but a squishy save comes through from Oscillate. Dave G looking for a flick, unable to find it. What the shot? It's crossbar down. The double tap and the bump from Banta Panda to get the save here onto the man that was following. That could have been 3-1 there, Alex.
That could have been 3-1. Maybe that should have been 3-1, as Oscillate not quite able to finish the double touch. You hate to see it. That could have been the 2-goal lead opened up again, but it means Birmingham still alive in this game with 1:40 left to play. They just need to win this game. They just need to win this or any of the two next games to put themselves into the last four of this upper bracket. I'm sure they'll want to do that, put this series out of reach as soon as possible. Give themselves a break before their next best of five, because you don't want to go all the way to game 5 in a series that you were willing to zeros. We're stuck now in the middle of the pitch. It'll be Dave G to turn this one around. Won't carry it past Banta Panda, who's done a great job offensively of keeping the ball there. And it's two members of Birmingham. It's Banta Panda who picks up the goal. And honestly, I wasn't really expecting that to end up in the back of the net.
I mean, the bounce was backboard and just unfortunate circumstances there. The bounce just catching one of the players off guard on the side of Lincoln, and we're all tied up with a minute to go. So this is a rough place to be if you are a Lincoln fan or if you're a Lincoln player in general. Dave G, Azazel, and Oscillate, they need to dig deep here, and the shot comes through, but it's just wide. Dave G looking for a demo of his own here, but it is Oscillate that gets the ball centered. Madge almost going wide, looking for Triss, but unable to find it. Is Banta Panda waiting on Oscillate here, needing to go for it right now. or it's dying matters of the game. A bump coming from Oscillate, but Madge is there to pick up the save. A great center. Oscillate looking for the shot, but Banta Panda comes through with that big hitbox from the Batmobile.
Great defense, great rotations from the Birmingham defense. They're getting players in the way every single time, and it looks like it's lasted long enough. They've managed to wait out this Lincoln offensive period, as they will now look for a bit of their own. Never mind, Madge has touched it forward. Oscillate just misses that off the wall. You have to feel like that would have put them in a shooting position. Triss now in the middle of the pitch. Almost a musty flick, but it gets down to Banta Panda, who with the touch forward nearly managed to beat Dave G. Dave G in the way, and all members of Lincoln on their back line here. They won't even be able to get it clear of the first member of Birmingham. Just 15 seconds left. Lincoln, though, want to put this out of reach. Birmingham will want to put this series to bed. Triss in front to go. Will put it off the backboard, and Zazel to knock it out. Banta Panda knocks it into Dave G, who was just sitting on the line. It's just knocked to him, and Zazel, one last chance in regulation time. Can he go all the way? Will just knock it down towards Triss, who will knock it into the ground and will end up in overtime for a second consecutive game in this series. Still looking for a winner from Birmingham. Still looking for Lincoln to keep themselves in this series.
Definitely, you see Triss now on the ball, looking to get a touch onto Azazel here, but it is a follow from Azazel. Pulls back, looking for Oscillate to go for the ball now. A pinch doesn't come through with the ball there from Triss, but a great flick from Madge to take it around the defender. He's playing it super slow, goes for the bump, actually works, open up Triss for a shot, but unable to find the angle. Now it's just a put back into the corner of Lincoln now. Dave G needing to get this clear for his team. Gets it over one. Madge is there to put it back lateral. Dave G looking for the follow, but it is Oscillate that goes for the ball instead. The ball has been popped. It's in no man's land. Triss hits it to Banta Panda, but a beat from Oscillate requires Azazel to go for this, but he doesn't get up till later, and it's Dave G almost getting dunked by Banta Panda.
Almost doesn't win you any games, though, as we are still tied up at 2-2 with just a minute gone in this game. That's a shot on target. Triss, the length of the pitch. Where was the defense? Lincoln have gone out of this series in, just, I think, the most heartbreaking way possible, as the rotations just break down at the last second there for them.
Definitely the rotations did break down at the last second, but there is not much they can do. They just need to take it on the head and go through to the lower brackets. You know, it's still possible. They still can go through from the lower brackets, but it is just a pit of death down there. One game, you are out. So Birmingham moving on, top 4 spot here for them.
Yeah, and I mean, let's not lose sight, I think, just in the excitement of those last couple of games, Seppi. That was technically a 3-0 from Birmingham. I mean, doesn't necessarily reflect how well Lincoln played. I think maybe a bit disheartening for them that they didn't even get the one win. But technically, hey, 3-0 is a 3-0. Birmingham have a good record moving forward in this tournament.
Definitely 3-0 is a great scoreline for them. And, you know, this bracket is looking pretty good for the top 4. You know, York moving through, playing Beavers, and we have couldn't care against, you know, who either Sussex or Newcastle Ninjas. So there are great games lined up here.
Yeah, there definitely are. And we will be bringing some of those back to you after another short break. Don't go anywhere, because this tournament is definitely starting to heat up.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me. My darling dear, you're never here. When I'm in pain, you hide and disappear. Like shadows in the atmosphere, charting the stratosphere. Yeah. I prayed for you and kept you near, in hopes you'd chase away my fears. I'm on my own, you made it so, and now I'm chasing nightmares too. I used to run with you through the great big leaves, laugh at you when you laugh at me. Hope for us because I believe the home was just you and me. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Welcome back. I hope everyone at home had a lovely break, had time to get a quick cup of tea. We promised you best of fives for the rest of the evening, but hey, instead we are jumping down to the losers bracket because this is a matchup that is too spicy to miss. We have our number 1 seed versus our number 2 seed fighting for their tournament lives in the lower bracket. It's the Durham Defenders versus Bath Salts.
I don't think any of us expected this, especially between both of these teams. These teams are incredibly skilled on the side of everything. They've done exceptionally well in the winter split, and now they're coming through to the showdown, and they're battling out in the lower bracket. So loser doesn't go through here and will take a fat L.
And even if whichever team wins this series, we're not that far in the losers bracket. This isn't two teams that went out second or third. These are two teams who dropped a lot earlier than really anyone, I think, should have expected. Never mind was expecting. And it's going to be a tough battle because, as you say, tournament lives on the line right now.
Definitely. I mean, when we look at these rosters, they are stacked. We have Zouch, Mediccia, and Obop on the side of Durham Defenders, and on the side of Bath Salts, we have Joel, Remulus, and Adam G. I mean, when we look at the Durham side, Zouch, Mordiccia, they are the playmakers. Obop, great anchor player, but you're looking at Mordiccia to score those goals, hit those nutty shots, and, put their team in front. But on the side of Bath Salts, Adam G, goal scorer, 100%. We've got Joel, Romulus. They're kind of playing around Adam G here. He's the super aggressive player. He's the hyper aggressive player, and they need to support him and just see how things go. So this will be an interesting event to watch here. It is a best of 3, so if you do lose that first game, you're in a tough situation.
I know, it's only best of 3. I kind of can't get over the fact that we have our 1 seed and our 2 seed in a best of 3 because, as you said, it's just not a lot of games. You really do need to come out of the gate swinging. Bath Salts, I believe, dropped a game in their previous series even, so possibly not feeling the most on form this evening, possibly not coming in the best kind of momentum, the best confidence we've seen out of this squad. But, I mean, fingers crossed that they can find it in this series. Fingers crossed we get a great series out of these two teams once we get every player into this lobby, which I think we are starting to approach, but not quite there yet.
Definitely. I mean, when we look at the bracket here, Durham Defenders, they beat they beat Long Boy Lovers on a 2-1 here. So that was a good scoreline, pushing them forward against York. And I don't know what York is on, but 3-0 against Durham Defenders to knock them into this position. And then we have Basalts. Their run was not that bad as well. But they did come against Leicester, a hard team, a stacked roster as well. But, you know, that put them into that lower bracket as well. So now we're here. They did beat, Basalts did go through to play Bradford Uni 2-0. Basalts also beating Derby Raptors. But on the side of Durham Defenders, they just had to sit and wait for Basalts to come through. And now we are here.
Now we're here. Looks like we are ready to go in this game. Of course, a quick reminder to those of you at home, once you're in this lower bracket, there is only one spot up for grabs. We will be getting one team from the upper bracket through, so both of these teams, only one of them, can make it through to the main event in February. And I'm sure both of these teams would like to do another chance to qualify this weekend, but you might as well book your spot now. Might as well give yourself a chance to pick a better team. We will see this game kick off. Bath, of course, on the blue side. It'll be Durham on, I'm going to call that a nice lavender side. As Zouch will put an early shot on target, force the save out of Remulus, who will now look to get the ball clear. And this game already off at a blistering pace.
Definitely. And the angle from Jill there, just putting the ball picture perfect. Great first touch. Great read on the ball. I mean, Obop, in all honesty, should have been there nice and early. He did see that ball just kind of float past him there. So, I mean, it might have been a defensive mistake, but nevertheless, Joel, great shot. Great way to start the series.
Yeah, you love to see those early goals go in. Great confidence boost for this Bath squad, who've just come off the back of, as we said, a series straight into this game. Now Obop will carry that ball forward. Remulus puts it high. Neither of his team want to go for that one, just leaving it all the way back as Chatham Genius is, I believe...
Adam.
Adam, yeah, absolutely fantastic. I love all the name changes. They make it very easy for me to keep up with these players I've definitely seen before.
Yeah.
It's fun. It's fine. It's not a big deal. Don't worry, we're getting there. Joe will manage to carry it past Mordicia. Zouch will manage to carry it there as well. I'm going to learn the names by repetition. We're getting there. Zouch now going to try and do it. Has the flick chance. Won't go for the flick. Goes for a bit of a fake instead. Will be cut off by Remulus. But this is now good pressure coming out of the Durham side. Durham now will be beaten out on the offense. Will now have the ball carried towards their own half. Remulus in the back corner will put this one over as the game starts to slow down a little bit. Not going to jinx it as both of these teams now just stuck in the middle of the pitch. Ball will bounce high. And from an early pace, we have definitely hit a bit of a lull in the game.
Definitely. I mean, both of these teams, you know, a few minutes have passed. It's settled in, but, you know, regardless of pace slowing down, it's still pressure for the side of Bass onto Durham here. So Zouch really needing to clear this ball. And he does find it. He does also get a touch over Romulus here, which requires Adam G just go for the ball, but he doesn't find the touch there. So he does almost cause their team a goal.
How did Mordicia nearly find that angle? That was absolutely insane, and I'm kind of glad it didn't go in because there was no way that one should have been allowed to. He will be up again. Mordicia will manage to keep this ball in the Bath half. No shots to come of it for the moment. Obop will get this ball clear for the moment. It'll be as far as Zouch, who's beaten out in the air by Adam G. Adam G now coming down on this one. Mordicia using Adam G to get the ball clear as well. Joel now in the back corner will pick up the boost on the way through that ball, but it's straight as far as Obop. Straight as far as Remulus, and ball now clear of the Bath half. Just for the moment, it's only clear as far as the halfway line. Adam G in control, bounces it high. Zouch will take it into the corner. And this is a bit of pressure coming through. It's Obop looking for a shot. Can't find it as Zouch and Obop colliding with each other. There's going to be room for a counter-attack. Mordicia, as the last player back, will manage to get in the way of that one. Counter-attack breaks down for the moment. That was a dangerous moment for Durham.
Definitely, they just got two players caught in the wrong place at the wrong time, and Joel centering the ball nice for Romulus, but a beat does come through from one of the Durham players. Here's Zouch taking the ball over one, but Adam G does well here, looking for a center ball, but no one's there in the back of Durham's defense here, so Romulus has the ball, never mind, erased from existence, back into his own half. It's Adam G now lurking down the field with the ball popped into the air. Mordicia, no boost to his name, so he does have to back off here. Zouch trying to get a pitch onto the wall, does get a great follow, but Romulus there to meet more. Right now, Bath playing the quick rotations. They're playing half rotations. They're cutting in to catch these balls nice and early, and it seems like Durham struggling to find the answer to break through.
They definitely are struggling even to break out of their own half course. Bath do need to be careful when you're cutting those rotations. They can break down, but so far no signs of that happening for Bath. Now Obop will have this ball in the back corner. Joel, you see it again, up very quickly, attacking very hard, potentially leaving space. But trusting his team to get the ball clear, and they do. Remulus and Adam G double commit to that one in the air, but it'll be fine because the touch is out of the way of any Durham players, although Mordicia manages to win the 50 against Joel. Joel, though, up for this. Can he find the redirect? Gets it on target. Zerch will manage to get that one clear. Not a lot of power behind that shot, but that was ambitious play. I like to see it out of Bath. Nearly managing to put themselves up 2 goals. And with only a minute left in the game, that'll be a good position to be in. Both of these teams now starting to feel a little uncomfortable, starting to feel the heat as we head into the last minute of this game with just a 1-goal difference. This could be the shot on target. Joel manages to sneak it over the top. That was a great pass into the middle by Remulus, and it was a great shot by Joel. Had a lot of work to do there and did it very well.
Definitely Joel nice and early, but Remulus with the pass that assisted that goal. Just unlucky that the Durham defender could not reach it in time. And, you know, it's looking pretty one-sided when we look at it, but Joel, 3 shots to his name, and, you know, 2 goals. That's a great shot at percentage for him there.
Definitely is. You love to see it. You love to be on form with those shots, finding their mark. Zouch will try and take that one clear, as we need one of the Durham players to potentially find their shooting percentage up a little bit. No goals have gone in for them yet this series. This is our number 1 seed being held scoreless by the number 2 seed in the lower bracket of this tournament at the moment, as Remulus will knock that one off the back wall. No follow-up from Bath for the moment. But all they need to do is keep this ball pinned up in this half. They've left a lot of space at the back. 15 seconds on the clock. This should be Durham getting a goal back. And they'll have a chance in this game with 13 seconds left, Seppi, to actually find a way back in.
We're looking at a kickoff goal here. They need a strong kickoff, maybe even a fake here to, you know, at least gain somewhat of possession and make a play from that. It's better to have the possession right off the bat than just, you know, putting the ball into that corner of the side of Bath Salts here. So we'll see how he takes it. It's an even 50-50.
Oh, no.
Zouch does get it through. Remulus trying to desperately grab this ball. It's 9 seconds left on the clock. Mordicia coming through from the side angle here, but Zouch has the ball now, needing to pop this into the center field, almost getting a bump onto Joel, but that should be game if Obop can't reach it. A double commit from the side of Durham here, so it's needing Remulus to go for this ball. He goes for the fake, and that is it. Bath take game number 1 here in this best of 3. Joel picking up 2 of the goals.
Clutching it out at the last second there, and it was such a difficult position for Zouch at the very last play of the game there. You could see you're sitting under the opposition players in the air. You know the ball needs to stay alive, but you're trying to read. Are they going to touch it and I need to dive for it? Or are they going to miss it? And unfortunately there, Zouch not able to keep the ball up. Durham not able to find that 0-second goal, and Bath just need to win 1 more game. They've got 2 games to do it. Durham now fighting for their tournament lives. They're in this lower bracket. They've got 2 must-win games coming up now, assuming they can even win the first one, Seppi.
I mean, like, when we look at it, Durham didn't do much defending in all honesty. They should have been there for the balls that they weren't, and it basically bit them in the butt. But hopefully coming to game 2, they talk about it. These players are exceptionally skilled, so they shouldn't have a problem in just coming together, saying, hey, what were our mistakes, what we need to do in this game to take it into a game 3 situation. So it should be no problem unless Bath turn up the heat.
Do love a good hot bath, so I guess we'll hope for that to happen as we'll see what does come through in this game too. Looks like for the first time this evening we've managed to get into a game 2 without having to reset the lobby, so we will be underway nice and quickly with this one, as Bath will look to just take down this win, look to continue to play good Rocket League, and as you say, maybe hoping that the Durham defense doesn't actually kind of materialize during this game, because it definitely wasn't as strong as we would have been expecting it to be. Players all on the pitch, cameras rotating around, ball in the middle. We are underway. Kickoff going to go the way of kind of Durham, but it'll drop to Bath at the start of this game too. Joel already up for it. Zouch, though, will beat him in the air. Remulus has a lot of work to do on that touch. It'll only be as far as Mordicia, who will nearly put in a first goal. Adam with the tough angle, with the tough bounce. But that was a great pass from Zouch, and Obop will put an early goal in. The Bath defense scrambling already.
Definitely great shot here by Mordicia. Just putting that last man in such a weird position, needing Joel to go for the ball here. But Obop just getting to the ball first, and, you know, it is great to see for Durham defenders to get this first goal.
Yeah, they're going to be feeling comfortable with that one, feeling a little bit better, as Mordicia will not beat Joel out in the air. That was a good 50 by Joel, but used a lot of boost to do it. Will sneak away that corner boost. You love to see it. Remulus will look to keep the pressure up. Side touch, not enough boost to do anything with that, but Joel is there. Good communication, good team play between the 2 of them. Mordicia looking to carry this out. Will be 2 players with that ball, and now are Bath stranded a little bit in no man's land. Can Zouch get this pass in the middle? Looks like it for the moment. Obop up for a triple commit almost from the Bath defense there, but it looks like they will reset in time hopefully to defend this next shooting chance. Mordicia off the ceiling will try and beat out Joel, as this is ambitious play coming through from Durham, and it's nearly paid off for them, but they haven't gotten a goal out of this passage play.
Definitely, I think Durham are trying to force the hand here. They're trying to make this Bath side super uncomfortable in every ball they go for, like that one. Remulus just trying to get to the ball and scrambling through the backboard, as well as Obop. 12 boost to his name, gets a pop into the center for Zouch to follow, but a block does come through. Remulus awkward once more, looking for a center for Obop here, but Adam G is there. Medicia looking for a center, 24 boost, looking for Obop in the backfield. Obop actually turns away from that, but could have gone as Remulus was bumped. Mordicia into the center, great passing play, but Adam G is there. Zouch all alone by himself in the defense, but takes a beautiful first touch onto the sidewall, even gets a dunk onto Remulus here, but Joel is there with another light touch. A double commit comes through, but Mordicia should have the fall onto the sidewall, but not much boost. A pop down does come through, a shot does come forth, but it's nothing to lead into a goal as Zouch gets demoed.
Oh, that's it.
Open
That's
net,
it.
clinical stuff from the side of Durham defenders right now.
And I mean, obviously, great goal, well worked by Durham, but I think the exciting thing is not only has the offense just absolutely opened up for them in this last passage of play, but the defense is there as well. Nothing was doing on the counter-attack for Bath. Durham defenders just rotating back quickly enough to cover that off. And that was really the important part of game one. The offense was there for Durham, but the defense wasn't, and never mind. Caster Curse comes through. Durham defenders immediately open it up off the kickoff. A little bit unlucky for them maybe, but Bath do capitalise. Adam G with a clutch goal with 2-3 minutes left in this game.
Definitely, I don't think that, you know, as you see Mordicia at that boost, I don't think that he expected the ball to be there that quickly as he went for the boost, but he definitely didn't expect the player to be there as quickly, as Adam G really quick to that ball here, forcing Joel to go for this hit. Zouch trying to find a bounce into the infield, decides to go off the ceiling here, looking for a pass down once more. It's Mordicia forcing a double commit, but Zouch just sitting on top of the ball after coming off the ceiling there.
Oh, this is highlight stuff right now from Durham defenders. These are clutch shots coming through. It's great passes. It's there again for Obop. Sneaking nearly falls out with the follow-up now. How is that not in? It's nearly
Lord.
3/4 of that ball was fully across the line right there, and Durham were robbed of that goal. Bath breathing a sigh of relief as that one is finally clear of their goal line. But hey, the pressure is not going to let up anytime soon. This is Durham absolutely deadly on defense right now. They are looking lethal. They are looking for more goals, but somehow Bath still holding them to just the 1-goal lead. Zouch will now collect this one in the back of the pitch. Will look to carry it forward. Will be beaten out by Adam G, the quick player, the guy who's been up in front of this Durham goal for his team, and really the only one putting pressure on. Is there a follow-up there? Adam G once again, shooting chance here potentially, and will knock it into the top right corner. Adam G, the player who's really stepping up for Bath right now.
Definitely. I mean, we've seen it before this game started. I did say that Adam G, this man, once allowed to shoot, you're looking at top bids all around, upper 90s, anything you can imagine. Adam G will put it into this net if given the space and time. So they need to be careful here, but Mordicia, great follow on the kickoff, dead even to start with.
Oh,
a set
no.
Let's come through.
Oh, no.
It's just a great turn of possession here from the side of Durham defenders, who taking the offense to the enemy team.
Bath not able to catch a break. I mean, I guess it's fair, right? They got one kickoff goal on the other side, basically out of similar. Just quick play off the kickoff, and now Durham have their revenge. They get that quick kickoff goal. It's good follow-up. It's good bounces for them. And they're looking potentially for another one here. Bath, having just had a great series of play, now find themselves at a 1-goal deficit again. No time to just feel relieved at being even in this game. It's got to be rough for them. Remulus under the ball, Adam G under it again. Adam G, not a great touch this time around, will not really leave his team in a position to do anything about it, and this should now be attack once again from Durham. That's a missed clear from Remulus in the corner, which means pressure not going to be alleviated unless Adam G manages to, beat the entire Durham team on his way to the opposition goal. Obop in an awkward spot. Adam G nearly fakes out the defense. That would have been a one-man highlight play right there, not quite going all the way. Zouch will put this one off the back wall. Missed off the back wall. No, it's a good touch. In fact, it's cleared the entire way down to the Durham half. We're in the pink half. We're in the lavender half. It's up for Remulus. Remulus with 2 to beat. Won't quite manage to pull it off. Adam G without boost is running the entire way across this pitch. Will knock it high in the middle again. It's just a shooting chance for Zouch. Double commit from the Bath defense means that there's an open lane in front of Mordicia, who will try to fake out Adam G, but Adam G refuses to go down in this game. That time the fake will kind of work for Obop. It'll put it in the middle. Joel will look to get it clear. And I feel like we're just seeing Durham's offense. It's come back, it slipped for a few minutes there, but they are back on top of this game. Once again, it'll drop for Zouch. Zouch looking for the follow-up, but the defense is in the way. Obop will try to knock this one in. will try to pass. Pass won't come through, and with just 30 seconds left, I don't know the Bath are even going to get a chance to have another shot off, unless this is the one. Nope, it's probably going to get cleared again here. Oh, it's so close. It's so close.
They need to get this ball into this half of the Durham defenders, but Zouch looking to get it cleared, looking for Mordicia on that upper field, but doesn't find it. Obop actually taking a mistouch. This is their chance. This is the conversion. It is a shot. Remulus with a shot straight into Zouch, but as Adam G, patient as ever, finds the backboard. 4 seconds to go. Zouch does get a touch. A touch does come through from Joel here, but it's a shot. Adam G almost finds the bottom corner, but it's Durham that comes through with the defense. Wow. These games have been super close. We're going to game 3 between number 1 and 2 seed here.
Oh, do we call that Durham defense, or do we call that Zouch just getting the ball knocked directly into him while he's sitting in, the tiniest part of the goal in the bottom right corner? That should have been the Bath goal. That really should have been the finish. And you don't want to call players out, but that was the high pressure moment. That was the do or die for Bath, and unfortunately, just not quite able to do. That was the die moment. And Bath find themselves in a game 3. They could have found themselves. It would have only still been overtime, but they still would have been just there. They would have had the chance to close this game out in 2 goals. This series out in 2 games.
But we are looking at the, reverse sweep technically.
Technically, yeah.
When you look at it this way. But Durham defenders, they're running wild here. They need to be stopped. Remulus on the ball in this corner, taking it slow, but it's Obop that comes through with a strong 50. And you see the man already up himself. I don't know who it was, but I think it was Mordicia going up. A fake comes out from Adam G. No boost to his name, a double commit on the side of Durham defenders, but it bounces in their way. Zouch now with a great first touch. Looking for the air dribble, gets bumped out of the way, opening up Mordicia, but Adam G with a save here. A demo comes through from Zouch onto Joel, and a bump even onto Remulus, but it's Zouch that's unable to make contact with the ball towards the goal, and it flies into the Durham defense.
Durham now in their own half will look to get this one clear. Doesn't quite happen for the moment. Bath now looking to mount some pressure around. That shot is nearly on target. It's going to come off the post. Where's the follow-up? Not quite there. Joel, not enough boost to get that one, but will steal away the boost in the back corner, and that'll leave Mordicia high and dry. Not able to do much with that ball except knock it high, and so Zouch will be the man to try and get it through. Will not quite do it just yet as Joel now puts that one in the middle. Where's Mordicia? Mordicia with the shot. It's crossbar. Knocked down. Joel with a lucky clear afterwards as well. And Bath will be feeling good about getting that one away. But this is Durham still looking threatening. That offense from the last game hasn't gone anywhere. But now Bath they're asking questions to this Durham defense. And that's what they need to do. Because look at how deadly this offense is from Durham. Look at how many chances they're creating. And they just quite haven't been able to capitalize, but it just feels inevitable at this point.
Definitely, they're pounding at the door of the Basalt's defense here, but as Adam G taking the ball control in this half, he's going for the ceiling pinch, but he's unable to find it. A bump does come out from Remulus here onto Mordicia, and Mordicia getting bumped by Joel. A great shot attempt here, but it doesn't hit the net once more. Zouch needing to win that 50. That's a big 50 for them. Obop looking for the follow, but it's Joel who's up. Gets an extra touch onto the backboard. Maybe no, it is cleared all the way downfield. Adam G relentlessly going for that ball there. Nice and quick. A busty flick coming out from Mordicia, but it's Obop with the 50. One boost to his name. It has been used. And a bump! And the sit. Zouch finally pulling off the goal. Knock, knock, knock. And finally the defense fall for the side of Durham.
Oh, what a bump by Obop, but you could see it. Remulus nearly managed to knock Obop back into that ball. It doesn't quite get there, and as you say, knock, knock. Finally, there's nobody there to answer the door for the Bath defense, and we see Durham now with the 1-goal lead. 3 minutes of gameplay left in this, the losers bracket. One of these teams going home today. One of these teams potentially still having the chance to advance to the main event, and Obop wants to keep his team in the driver's seat. Remulus now will try to push it forward. Defending at the halfway line is Mordicia. Up in the air is Zouch. This ball now on the Bath line once again. How many times have we been here in this series? How often? That's dangerous. That's so dangerous by Remulus. What a breakaway. What a counter-attack. That was 2 perfect touches by Remulus to get the ball past the entire team.
Lord.
What was this?
Remulus breaking axles all over across this Durham defense. Nothing left but a trail of broken car parts there.
Oh, so we're still in it. We can't cool down just yet, Seppi. It's 1-1 in this deciding game, and with just over half the game left, there's just 2.5 minutes for any player to stamp their name into this series. Joe will backflip under the ball, but it'll be fine. He is Remulus there to cover. Obop doing such a great job of keeping the pressure up for Durham. Zouch carrying it into the corner. Zouch looking for the follow-up as well, but he will be beaten. It'll be Remulus take. It'll be Joe looking for it, but how is there always a Durham player there? If they snuck a fourth player on while we're not watching, there's always one there to put the ball in front of the Bath goal.
That should have been a goal there, but unlucky stuff. And Joel with a clear downfield. Remulus trying to get a doink onto the ball here, but the doink doesn't come through. Mordicia needing to go over Joel here. Great stuff. Adam G does get a touch onto the ball. Zouch pushing forward. That is not the play. Obop is awkward. Gets an awkward landing, but the 50 comes through. Looking for a clear from Zouch. It is there. 1:40 on the clock. Zouch lurking on this offense. It's Obop. Can he do it? He puts it in the net. It's 2-1 for the Durham defenders, and the game is tense.
The game is Durham's to lose right now. Remulus helping a little bit there. I think maybe Adam G actually had the save, but hey, in those situations, you're always going to go for the ball. That's unlucky more than anything, and Obop still deserves the credit for that goal. It is Durham, 1 goal the lead. Minute and a half of this series that's gone the distance to play. And Durham just need to hold on. They just need to be stifling. They can't let another runaway goal in. Maybe they can get one of their own. Joel, no, that one was wide. And he'll manage to pinch it, manage to clear it. Obop with the follow-up. It'll bounce down in the middle of the pitch awkwardly for the Bath defense, but Adam G under it. Adam G, moment of genius. He's changed the name to it, looking for it at this time.
Oh my God! Joel! What a cancel there just to slow down the ball just in time. Adam G, great pass, and the hit. Just slow enough to get it past both of the players of the defense on the side of Durham there.
Freeze frame on that goal as it slowed all the way down, rolls into the Durham goal, and we are tied back up at 2-2. It's a touch clear by Obop, and this just means that 3 members of Bath can rotate into this offense, but not if Mordicia gets the bump, not if Mordicia has the follow-up and steals the boost. This is a good offensive chance now for Durham, as there shouldn't be a lot of boost on the defense for Bath, but what boost they have, they use well, as Remulus gets up early to that one, and Obop will just be forced to put this one into the defense, ask a little bit awkward questions, and a double commit means that now there's a chance for Bath, for Durham. Losing track of the teams, losing track of the players, as this is just messy Rocket League all over the place. Players hitting the ball in every direction right now.
Definitely, but you see Remulus taking the ball under control your final 30 seconds. It's all Bath. It's all in the defense of Durham.
No.
Loose ball. The shot, the save from Zouch. 20 seconds left on this clock. Joe goes with the ball. It is Remulus looking to get a touch. He gets the reset into the corner, but it's Mordicia now needing to beat Adam G on the 50. He does find it, but it's Joel with the shot. Puts his team in front. 10 seconds left. It's looking like it's all Bath into this game.
Oh, Zouch was just caught rotating, turning at exactly the wrong moment, and Joel had so much speed, came in, found the shot, kick off goal for Durham. Can we see it? They need it right now. They've gotten one already in the series. It'll bounce up. It'll be there. Mordicia will have the boost to get up. Who's in the way? It's Adam G, but he misses. 5 seconds left. 4, 3, 2, 1. It looks like Bath have done it. They've managed to get all the way clear. The ball's still alive, but surely there's no way it makes it to the other end of the pitch. It will not. And Bath, in 3 tense games with barely a goal in it at the very end, it'll be Bath who find themselves still in this tournament. It'll be Durham who will have to come back this weekend if they want to get into the main event. And our first seed is going home this early in the tournament.
Wow, Durham defenders, the wall of Durham has been broken by Basalts here. It is incredible. But when we look at this, it is a scoreline to be set. Zouch thinking it was a best of 5 there, but no, it is a best of 3. Well, we all call GGs. Everybody played well. But Bath, moving on to that, that 100-pound prize pool here in this tournament, brought to you by none other than the Newell with the prize pool support. So there you go. A little bit of a plug there, Alex.
Clarification, I do think that prize pool is for the main event, unfortunately. The prize we're playing for here is just that our top 2 will be going through to that main event. But hey, you're absolutely right.
Yeah,
still technically playing for that prize pool, right? But they've given themselves the shot at it. It's just that they'll have a few more teams to get through. And as we mentioned at the top of the broadcast, there are some very good teams waiting in that main tournament for whoever qualifies tonight. And we'll be back with a bit more action. We're getting close to the end of it. We're going to send 2 teams through just tonight. We're going to have another series. We're going to head to another quick break. I'm almost losing my voice already. Seppi, I'm just going to throw it. We're just going to go to a break. Yeah,
Yep,
we're gone.
let's
We're
go.
gone.
Yep.
See you soon, guys. Welcome back to the upper bracket semi-finals after our quick detour down into the lower bracket to watch our number one seed turn their one into an L. Unfortunately, getting knocked out there, but we're back into the semi-finals. As we said, one of these teams now only giving themselves a chance to put themselves one series away from qualifying for the main event. And Seppi, it's going to be a banger of a series. These are two teams who've been on an absolute tear coming into this tournament.
Definitely, they're 3-0 right now. They've been tearing it up. I mean, when we look at it, just Newcastle, just 2 O's across the board, beating Manchester, beating Durham, the other Durham team, and beating Sussex to get to this spot. But you have Leicester tearing it up as well, beating Newcastle, Basalts, putting them into the lower that we just saw. And they beat UEA as well. So these teams, they're on a tear, like you said. But we look at this lineup. We have Newcastle, Scorpio, Spyabo, and Kernsey. I hope I'm saying it right. I hope I don't butcher these names.
Kernsey? Could be Kernsey. I'm going to go with Kernsey. But hey,
okay.
It's the other team that I really want to talk about.
We're talking about Leicester here, a team that's been off the radar for many, seasons now. And we're looking at Snakes and Letters, Wolves, and Magu. Magu, RLCS player. I mean, RLRS player at this point. But he is no player to look down on. He is looking on fire. I've seen him play a couple of times in the big leagues. And this man is a very hard player to stop. So Newcastle have a lot to do, but enough talk. We want these players on the pitch to show them what they can do here when it comes to Rocket League. So hopefully we can get them in nice and early. I mean, when we look at this they're one game away from qualifying after this game here for either teams that win this, and they're
Yeah.
one step closer to that main event.
Oh, we're so close now. We're getting down to these last few teams in this tournament and in this upper bracket. As you said, neither of these teams dropping a series. They've got to be feeling themselves, and now is not the point to falter. Now is the time to show that you deserve a spot in that main event, that you deserve first crack at picking a group as well. We're going to be underway. It's going to be Leicester in the red, and it's going to be Newcastle scoring instantly 4 seconds into this game, and it's been put into the back of the net by Scorpio.
Alrighty, great shot. I mean, for a team that comes in here, great start. There's nothing I can say.
Nothing else to say about that one. 4 seconds in, I mean, they haven't given us anything to break down just yet. But hey, maybe we'll actually get some gameplay on this second kickoff. It's 2 players nearly going into a bit of a alternate rule one there, but we won't quite see that just yet. As Scorpio now, the goal scorer already carries the ball forward, but it's straight into Snakes and Letters on defense. It's ball towards the back, but Magu, the player to watch in this game, touches that one easily over into a corner. And this is a little bit awkward now. Magu with a great flip forward up to Snakes and Letters. The ball bounced off the back wall, and it'll be Magu who recovered and is somehow touching it again already. Double commit on the defense. Won't lead to anything, as Newcastle will reset in time to cover this attack by Waffle, who is attacking without any boost. Will look to try and fake the defense. Thought he might go for the flick, but went for the fake instead and couldn't quite get past all the defenses. Now we're settling into some gameplay, and we're seeing both of these teams just feeling each other out still.
Like I said, we're going into a best of 5, so they do have this time to play this game one, kind of experimental. They want to push the limits a bit, but, they're just trying to see how each other plays. But you see Waffle picking up a great, but unable to connect here for Snakes and Ladders. But yeah, a lot of time on the pitch, and, best of 5. Let's see how it goes.
Oh, so long left to play in this. We still need to settle down. We've had 3 absolute banger series in a row, Seppi, and my heart is absolutely pounding. And honestly, it doesn't look like these teams are going to give us any time to calm down. As Magu, that was a great pass across. Newcastle just about get that ball clear off their line. Snakes and Letters not quite able to find a Waffle, making a nuisance, leaving it for Snakes and Letters again. The defense just about comes through from Newcastle, and Cairnsey will look to clear this one now. We'll only get it as far as Magu, who's just constantly in the face of this Newcastle defense, constantly looking for those bumps, looking for those passes, and his team is always there to back him up. That's incredible play from the Leicester offense right now, but they've finally been cleared out. Finally a chance for Newcastle. Nope, it's straight back to Magu in front of the opposition goal.
Wow.
And bounce it off Scorpio.
That is what we call calculated on the side of the Renegade Cup Elite here. Great touch, puts it right into the face of Scorpio. Not much you can do there in that state. It's just played perfectly by this Leicester side.
Yeah, definitely is. And I think it was Newcastle, you could see them. They were all rotating forward. They'd finally got it out of their own half. They were hoping for a bit of offensive pressure and just caught by the quick turnaround from Leicester. And that's just the game tied up. But so far, it's been one very quick offensive kickoff goal from Newcastle. And so Leicester are really the only team that have scored an open play so far. But that won't matter. Scorpio can keep launching those long-range shots. That was dangerous, as it was nearly a bump coming through. Waffle was able to make the save, though, as now this is good pressure from Leicester. It's a good bump from Spybo, who will not quite manage to clear the way for his team. Couldn't get the shot off in the end. Waffle up for this one. We'll leave it for Snakes and Letters in the end. Spybo's up quickly. Will manage to touch that ball. Only as far as Magu versus Cairnsey. Neither of them reads it correctly, and so it'll be there for Scorpio, who's been the player getting the shots off for Newcastle so far in this game, but has only managed to find the back of the net once.
Definitely. I mean, he's looking pretty good on the shot consistency here, but the goal to shot ratio kind of shaky a little bit. Should have put one at least away out of those shots, but it's Magu now who just puts the ball perfectly. No one up on, I mean, there were people up, but just no one near the ball from the center from Snakes and Ladders.
Oh, just perfectly placed. Just sneaking it under Cairnsey, sneaking it under Scorpio, and that's just beautiful shot placement. You love to see that at this level of play, because it's one thing getting up quickly enough to take the shots, it's one thing finding the shots, but shot selection, shot placement, so important. And honestly, Magu, I think, done it the best there out of most people we've seen so far tonight. And we'll have to hope that continues, because I love a good place shot. And honestly, Snakes and Letters as well has been looking good with them. Couldn't quite get that one in. But if we continue to see shooting like that out of Leicester, I don't see any way they don't just start to run away with this series.
Definitely, those are some scary shots put on net here by the side of Leicester, but it is Cairnsey now that's trying to get into right position, but he's just going around in circles. And a brilliant save by Spyabo there, catching that top corner. And he's on the field right now on the ball, but he's unable to get it past one. The redirect comes through from Snakes and Ladders, but Scorpio is there. Magu now nice and early it's just suffocation from the side of Leicester right now. They're struggling to get this ball out of their own half here on the side of Newcastle.
Absolutely brutal. Newcastle definitely under artillery fire at the moment as Magu and Snakes and Letters just peppering these shots on target. Spybo will take out Magu. That's one way to make sure a shot doesn't come in for the next few seconds. Waffle will meet the offense in the middle of the pitch and will deny enough time as it's Magu up to Waffle, linking up, looking for Snakes and Letters. This is a three-man play right now, but the shot isn't quite there at the end. For how much we praise their shooting, that one didn't quite come off. As you love to see the well-worked play get them into position anyway, but it would have been really nice to see a better shot at the end of that.
Definitely, that should have definitely been a more dangerous shot. I wouldn't say it should have been a goal, but it should have been troubling on the side of the defense of Newcastle. Magu almost pulling off the double tap here, but a save from Scorpio. Now a quick counter attack, a flick does come through. It's on Magu to save this ball. Gets a 50. It's still in the danger zone for this Leicester side, but Wolf calling off his teammate here. But it's Scorpio now trying to take a 50 against Magu. A save, another one picked up by Magu here.
Oh, that was so close. Spybo looking for the bump, and that would have been the tying goal for Newcastle if they managed to find it, but couldn't quite. Spybo with the pass into the middle. Magu gets in the way. There's three people back for Leicester. 15 seconds all they need to hold on for just here. Magu's under the ball. Snakes and Letters takes it clear. Everyone is backed off from Newcastle. It's a great shot. That's top right corner from Cairnsey, who finds it with only 9 seconds left in regulation play. That was a banger.
That was an absolute clanger of a shot. 116 kilometers per hour. Top corners. You're not going to save that. I don't even think Magu could have saved that if that was like even he was in the right place at the right time.
Oh, 9 seconds left. Do we see another kickoff goal come through? Magu manages to push it forward. It's there for Cairnsey. That's a great touch forward. Snakes and Letters just gets in the way, and that was perfect shot placement by Newcastle. Couldn't quite find it. Ball still alive. Can they get under it? Scorpio and Cairnsey double commit. That was a great save, and it was a bit impatient for Newcastle. It feels like maybe if they'd waited a little bit, left one man back, there might have been a follow-up shot there. But now we head into overtime. We look for an early goal. Magu's going to chase. He's going to look for a bump on Spybo. Won't find it, and we're already in this overtime under pressure in the Newcastle half. Cairnsey and Scorpio double commit. We'll leave space for Waffle to try and get this ball into the middle. Waffle will beat one, won't beat the second. Scorpio looks to get it clear. Magu is sitting under that ball, and Scorpio will now finally get the ball clear as far as the midfield. Now Newcastle with a counter-attacking chance will try and get this ball in the Leicester half, although it's only as far as Waffle. Waffle off the back wall, Waffle down to a teammate. Snakes and Letters shot not going to come through. This is good defense now from Newcastle.
Definitely, this is the great defense from Newcastle, but they do need to be careful of that quick shot. It's a great demo, but it's Waffle that's still on the ball here. And as Scorpio puts it center, Magu trying to find his teammate, but no one turned quick enough. Snakes and Ladders chasing down this ball. No boost to his name, though, as Magu does get the touch into the center field, but it is popped. It's Spyabo. Great first touch. Great recovery, and an even better 50 to follow that up. Magu going wide on the ball. Spybo looking for the backboard. He does find it. It is Snakes and Ladders coming through. Cairnsey is not there. Scorpio also goes wide on the ball, and it's Leicester. Maybe a lucky calling here that they have still not been conceding.
Oh, you have to feel that it is a little bit lucky. And I think one of the really lucky plays here, and that was Spybo actually missed the boost in the back right corner on the way out, which definitely meant that the offense slowed down a little bit. If he picked that boost up as well, this offense could have kept going. That could have been Newcastle looking for more and more pressure. But now it's Magu off the ceiling, looking to carry it past the entire defense. Can't quite get it. And Cairnsey will be demoed. That means there's only two on the Newcastle defense, but those two are Scorpio and Spybo. They'll manage to get the ball clear as far as the middle of the pitch. Cairnsey now beats everyone in the middle, gets demoed for his trouble. It's loose in front of the Leicester goal. Where's Newcastle? Not there. Waffle with the redirect attempt. Won't even touch the ball. Scorpio now to Cairnsey. Scorpio and Cairnsey linking up. That's the length of the pitch. Magu, that's a difficult touch, and Magu won't. Cairnsey lofts it the length of the pitch. The lob finds its target, and Magu helpless watching that one go in.
Definitely, he was just way too close to the ball, almost trying to get it onto his wheel
So
there,
close.
but couldn't get it, so it does come off the pole. Newcastle taking game number 1. What a start.
Seppi, they can't all be bangers. Can they all be bangers? Tell me that we're going to get a break at some point this evening, that it's going to slow down a little bit.
Who knows, but currently we are looking at a great Newcastle side. They're picking up save after save. 5 on Spybo, 2 on Cairnsey, and 2 on Scorpio. Out of all the shots that are peppered at that goal of Newcastle, it's all been deflected or saved. So Leicester, we credited their shooting, but it did fall behind through as the game progressed.
Yeah, Newcastle. If we're going to credit Leicester shooting, as you said, we have to credit Newcastle's defense.
Exactly.
Lost track of the teams there for a second, but absolutely, Newcastle holding this Leicester scary offense to only 2 goals in the last game. They'll try and limit it even more in this second game, I'm sure. Don't want to leave themselves having to win in overtime again. And again, this game 2 is so crucial. This is the point in a best of 5 where we go from, oh, that's in. That's in. It's not, it was!
What was that?
How did he find it?
Reaction speeds are on point on the side of Newcastle. Their saves are just pinnacle right now. Snakes and ladders trying to find Waffle. Waffle, a little bit of a hard touch, but it's Kernsey. Magu with a great redirect to keep it away from Kernsey there, but it's Scorpio who puts it back in. Magu can't follow it up, gets bumped out of the way. It's Spybo now in, lurking on his own defense. Gets a touch into Scorpio here, but Waffle looking for Snakes and Ladders. Snakes and Ladders gets a touch. Magu should be up for this, but it's Scorpio who does get a beat, but never mind. He gets bumped into the ball. Spybo needs to get the clear. It's put back into this Newcastle corner here. We're looking at a danger zone for Newcastle, but it's Snakes and Ladders who's in an awkward place. Spybo now looking to get a touch. He can't follow that up. Magu coming through quick and easy. A demo onto Waffle, but it's Magu. One-man army unable to push through the 3-player defense.
Both teams reset now into their own half. This is off the backboard. It should be a clear by Kernsey though, and this is such aggressive play from Leicester, but just not paying off. Newcastle so solid in defense, and now looking for a bit of offense of their own. Scorpio will not find that touch though. Could have gotten it to a teammate if he did. Kernsey will have to get the clear by themselves and be there for Snakes and Ladders. He'll loft it high. Could have potentially left it for Magu, and Magu misses the follow-up touch, but that just means it's a fake for Snakes and Ladders who can't find it. It's off the right post. Newcastle now looking to get the ball clear of their own half, looking to mount some offensive pressure, looking for this all-important first goal in game number 2. It'll nearly be there. It'll drop for Kernsey, who can't find the shooting angle. Kernsey still will rotate in time to click his own miss, and Scorpio lofts that one towards goal, and it'll miss out of the top left corner as Waffle gets a save. Magu now looking to get this clear, and this is so dangerous. This is so tense. This is, as I was going to say, the game in best of 5 where we decide if it's a tied series or if one of these teams is going to have to reverse sweep. Right now it's balancing on a knife's edge. Can this ball finally make its way clear? Kernsey looking to be the person to do it, but won't do it this time. Scorpio, Spyabu even won't find that touch either. There's now a few uncharacter misses coming through, but I mean, if the miss leads to a goal going in, you just call it a fake, right?
Definitely tactical fake there, but I just on the side of Leicester or even Newcastle here, I want to see demos, I want to see bump, I want to see physicality, because both of these teams exceptional on defense right now, and I think whoever pulls out that demo, that all-important demo or the all-important passing play will score the goal. But it is Scorpio that picks up the save, and it's a counter-attack here for the side of Newcastle, but Waffle is there. Magu can't read that ball, but Waffle, great shot attempt here, but it does go wide. Scorpio puts it to the right-hand side of the field here. We're looking at Magu coming off the sidewall, but a great first touch by Kernsey, and it's looking like a shot for Waffle, but unable to grab the power or the height. But it's Magu with a shot. Kernsey with another great save. Snakes and Ladders now trying to get his center to the ball. 2 minutes left onto the clock here, and still no goal.
Still no goals. How is this happening? How are we under 2 minutes left in this game and nobody scored? Is this the chance? Kernsey will knock it out as far as Scorpio. It's not a great touch from Scorpio, and it'll mean Magu can try and control this in the corner, but it's an awkward angle. And so Snakes and Ladders will be called in to take charge instead. Kernsey will pull off that one towards goal. It'll be Waffle to put it into the corner. And instead, Waffle now over to Snakes and Ladders. This is now a counter-attacking chance. We've seen how dangerous the passing is. Snakes and Ladders, can he get it across to Magu? Magu's just waiting. Snakes and Ladders chooses to go on Waffle with the follow-up. It'll be over the crossbar. Magu with the follow-up. How is the defender in the way?
Lord.
Newcastle cannot keep getting away with this on their goal line. They can't get away with the counter-attack.
No way.
Kernsey can't score this. Magu does get back in time, but this is insane from Newcastle. Not just the attack, but the counter-attack from this defense.
The backflip actually faked out one. He gets it over another. Is Waffle now. Magu with a redirect, and he finally breaks this Newcastle defense here. Magu, quick and speedy.
Even when there isn't a defender in the way, there is a defender in the way. Scorpio under that ball, couldn't quite find the touch. Magu finds the shot, puts Leicester 1 goal up, only 1 goal up with a minute to play though, and so this is still all for Newcastle to play for. We've seen the fighting spirit coming out of this team right now. I mean, if there's a country that has a statue of a T-pose in it, you know they're going to keep fighting for it, but Magu's just going to
He
find
almost
that.
saved it.
How did that get so close to being saved, and how did the defense just break down for Newcastle after all this time?
I'm pretty sure just that 1 goal just shocked it a little bit, but Spybo almost getting the flick onto the ball there. 2-0, a minute left on the clock. I think this is going into a 1-1 series score here, taking it to a best of 3, but Kernsey not letting that happen. The man with the oh my Lord! Spybo, what a redirect!
Spybo made that look so much more exciting than they had to, as that did not need to go top right corner, Spybo, and you know it didn't. That was so close to missing, but what a pass. What an insane pass from Cairnsey, and we're back to a one-goal game with only 50 seconds left. Newcastle brought themselves right back into it with a beautiful piece of play. They are taking it to Leicester. Scorpio to Spybo in this corner. Spybo, can you return the favour and set up Cairnsey? It'll loft it over Magu. Cairnsey, no way. This goes in. What a pass back down. It's to Scorpio. What a pass. That was amazing play, but I can't believe the Leicester defence is here. Learn some lessons from Newcastle, and that's a great finish at the other end of the pitch. Heartbreaking for Newcastle, as that could have been the game tied. Instead, it looks like it's going to be the series tied up for Leicester.
That was the all or nothing play there for Newcastle. They pushed every member they had, every fire force that they could have imagined on that ball, but the overcommit came through, and Magu making it a 2-goal deficit here. Now Waffle going wide on the ball. Cairnsey now. We're still in this game. Newcastle strike back.
I'm speechless. What the hell is happening right now? How many goals can we get in this last minute of gameplay? Newcastle have gotten 2 and Leicester have gotten 1 right back. We're still in it. 1 goal is the difference. 25 seconds left to play. Can Newcastle find more? This time it'll head towards their half, but that just means Cairnsey gets a chance to touch the forward. It's the first time. What touch by Spybo? It won't go in. Magu finds it in the way. How did that nearly go in? How are they doing so well? Magu with great ball control will delay this game a little bit longer. Now it needs to get out of the Newcastle half. They can do it. Surely they can give us one more play, but it doesn't look like Leicester are going to let them. Leicester, Magu, he wants one more. He'll touch it off the back wall. There for Snakes Matters. Don't keep this alive, Leicester. This is dangerous, Leicester. What are you doing? Waffle just hit it down. It's still alive for Newcastle. They're pushing hard. The white team in the red half. Scorpio will nearly knock it in the middle. A great little dunk at the end of that game, and I can't believe how close that got at the very end. Oh my goodness.
My lord. Newcastle with the passing plays division across the field to be able to read one another. Oh my lord, it's unstoppable here. But, you know, we're tied up 1-1. Leicester managed to pull it off with barely coming out with that 1-goal deficit.
Insane Rocket League. The best part is it hasn't been messy. It's just been fantastic play on both sides. We've been watching both of these teams just throw everything they have at each other, as you would hope in this semi-final game. A lot on the line right now, and we head just into a best of 3. That's all it is right now, Seppi. We're back to a best of 3. We've seen plenty of these tonight. How hard can it be? Both of these teams have won 2 of them already. Definitely. They've won 1 best of 5. They can do it.
I mean, when I always say best of 3 is the most important game, whether you're 2-0 up or 1-1, because it's the difference maker. Scorpio slam dunk home to open up the scoreline.
He had no boost. I mean, how do you get that far? Look, no boost left on this last one, and still the touch in the way. Got bumped into it. I mean, okay. This series is delivering. I mean, this is excellent Rocket League from both of these teams, and it's entertaining Rocket League, which is at least as important, as this ball is now on the back wall for Leicester. Waffle will get it clear, but only as far as an offensive player. And how many times have we said that so far tonight? Snakes and Ladders will get it clear, but it's into the middle of the pitch, and Spybo was so quick. Magu and Spybo came flying across the nose of Scorpio to collect that ball. Cairnsey now sitting under it. We'll touch it. We'll collect the boost. Will not beat Waffle, though. Went a little bit out of the way to collect boost. And now it's offensive pressure from Leicester. Magu towards the back wall, towards the middle. Scorpio under it. Magu looking for bumps. I think the one player, you called it out in the last game. You wanted to see these teams getting a little more physical. And Magu really looks to be the player who is doing that for Leicester right now and has a chance to 1v2. Won't do it. But there's the demo as well.
Definitely. I mean, Magu does. He's more than capable to read how the situation needs to play out here. He has definitely got the experience, and he knows what to do here. He's going for those demos, going for the offensive pressure, trying to relieve the defense a bit.
Waffle.
He goes wide on the shot, but no one's home. Can they finally break this down? They can't even do it. A save from Spybo. Waffle finally getting a shot. It comes off the pole. Snakes and Ladders into Spybo. It's another save. We're still looking at a 1-goal lead for Newcastle.
I'm laughing in pure disbelief right now, Seppi. I cannot believe that ball is not in the back of the Newcastle goal. They're still 1-0 now, is it in? No, of course it's not. Spybo's in the way. Why wouldn't he be, as this ball is still not crossing that white line for Newcastle? This far and no further, they're saying right now, as Waffle will toss that one down into the middle of the pitch. Cairnsey will put it towards the Leicester half. Newcastle, one more goal. Feel a little bit more comfortable. Put yourselves onto game-winning point in this game if you can win it. Either team will put themselves onto series point right now if they can get just one goal. If they can just get this game. Oh, it's just too close to call.
This is definitely too close to call. This is looking
no.
so scary. But a clear does come out. As Magu now on the back foot looking to scramble this ball away. Gets it over Spybo, but is Kearney who's there. And it's an upper shot, but he can't get the goal here for the side of Newcastle. But it's Kearney once more taking a quick rotation. Spybo already on the ball, looking to get it over. He's looking for the top corner. He can't find it. The demo comes out. Waffle with a save. It's on the sidewall. Spybo trying to get a flip into it. Kearnsey now going back on the ball. He needs to pull off this save to keep it at a 1-goal deficit. Snakes and Ladders goes wide. He gets a 50 onto Mago. Kearnsey is going huge. Scorpio now finally gets a clear for the side of Newcastle. A Spybo with a great follow. Great 50, but it's Snakes and Ladders trying to get it into this corner. Trying to get a pinch onto the sidewall. But it's Scorpio now who's got the flip.
Okay.
Goes wide here. This is a counterattack. Kearnsey playing it slow, trying to leave the ball for Spybo here. But it's Mago who's up. Gets a light touch for Snakes and Ladders to follow. Gets it over Kearnsey. We're looking at a center opportunity. But it's Scorpio that's there. Mago hits it onto the backboard. Kearnsey gets a backboard clear. The defense so strong on the side of Newcastle. But it's a shot from Snakes and Ladders. Hits the corner. Spybo. I mean, Scorpio, I'm even losing count here. There's so much happening, but nothing seems to happen on the side of Leicester with their shots.
Oh, they just can't quite find the target. This is still only a 1-goal game. Snakes and Ladders this time will be the one in the middle of the pitch. Will get a second touch. Will be there for Magu, who can't quite find the shot on target. And this is insanely close right now. Both of these teams just need to find one goal to do something to this game. Snakes and Ladders will put it towards Kearnsey, and Kearnsey will clear it only as far as Magu. Magu has the shot. That was a great save. Newcastle are just so good. How do they keep saving these balls? There's always a player in the way. Scorpio following this one up, and he'll carry it as far as that back wall. It's a shot on target. He's lofted it over the defense. It's a great lob. Snakes and Ladders looking under it. Will get a fair good flick forward, but will get demoed for the efforts. Spybo now will be demoing Snakes and Ladders. Naga will be carrying that over to the corner. Kearnsey will knock it over. Good passing plays. You love to see that these players are not losing their heads right now, despite how tense this game is, despite how close it is. We're still seeing passing attempts. We're still seeing smart play. And Magu will put that one on the back wall one more time. No one there to follow up, but this will now be Snakes and Ladders and Waffle with plenty of time. They've completely not taken advantage of the amount of space they were given there, and it's given the Newcastle defense plenty of time to set back up. And we've seen how good this Newcastle defense is with time to set up. And with 40 seconds left, Newcastle head into the end of this game with a 1-goal lead. But with how these games have been playing out, there's probably at least 5 goals left for us in these last 30 seconds. Magu will knock it down. It's there for Kearnsey. He'll put it in the danger zone, in the red zone for Leicester. As now, deep breath, Kearnsey trying to beat the defense over one, can't get past one more. Scorpio will put it high. There's a lot of players up here for Newcastle. They have to be careful of the counter-attack, have to be careful of a breakaway goal. That's a dangerous bounce. Spybo was beating his own defense. That was so scary. That was a second looking like Leicester were going to be able to get that goal, but it hasn't dropped them. 2-1, it's there off the back wall. One more shooting chance. Can Waffle reach it in time? He can't. Newcastle take the game off some amazing play, off some amazing defense. I can't stress enough how well these teams are playing, how well both of them are playing as we head into the last 2 games of this series. And even with Newcastle having the lead, it's still too close to call.
Can someone tell me how many saves Spybo has got in this entire, 3 games? Because this man always finds the ball on his car in the net somehow, just pulling off something to keep his team in the running here. They are on match point on the side of Newcastle. Can the team of Leicester, pull off something to make it happen? But if they all have 2 shots apiece, but no goal. Half of them, more than half of them, have been saved by Spybo.
He saved 66% of the shots that came towards the Newcastle goal that game. That's kind of nuts, man. That's kind of crazy.
It is, and we're going into what might be the lower bracket run, or whatever left of the lower bracket run for Leicester, or we might see them go through here. It's anybody's game, dates, but Newcastle certainly have the momentum.
Oh, and just to take a quick break from the hype, let's try and throw some actual analysis in here, Lisette, because basically we've just been screaming at our monitors for the last 5-10 minutes, okay? You said you wanted to see a bit more aggressive play coming out of Leicester. I still think you're absolutely right. That's a winning play. We saw a little bit out of Magu, but Waffle and Snakes and Letters weren't really picking it up. They weren't really looking to disrupt these defensive rotations from Newcastle. And that's part of the reason we're seeing the defense from Newcastle be so successful. The disruption from Leicester hasn't been there.
I think I have the plan. Demo, Spybo. Demo, Spybo. And the goal is somewhat open. You just have to beat the two other players. But definitely, aggression is what I want to see on the side of Leicester right now. You need to go all out. You need to go into the net. But it's a counter-attack. The Demo comes through. And it's Spybo with a shot. Kenzie is there. And Spybo gets the dunk. Oh my lord. It's Leicester that are on the back foot once more.
About 4 players touched that ball after it looked like it should have already gone in, as Magu nearly managed to get the stave off. And this is the problem with going too aggressive, with going too hard in the opposition half, is you leave yourself open to those counter-attacks. And we've seen how dangerous Newcastle are when they're given a bit of space to counter-attack. They find themselves 1 goal up again with only 30 seconds gone in this game. Can they find themselves 2? Cairnsey is denied on the goal line by Waffle. They won't find themselves 2 goals just yet, but Newcastle looking threatening at the start of this game, number 4.
Definitely, they are on fire. Snakes and Ladders looking to clear it lateral here all the way into that left side corner. But it's Cairnsey who's trying to find Spybo. Magu with a great beat. It's dropping for Snakes and Ladders, but Mpati is in the way, and it is Scorpio that was in the way. Goes wide on the ball, and it's a 2-goal deficit for this side of Newcastle. We are looking at tip-top performance of Newcastle.
Oh, I mean, they didn't even have to counter-attack that time. They just let the ball do the counter-attacking for them as Kearney launched that one all the way from his back right corner. And how many times tonight in this tournament have we seen those long-range shots go in as one team pushes a little bit too far forward, leaves themselves a little bit too open. And now Leicester with it all to do. 4 minutes left in this game. 4 minutes potentially left in the upper bracket for Leicester tonight. If they can't find at least 2 goals, if they can't stop Newcastle from scoring on these counter-attacks.
I mean, Magu needs to find a way to, he's been in this situation before. He's had all the tournament, all the league play, all the, things you need to help your nerves calm through this, but can he bring his team through it? Bring them through this 2-goal deficit, try to tie it up, but it's Magu that can't get the shot on target. It's Waffle now that's trying to put it in, but he can't find it either. Waffle just going wide on the ball. Is Magu now who puts it onto the backboard. Snakes and Ladders, can you finally break the goal? He can't. This Newcastle defense just doesn't want to let up. Is Magu now on the backboard? He's looking to take this all the way. He can't find the touch back into the center. And it's Scorpio who takes it past, and it's Spybo that gets in the way now. Snakes and Ladders, nice light touch. Kearnsey is there, taking it slower. He gets the reset on Snakes and Ladders. Magu somehow gets the ball touched here, but it's Spybo that clears it all the way down the field.
Oh, this is insane. This is a shot for Newcastle. That was nearly another goal by Cairnsey. And I tell you what, I would love to hear the Newcastle comms right now, because they are either absolutely hyped out of their minds or they are deathly silent, because they've been stuck on their goal line so much, the pressure so intense on this Newcastle squad, and they are answering magnificently. Spybo up on this wall, won't find the touch this time, and it's a pass from Magu, but Waffle just not expecting it. Magu maybe expecting a little bit more from his teammates, maybe expecting them to be up with the pace of play, and it's Magu desperately looking for bumps as his team are found wanting in defense right now. Spybo put it in the middle, but there was no one there to touch it. Cairnsey with a shot on target will be denied by Waffle, and Scorpio keeping this offense going for the moment. Snakes and Letters just pops it high. This is dangerous. Where's the Newcastle players? That was nearly a shot. That was nearly a goal. That was nearly 3-0 a lead for Newcastle in this all-important game 4. As Spybo finds Scorpio in the middle. Can Scorpio find Spybo again? It's a little high, and so Snakes and Letters will have a chance to cut that one out. Down the chute go Newcastle on this offensive pressure, but this time around, there won't be anything coming back from Leicester. It'll be Scorpio going all the way forward. He can't dunk on Snakes and Letters. Cairnsey into the middle. The offensive passing now from Newcastle has stepped up hugely in the last few minutes, and this is a well-rounded Newcastle squad appearing out of nowhere in game number 4.
They need to find something here in the next minute and 30. They need to find a goal in the next 30 seconds here, but it's Magu gets a touch onto the backboard. Scorpio is up for this, puts it back into his own corner. Can Waffle break this down? He's getting it centered, but it's Scorpio with a great redirect. Magu caught in an awkward place. Kearnsey with the ball on his car. He's looking for the flip into the goal line here. Waffle needing to commit for this, and it's centered. Spybo looking for an extra touch. Magu takes it down. He's looking for a teammate. He does find Wolfels on the ball, but he lets it go. You need to play that close. And Demo comes out onto Magu. It snakes and laggers that takes an awkward touch. 10 boost on Currency. He gets a touch to the center. This is a counter attack, but Scorpio is not backwards. He flips into the ball. He is there. The ball is in no man's land. The shot is there. Magu with a save. Snakes and ladder gets bumped. Currency with a shot. It goes wide. And Magu, he needs to pick up a goal in this next 20 seconds here. He needs to find a way to break down this defense for his team. Waffle is there, but Currency pops it high. There's Waffle that's up, but it's Magu looking for a touch back into the center. Snakes and ladders, the Demo is big, but Currency is there. Magu with a shot, but Spybo is holding the ball close. It's Currency now that clears the ball downfield. This is looking to be over. There is nothing that this Leicester side can bring through that can break this Newcastle defense.
17 seconds, Newcastle have broken Leicester, and there's not enough time for them to put themselves back together. It's 10 seconds left on this clock. Spybo pops into the middle one more time. Cairns without boost, goes for it anyway, because why not at this point? You've got the 2-goal lead, you've got the 2-game lead in this series, and it's going to be Newcastle in 4 games. We'll dispatch Leicester, we'll drop them down into that lower bracket, and it'll be Newcastle putting themselves into this winners bracket final. They'll have one chance now, one series to give themselves first choice of which group they want to go into in the main event. And if you're in that main event right now, hey, you're hoping to God that Newcastle don't pick you.
I don't think anybody wants to play against Newcastle right now. I think everybody's shocked. They're all shell-shocked on how this Newcastle side has played. I certainly am. But oh my lord, these games have been intense. I am scared whoever faces. Let's take a look at the bracket. Birmingham Beavers are against the Newcastle side. That is scary. But we are looking at the lower bracket. Newcastle beating this Leicester side. So Leicester are dropping down to play Basalt. So these brackets are looking interesting here.
Oh, they are looking interesting. I'm even looking at the lower bracket right now. We have a rematch right there at the moment between York and BCU, our first game of the night, and they've made it all the way back to fight for tournament lives in the lower bracket. This tournament right now, Seppi, is insane. It's popping off in the most ridiculous way possible. We started with a great series. It's been uphill from there somehow. And you know what that means, Seppi?
Oh dear, it's more great Rocket League coming through to you after, this break. But, I think that's our last game here for tonight, Alex. It's been an honor. It's been absolute carnage. But it's been, nevertheless, a great Rocket League.
Yeah, it's been amazing, and that's exactly what you were right. That means a break, and it means more great Rocket League after the break, and we hope you will all stick around. It will be Ty Lacto and Hotbex coming back with you after that to find out which 2 teams later this evening will be making it to the Society Showdown Open to the main event. See you.
on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to the Society Showdown qualifiers. We've changed things around. It's me and Hop. Hop, how you doing?
I'm on very, very good form. I'm very excited to be here, casting Society Showdown qualifier number 1. It's exciting stuff. We've had some brilliant games so far on stream, haven't we?
I mean, it's been fantastic. It's been so good. I'm having an identity crisis that I can see. I don't even know what my name is apparently. But I mean, when I look at them games, I can't help but just look and see number 1 seed, Durham Defenders, having a good time. You know, they did get taken to game 3 in their round 2 game. And then they decided to lose 3-0 to York. I mean, York are a very capable team. But again, Durham, they're the 1 seed for a reason. And then Bath, well, they didn't even get that far before they lost and went to lowest. I mean, of course, we then saw the game of them playing on stream. Bath are still in that lower bracket trying to make that run against Durham. So Bath eliminating Durham 2-1. That is, of course, you know, not like Ashnell has a lot to do with Durham, and Durham have a lot to do with organising Society Showdown or anything. But yeah, Durham, they're out.
I know. I mean, from that mindset, having this big number 1 seed out, what sort of mindset is it going to, create for the people who are still the teams who are still in the winners bracket? Is that going to give them a bit of a confidence boost? Do you think Newcastle is going to
it's just
and Birmingham? Do you think they're going to come out swinging, knowing that the number 1 seed is no longer here to play against us?
Yeah, exactly. I mean, they seem to already have been doing that. I mean, the gate just got blown wide open, and suddenly we're here with this final. Birmingham against Newcastle. Newcastle, let's not forget here, Dragon's Den qualifier, they made it all the way to the upper final just like this before they lost in the upper final, and then they lost in the loser final. Didn't quite make it, unfortunately. But Birmingham, of course, this is the Birmingham Beavers. Technically speaking, Birmingham's B team. The question becomes, if they win this game, do they pick to go in the same group as their A team? Because don't forget, Tris got moved off that team. So they could literally pick to go in the same team. Same group as their A team. That'd be ridiculous.
It would be a brilliant storyline to have. B team versus A team. It's always a little bit of fun. The bragging rights are there, but with having Tris being knocked off that A team spot to go into the B team, it definitely adds a little bit of beef between the players, as you can probably imagine. And if I was in their shoes, I'd definitely pick to go against them. I mean, if you can come off, playing well and kind of be motivated, you almost have that additional drive. Saying actually, okay, we shouldn't be number B, we shouldn't be letter B here.
Yeah.
Come on, give us that
Exactly.
A spot, we deserve it.
Spot on. I mean, both of the teams are in the lobby, so I will let them know that they can join. Do not forget, the winner of this next best of 5 qualifies for Society Showdown. And not only that, they get first pick of what pool they want to go into. It is Newcastle against Birmingham. Newcastle, certainly an underdog story coming into this. I think they were outside the top 10 seeds. Looking at the bracket here, they've beaten Durham B on the way here. They've beaten Sussex, and then they've beaten Leicester in the semi-finals 3-1, as we saw on stream. This would be, I mean, what a day this would be for Newcastle. Quite a new-faced team, and what a great start they've got off to, immediately conceding. It's a 1-0 lead for Birmingham.
1-0 already in this game. I mean, 9 seconds have passed. Getting a goal so early really lifts the confidence for a team. And Birmingham coming in really wanting to cement themselves as the strongest Birmingham side. That's such a good confidence boost to start. And, can Newcastle Ninjas come back? There's still a hell of a lot of game to play here. But, always getting the first goal on the in the game is a huge confidence boost to have.
Yeah, it is a huge deal, just in terms of the mindset that affects the rest of that game. You are officially on a timer once you concede that first goal, and you can really sit back much more if you're the ones lucky enough to get it. And Birmingham able to punish just a simple overcommit there from Newcastle. And of course, like we're saying, no Daxeru for Newcastle today. Usually, a long-standing face on this Newcastle team. Maybe the fact he's not there is clearly why they're conceding, although, oh my goodness, a 2-goal lead for Birmingham now. I was talking about Newcastle's success so much, but so far in this game, that part certainly remains to be seen.
100%. It does look like Birmingham is coming off really quickly here. You can see the speed of the players kind of outdoing and catching Newcastle off guard, and a beautiful angle to slot in their second goal. As we see the ball heading over into the side of Newcastle, I believe. Kanzi is there wanting track ball, and he peeps the pressure on. He's going to follow it up, but Hannah Panda is there going for a 50-50, knocking up high in front of the net. Survivor is there keeping the pressure on. Tris missing the ball slightly. A bit of a miss from both sides. Ball not going off the backboard. Can anyone follow it up? Tris is there to go with 50-50. Demo and Kanzi at the same time. Hannah Panda gets a good catch in front of his net. Knocking it down, actually. Scorpio missing the ball, but Kanzi is there. I mean, the speed coming out of Birmingham is definitely something that is Newcastle kind of needs to be aware of.
Yeah, they do. Although Newcastle starting up some of their own offense, though Tris making a big touch away there. It's just need to calm themselves down, really. An early 2-goal lead in the first minute is just never ideal for a game one. Really sets the tone for that series, and it just starts to show the experience, really. This new face, Newcastle, sure, they have been competing. They even got, of course, strong results in Newell, but Birmingham, they've got play. Oh, but missed shot there, but Tris, will he miss his? No, the save comes through from Scorpio. And while Birmingham, they've got that National League experience, and it's just starting to show here. And the question, I mean, this is game one, and I'm not going to curse it, but again, the winner of this series gets to pick what pool they go into. And the thing is, Birmingham's pool, personally, I would say it's one of the stronger pools. I believe it's with UEA and Warwick. I'd expect that pool to be that. Oh, hang on a minute, match. Oh, just denied there by a fantastic last-ditch save from Scorpio. Most people would say Group A, which was coined, the group of life, which, the shot from Tris. It's 3-0, Tris the man, who was taken off that A team. Do you think they'd go into that Group A where most people would say, Lancaster, Dublin, Kiel? I feel like most people would agree that's where you think you've got the most chances. Or do you think they'd want? Because I have to say there might still be that bit of beef, as you were saying there. Do you really think they'd go for the Birmingham pool?
It's a really tough decision. Actually, looking at how teams have been playing over this stream so far, the amount of upsets we've had, saying the pool A is the pool A of life. I don't know if that's going to be resonantly true. We're considering how the quality of Rocket League that we're seeing here today. So, it kind of really dictates on mindset right now. I think if Birmingham chose to play the Birmingham A side, then actually the mindset's going to be a bit more. I think banterous is the wrong word here, but I think it's going to be a bit more fun. You're going to really enjoy playing with people that you know. But if you go into the pool A, the pool of life, then there is the real scenario of being upset, and that is not the mindset you kind of want to have. Do you want to find the balance of nerves?
Exactly.
Really something you want, and as you're saying, we can't stress enough how important this first pick is for this game.
Yeah, I mean, it's just such momentum here. A 3-0 lead here with 90 seconds to play. Make it 4. Madge is going to carry it in. And only one shot this entire game on the side of Newcastle. They're just getting blown out here in this one.
They really are. And, both teams have made it so far. And it just seems like Birmingham is running away with this series. Let me ask you, what do you think Newcastle needs to do to kind of regain their foothold and bring it back to Birmingham as the series progresses?
I just think they're falling to pieces off of them early goals, and it's so easy to get rattled when you concede them. I mean, it was an early overcommit goal, and that's okay. You go 1-0 down, but they're clearly flustered, not making the most rational of decisions. They're trying the hardest. but they're sort of just shooting themselves in the feet. Let's just say the feet. Oh no, hang on, it's gonna be
They
5
shoot themselves in the tires, shall we say? Because honestly, they look completely flat, and it's
Yeah,
not something
literally.
you ever want to. But in my mind right now, you really see Birmingham achieving the speed of rotations, that holy trinity triangle that you need to achieve at high level Rocket League, and Newcastle. Rotations, they are there, but they're just not quick enough and forcing these silly, panicked defensive errors. And Birmingham, you give teams such as Birmingham an inch, they will take a mile.
Literally, it is showing that National League quality, but no, there's no ruling out Newcastle. Scorpio, he's playing on his Nintendo Switch. He just was finishing up some Animal Crossing before this tournament, and, well, certainly got to be one of the best Switch players we've seen in University Rocket League, to be fair play to him, but, it's not exactly working out great, and you just have to wonder, can they get a goal before the end of this game to boost that morale going into the second one? Because otherwise, hang on a minute, maybe the chance here for Kernsey, the shot! It does go in. They do find that goal. Potentially, that could be the goal that sort of stops the steamrolling of Birmingham right now.
Yes, and Mr. Switch himself making a beautiful passing play for a fantastic redirect from Kenzie. This is really something that, really the motivation that you need. When you go 3-0 down, you get a goal back against a storming Birmingham side. Getting a goal really does help that motivation, as Kenzie has to get a really awkward clearance. But Triss is following it back, getting a good rotation, but leaving for Panda there to actually knock it over to his side, over to the opposition side. We see, I think that was Kenzie once again getting a clearance, but he was called out by Triss once again. Kenzie going nice to rotations back. Triss is there trying to knock it over into the center. His Panda goes for a shot, but actually misses the ball. Scorpio is going to be there. Can he make the catch? No, he cannot. As it looks like it is just well and good. 5-1, maybe 6. No, 5-1 going towards on the side of Birmingham over Newcastle. Fantastic game from both teams, but GG's all around as Birmingham looking incredibly strong.
Yeah, they'll certainly be the ones quite a bit happier with the start to that series. 12 shots to 3. Newcastle, they got to go back to the drawing board. You just think about Birmingham, though. These 3 quality players, Madge, Banter Panda, and Triss. For some reason today, he's called Handa Panda. Not sure if that's a permanent name change, but we'll have to see over the course of the season. You think about these, strong universities, and the ones in particular with the strong B teams. Of course, after today and their A team's performance, it's funny to say Durham, but Durham, Loughborough, Birmingham, they have these really strong B teams, and it shows in the depth of competition with just how handily they're putting away Newcastle's A team here.
It really does, because in that scenario, when you have a very, very strong A team, but then also a very strong B team, it allows for screaming possibilities between both those teams, and it really helps elevate both sides. You can kind of pick up what needs to be improved on both sides, and from the back of that, you produce actually 2 better teams, which are far more consistent. And it's going to be interesting to see whether these players can kind of step up. I do, Banter Panda being kind of what I'm seeing, a very good mechanical player, giving a platform for Birmingham to kind of get these shots off and get these goals. But Scorpio stepped up and Kanti is stepping up as well, but I haven't seen much of Spybo, and it's going to be interesting to see whether these points can actually level out for the side of Newcastle to bring themselves back against the stormy Birmingham side.
Oh, just an immediate chance there off kickoff. I was about to say how huge the opening goal in this matchup is as an immediate double commit on the other end here. Newcastle with that great chance off kickoff, but I think it was Spybo. The shot fell to him and he just fluffed the contact, clearly feeling the pressure, it has to be said. And then on defense, they immediately double commit. It's just really frustrating as a team when you know you're not putting them chances away and you're being messy on defense as Newcastle are. And I do think that I'm worried for them should they not get the first goal here in this game too.
I do agree, and if this isn't polished up, it's going to really lower the mindsets of these players. Yeah, they're all experienced competitors, both online and in Newell and NSC. However, having such a major defeat in your first game, and if you can't, secure that first goal in the second game, it really makes a head job. But what I'm liking to seeing from Newcastle right now is actually they're really trying to put the pressure on, playing a little bit faster, not allowing Birmingham to have as much breathing room and time on the ball in their own half. And I think actually this series are going to come down to whoever controls the midfield. Right now, we see Birmingham controlling the midfield, really not giving Newcastle any opportunity to escape their own half. Whoever can win that midfield battle is really going to be the successor of this game.
Yeah, it really does give you the initiative in terms of actually launching your attacks, but also stopping the opponent's attacks earlier. The higher up the field you meet them, the better it is, to be honest with you, as Scorpio taking it nice and deep into the Newcastle end. Could there be a chance? A Scorpio and Panda, they're having an intimate moment. Oh, but it actually got broken up. I don't know who, broke that beautiful couple apart, but we are back to a 3v3 now following that Rule 1 as Scorpio will force the 50.
The Rule 1, whoever broke it is usually cursed by the Rocket League servers. So, if we see Newcastle come back and absolutely roll Birmingham, it looks like possibly a Birmingham player is the one who broke the Rule 1, as I'm inclined to believe looking at that first goal. But a brilliant chip shot coming out of Scorpio, putting it just out of reach from Banter Panda. Great start from Newcastle. This is really going to be a huge confidence boost. Their mindset's going to be thinking, actually, no, we can beat these guys, and let's really take it to them.
Yeah, I mean, if you compare this game to the same point through game 1, they were 3-0 down, they'd had 1 shot, and Birmingham had 6. Whereas right now, they're up 3 shots to 2, and they're up 1 goals to none. I mean, that sounds like a pretty good trade to me, but the question is, can they keep it up as Madge gets beaten to the ball? A big clear downfield. Oh, the rebound is just saved by Tris, but a panicky double commit, certainly showing cracks in the Birmingham defense now, as the questions are being answered of them as Panda. It's generally towards the backboard as Scorpio is able to get that clear. Slide double commit and a demo from Kearns. He gets the ball all the way down into the Birmingham end, though, and as they do clear it, it comes across the midfield to Madge. It's high into the Newcastle half, but it's won out by Scorpio, who pays with his life. Kearnsey towards the backboard. Panda, though, makes the save, and Madge should be able to clear off defense here.
This is such a fascinating game to watch, actually. I mean, just now, it's only really 2 saves each. So both sides really, having opportunities to put shots on, but the shot percentage and shots on target percentage aren't really that high, as you see from the amount of saves from both sides being on 2. But brilliant set piece going out of Scorpio to make sure that that goal doesn't go in. And once again, being that last man standing in the back of the net, as Panda puts a brilliant shot on. The ball is now flying down over onto the side, but Spybo is there to make a nice clearance. Scorpio follows up. His speed has been really brilliant this round. Can he capitalize on it? Kenzie, yes, he can. The speed of Newcastle actually overtaking Birmingham. Birmingham missing out on those rotations, something which you cannot do at this level of Rocket League.
Yeah, I mean, all confidence was put in Tris winning that race to the ball, and yet he just didn't at the end of the day. And that big midfield beat, leaving the net wide open. Newcastle double their lead here, and I did not think I would be saying that after game 1.
I really didn't, and it's props to their team, really isolating what they need to do to improve, to beat Birmingham, and actually executing it. Right now, Birmingham seems to just kind of be plateauing in their ability. It's almost too comfortable playing against Newcastle, and that's actually causing them to suffer, as Newcastle's really upped their game.
Yeah, I mean, it didn't take much for them to up their game after how dismal it was the previous game, but they certainly have found their footing, and it really was just the key was the start of this game, getting that first goal, as opposed to when they walked in the start of the series, they basically just got slapped in the face straight out the door. Like, it was pretty rude from Birmingham, but it looks like if they can hold out for these remaining 40 seconds, then we would be tied up 1-1 in this best of 5.
Indeed. But, I wouldn't count Birmingham out just yet. We saw how quickly they scored their first 2 goals in that previous game. But it does look like Newcastle have really stepped up their ability as the shot almost goes on. The Scorpio just puts it above the net. Trish looking for a redirect. It is bouncing off the backboard. Can anybody follow up? Madge is there, but he puts it just to the side. That's an opportunity you really need to capitalize on. Can Panda make anything of it? Leaving 13 seconds remaining. Yes, a goal has gone in. 10 seconds remaining. Can Birmingham do it?
So much offense from Birmingham. I think at 1.4 players were in the air across the 2 teams, and yet the shot, as you said, from Madge was wide, but he makes good on it there with a fantastic shot placed in the bottom right corner of the Newcastle net. But they've only got 10 seconds to get an equaliser here.
10 seconds, 8, can it be kept? Panda actually going for a little bit of a catcher. It's gone back over to the centre. Trist has to get a good touch to keep it up in the air, following up once again, but Kenzie actually beats him out. Is he going to fake it down to the ground? No, Panda is there to actually knock it once again off the sideboards. Madge beats him out once again. Scorpio going to look to clear it, actually puts a shot on goal, going off the backboard. Can Trist get the catch? Yes, he can. once again trying to keep the ball up in the air. Spybo puts it really awkwardly, and it looks like he has done a good enough job to kill the game as the second game even goes to Newcastle, tying the series 1-1.
I mean, what a way to bounce back. I mean, maybe Birmingham just caught switching off a little bit. I mean, when you walk through a game one with that much ease and comfort, it is kind of hard not to just think, well, that's it, boys, pack up the bags, we're heading to Society Showdown. But suddenly Newcastle, they're not going to let them pass just that easily. They're putting up a fight here in this series, and effectively we're reset to a best of 3 now.
I know, it is. This is an exciting series. After the first game, I was concerned. I was like, oh, it's not going to be many overtimes happening here. But actually, they proved me wrong. I hold my hand up, Newcastle. Oh, my Lord, you have brought it to them. There's something to still note. I still can't actually get over it. Scorpio's playing on a Switch, and he's doubled his teammate Spybo's points. I mean...
You don't need to do Spybo like that.
I know. Well, I'm just saying, it's just incredible how they're able to execute it at this level. But you just see, actually, Birmingham really losing out on shots a little bit, 2 lesser shots away from Newcastle. I mean, in the mindset, if you were on Birmingham's side, what are you telling your teammates?
I mean, I just think it's just a bit of a reset, honestly. At the end of the day, you look at the 2 teams on paper. I mean, Birmingham, they may be a B team, but you still probably think they got more experience. They've got that little bit more quality, that edge. You expect them to have that winning touch. And I do think that game 2 may have just come down to a bit of complacency. And, well, Newcastle really just pulling up their socks and getting stuck into it and forgetting about the nerves. So it's going to be huge for the outcome of this series to see how this game 3 goes at the start.
I do agree. And I do think this game 3 is going to be indicative of what... these 2 teams are capable of, as a brilliant save comes out of Spybo, actually stopping the follow-up shots on the side of Birmingham. Scorpio now trying to track it down, but Triss is there. Actually, a good 50-50 in the middle of the field. Nothing really comes to it as Triss gets a nice demo onto Kenzie. Handa Panda trying to make something of it, but Scorpio is there to get a nice touch on the ground. Mash tries to follow up on Scorpio. Scorpio beating out 2 players. Handa Panda does a good job of rotating back. A bit of a friendly fire as Triss and Handa Panda collide in front of net, but nothing comes of it as a good clearance happens. Spybo now trying to track the ball up, going for a second touch. Can he make it? Almost. Can someone follow it up? No, but Triss is there to get a clearance over to the corner. Kenzie is trying to keep the pressure on as Triss gets a demo onto Scorpio. Kenzie is once again there, but a 50-50 causing Madger to have the opportunity to clear the ball. I mean, we're seeing, it's far more even than it was before, and a hell of a lot of demos coming out.
Yeah, such a tense, even game. I feel like both these teams know what this next goal means in terms of the initiatives, the actual lead in the series. Or could this be it? Oh, the save! Last ditch from Handa Panda, denying the shot from Newcastle on the Birmingham goal line. Can they counter-attack off this? I think not, but the spilled touch, Madge takes it past, but Spybo respawning in a very convenient side of the pitch there. Will be able to put in a challenge, but the mess on defense, the shot from Triss, he punishes. It's 1-0 Birmingham.
Triss being the absolute punisher right here as a bit of a triple commit over into Newcastle's corner gives Triss the space to capitalize on the goal. He's going to be feeling chuffed after that one. He is the one, obviously, who's going to be wanting this win to have the opportunity to decide whether he plays the team that has dropped him. He of all the players on this field right now, I know there's a lot on the line, but I do feel like Triss has a hell of a lot of pressure on him.
He does. He may have the pressure, but he also has the motivation, as it will be interesting to see, should we get that interview with the winning team afterwards, how much Nando's sauce would be in that call and just how spicy it may be. But of course, the series is not over yet. Still just under 3 minutes left here in Game 3. 1-0 is the lead following that whiff there on the Newcastle offense. Hang on a minute. Oh, they do get the save on defense. 1-0 the lead to Birmingham. I was saying, is it still in the Newcastle end here, but Kenzie does clear it, but denied at the midline from Mads. The shot from Triss comes off the crossbar. The shot from Handa Panda, he drops it, but the save comes through. But Newcastle, they are on the ropes right now.
They really are. Both teams having an absolutely do not die attitude. Neither teams wanting to concede the next goal of this game. A little bit of goal line defensive match as Handa Panda gets a demo onto Scorpion. It is going to come off the backboard from Magi. He knocks it downfield, leaving the ball as Kenzie leaves the ball for Scorpio to get a nice clearance. Tris is waiting on the backboard, trying to knock it away, but Spybo is there once again to keep the 50-50. Hannah Panda making an awkward touch for both his side and the opposition. Something not too recommended as a beautiful chip shot comes in from Scorpio. I mean, tying this game 1-1. Neither of these teams wanted to concede. You can really see some brilliant defense, but actually, is it panicked defense coming out here?
I mean, I'm not sure if it's panicked or just non-existent from Birmingham there. They had 3 players back, but 1 loose touch later, the shot gets slammed top shelf, and nearly another there from Scorpio. Would have been his second following that, and you got to think just how frustrating could that be when you think how easily Birmingham could have been 2-0 up. They had so much offense. At points, Newcastle didn't have anyone in the net. They were floundering. They were flustered. It was all over the place. And Scorpio with the pass to Spybo. They link up, turn this game around. They're 2-1 up in game 3, looking to go 2-1 up in the series. What a dunk.
What a dunk indeed. Both Panda and Madge were there to try and save it, but he was like, no, I am the brick wall and I am going to score this goal. Oh my lord, can Birmingham bring it back? We shall see, as Tris is now trying to play a little bit more pressure onto the side of Birmingham, of Newcastle even. So we see the ball flying up over into the centre. Scorpio is there to follow it up with a touch. Maybe looking for his teammate over in the centre, decides to go himself. But Tris is there to get a good catch. Now, air dribbling it down the field. Can he do anything with it? No, Spybo is there waiting for the touch. Goes off the crossbar and Tris makes a brilliant save. Matt's now tracking the ball back over to the side of Birmingham as he now knocks it over towards Tris. Can Tris get a touch over into the corner? Yes, he can, but Scorpio is there waiting. He now catches the ball, but a 50-50 coming out of Madge and Tris. Madge is able to capitalise upon it the most. Hannah Panda now playing it over to the centre, a little bit of a shot, but it's just to the right. Kenzie is there to get a touch. Tris now going off the side wall, but Kenzie once again being an anchor of defence. Madge a bit of an awkward touch, but goes straight up to Panda. Brilliant passing play. Can Madge capitalise upon it? No, he can't, because Spybo's defence has been rock solid. Oh my lord, do you think Birmingham have the capability of bringing this back?
I'm not sure. The more time goes on, the more frustrated I think they are getting. Both the goals they've conceded. Hold up, Madge with the touchdown to Banta, but the save on the goal line. Again, the pinch downfield, but it's just off the mark. Newcastle with the messiest, the scrambliest. It's like a scrambled egg all over the place, but for some reason, it's working. Sometimes they don't even have anyone in the goal, and yet Birmingham can't score. And the 2 goals Newcastle got, all 3 players of Birmingham were back on defense. It's just so frustrating for the side of Birmingham here, as Newcastle, they see out game 3 as well. They're 2-1 up in the series. What is happening when you consider what happened in game 1?
Just give me a second. Let me pick my draw up off the ground right now, because oh my word, how on earth has Newcastle clinched this victory over Birmingham? Birmingham looking so strong in game 1, losing a little bit in game 2, but being inches away from drawing this game up. And we just quickly look at the stats. We have 9 shots from Newcastle and only 6 shots from Birmingham. But Newcastle's defense, I mean, is there a literal castle in front of the goal right now? Because honestly, nothing is breaching those walls.
It's got a moat and everything, but I don't know. Credit to the Newcastle defense for sure, but Birmingham, they're going to be kicking themselves. They could have easily had 4 or 5 that game if they could just decide to shoot it into the goal instead of the woodwork. And that, you can tell that was such a frustrating loss for them. It's but whether they can put that aside, mentally reset, because at the end of the day, they've got to win 2 in a row now. They are up against it. And what they certainly coming into the series and after handily winning game 1 felt like the dominant team, they're suddenly the ones who have to find the shots. And well, that's certainly the ideal way to start game 4.
And Panda being mischievous like Pandas are and slotting in the first goal. A little bit of possible, lack of communication coming off of that kickoff, as I believe Kenzie decided to go for the boost instead of tracking his teammates. Something, an often mistake happens after a kickoff, but Kenzie immediately trying to put some pressure on. But Matt is there coming across, getting a nice touch over into his corner. Spybo is there knocking it down to Kenzie once again, who's knocking it across the field, trying to a little focus on their rotations, make sure they are not caught out over a counter attack. But Hannah Panda doing a great job of teeing up opportunities for his team. Scorpio putting a little bit of a touch. Kenzie has to make an awkward jump but misses the ball. But thank God Spybo is there. Focus on collecting the boost. Pinch overhand of Panda beating one player. Matchup is up early, blocking it back over to the corner of Newcastle. As we see the ball flying down over the center. Kenzie missing the ball and Hand of Panda, leaving it for Triss. Nice little bit of space for him, but it's immediately shut down from, I believe, Kenzie. I mean, off the back of that win for Newcastle, they must be flying high.
Yeah, I mean, they concede the early goal here in game 4. Certainly not ideal, but could the shot from... Oh, denied by the save of Triss. Nearly there, finding an equalizer. And, you know, I would be usually worried for them, but then you remember what happened in game 3, and another good save there from Kernsey to deny Triss. It's a switching roles of them two, but it's... They came back in this previous game from 1-0 down to lose 2-1. So the nerves that we sort of saw in that game 1, following the previous game now, they surely have the confidence in themselves that they can pull off that similar comeback. But the question, of course, remains, can they actually? Following the infield pass and the demo, oh, nearly a complete play from Birmingham there, but Kernsey was back in time to make the goal line save again. Seems to be a bit of a trademark of Newcastle, but they're all stuck back on defense. A weak touch out of it, but Spyabo denies Triss, and all the questions being asked, and how much longer can Newcastle realistically hold on for? They've got to get this ball off defense, and they do, but it's going to come right back at them.
You really, if you're in Newcastle position, you really need to give yourself some time. You know, collect some boosts as the ball goes off the crossbar. Can Madge follow it up? No, once again! Stopped just before a shot comes off. If you're Newcastle, you need to buy yourself some time. Get yourself some boost control on your half. And you know, regain composure as a beautiful 50-50 comes out from Panda and Kenzie. Really shutting down and buying that time that I aforementioned. Panda once again trying to put some pressure on. Triss gets a beautiful touch onto the backboard for the side of Birmingham. Madge is there to follow it up to keep the pressure on going, but we see Spyabo there to get a nice clearance. Kenzie trying to pass to Scorpio, but nothing comes of it. Panda is there, brilliant 50-50 with Scorpio, but Kenzie once again, I mean, what can't this man do? He seems to be making all these fantastic saves. As a shot again, you see he is there. The man who seems to have a magic ball predicting when the shots are going to be and when to be there. I mean, unbelievable plays from Kenzie. Madge trying to play a little bit of pressure onto the side of Newcastle once again. Newcastle really needs to get the ball away from themselves, slow the game down as Spybo tries to do a little bit of aerial magic, but Panda greets him in the air. Kenzie once again trying a bit of aerial stuff, but Triss once again knocking it off the backboard. Ball now flying down into the center, nobody there. Spybo has a little bit of time popping it over Madge. Triss follows it up with a 50-50 in the center of the field. Kenzie trying to block it off the backboard. Madge looking to get a catch. Scorpio comes flying in. Can anyone capitalize on a shot for this? Triss has not managed his boost to the best of his ability, but it has come to no fruition. Newcastle really putting themselves in these bad positions. They really need to try and get control of this midfield area.
Yeah, I mean, no matter how much their defense holds up, at the end of the day, they are running out of time to actually find an equalizer, which hopefully someone needs to remind them that they do need to do that as they start to put up an offense here. But Birmingham, it's pretty much one of the first times they've been tested in this game. They've had so much control over the midfield and in the Newcastle end itself. A very composed, I was going to say composed performance as Triss just completely whiffs the ball on the backboard, but for the most part, it has been, as they've controlled this game very well in game 4, which of course would force a game 5 if they can see this out, but we're still into this final minute, and a great read off the backboard from Spyabo means no loose shot for Birmingham, but maybe Triss can find one with the double touch past the Newcastle defense. I mean, he just takes it up here, no resistance, and after all that defense, Triss just glides over the top of them, doubles the Birmingham lead here, and can you really see Newcastle coming back now?
I do not. Triss is going to be on fire after that shot. You know, he is in the 21st century whilst the castles are still back in the medieval periods after that shot. Really nothing you really can do. But, you know, if Newcastle do bring a goal back, they may carry the momentum into the final game as Triss is now trying to put more pressure. Spyabo, he pre-jumped 2 saves now.
I mean, I don't know if I call that a save. He was pre-jumping in out of space, and yet it's worked out perfectly, sending it back deep into the Newcastle game. It was literally unreal. However, I don't think it's going to be enough. Newcastle spending too much time dilly-dallying in front of their own net. They poke it out for 1 second, and in comes Banter Panda with the slammer to put a cherry on top of Game 4 for Birmingham. They're going to be taking us to Game 5.
He really came out of the shadows in that Batmobile to really put the nail in the coffin for Newcastle. But a Game 5, it's something we all love to see. Who's going to be more composed? Who's going to be able to really execute the win and the performance here? I think both sides looking for a remnant of consistency and to really achieve the W. So it's going to be really interesting to see who can capitalize on this victory.
Yeah, I mean, just tense enough to watch, let alone to play. The next 5 minutes decides who moves on out of this winner's bracket, gets first pick, and most importantly, qualifies for the Society Showdown, and who drops to that lower bracket and has to try and do it all again. I remind you, Newcastle were in this exact same scenario with Dragon's Den. They lost the winners final, and then they lost the losers final. You cannot ignore that. That doubt is going to be running through their heads, but can they sort of fight their own demons here, reverse the momentum of the series with Birmingham coming off this win, and actually see this out in Game 5? Because personally, I think it's a big ask, and Birmingham, they look hungry.
They look really hungry indeed, and Triss is going to be ravenous to get this victory. And something I also want to point out is currently, with the way that the games have been going, the losers bracket is absolutely stacked. So, you really want to be running, going through the winners bracket right now, because you don't want to be facing the likes of Bath, who are on fire, knocking Durham out earlier. As we see Triss having to get an awkward touch on the backboard. Can Scorpio follow it up? He almost does, but Kenzie almost gets another touch, but whiffs it. Triss is now having opportunity to counter-attack, but Spyber does a brilliant job of meeting him in the midfield to shut down any sort of counter-attack. Mr. Panda in that Batmobile tries to get some more aggression going on the side of Birmingham, but nothing comes of it, as the pressure is really on for Newcastle to get a goal. Do you think it's going to come down to whoever scores the first goal of this game?
Oh, I don't know, but Banter Panda may be looking to do just that. But I think it's just off the mark. It was hard for him to work his car around that ball, and he couldn't quite do it. But 2 chances now, one at either end. It was Kernsey for Newcastle who's going to want his chance back, but somehow we're still at 0-0. But you can see how confident Birmingham are that it initially created the Newcastle chance. I mean, Triss was so far up the field as third man because they were just so confident, and suddenly the ball went over his head and he got caught with his pants down, and Newcastle found that chance. But again, I said it. I was going to say they didn't convert, but Triss makes good on that. He does convert with a 50-50 into the net. What happened here on the Newcastle defense? Just getting beaten out. And Triss, he puts that one away. 1-0 lead, and it could be a crucial one here in Game 5.
It really, really could be. Triss is wanting this win. I think he probably is absolutely on fire, as a bit of a passing play comes out mid-air, but Spygo couldn't get a shot onto the target. Madge is now left in some open space in the opposition's half. Can he capitalize on it? Looking for a ball across the field, but Kenzie does a brilliant touch, knocking it up high above his own net. Scorpio now going for the catch. A bit of a 50-50 coming out of Panda and Kenzie in the center, knocking it down over to Spybar's path, who gets a brilliant touch, going to look to pop the ball over. Yes, he does, and he scores!
What just happened? Birmingham, are you paid actors or something here? A simple flick from Spybo. Madge leaves it, and Banter Panda, he gets absolutely RKO'd by that patch of air next to their penalty box, and suddenly it's 1-1. Newcastle get the equaliser. 3 minutes on the clock. We go again.
We go again. That was a complete RKO. This is not WWE. This is Rocket League, guys. Turn your brains on. Come on, as Panda actually was misflipped to that, not avoiding the touch. If he front flipped, he would have got that touch. A bit of an awkward position that was left for him as Madge goes for a redirect. Scorpio being there to get another touch away, stopping a goal from coming out. Hannibal looking to play in centre. Kenzie missing the touch. Just going to look to 50-50 in the centre to keep the pressure away onto the side of Newcastle. As it comes to be Kenzie once again getting on 50, and Scorpio there to capitalise on it. Birmingham have just fallen apart.
awkward play in the midfield here. Kernsey confusing everyone. Madge bumping into him. Spybo is just like, well, don't mind me. I'm just coming through here. Completely pings the ball over Banter Panda's head. And suddenly Newcastle have turned it around again, just like in Game 3, just as frustrating for Birmingham. And suddenly they're the ones that have to get it together here. I don't know what Newcastle are doing at some points. They've just nearly own goal, but it was actually a sick back pass to Spybo. He's carried it past two players, deep into the Birmingham end. Scorpio picks it up, and oh my goodness, Panda with a big in the midfield there to deny the shot, and Madge has to get this one away. But you feel like right now, Newcastle, they're playing to win, and Birmingham look like they could be getting cold feet here. It's not worked out for them after them two awkward goals for their defense, and Kernsey puts it across their goal again. Newcastle, they're starting to feel it here as Scorpio, he can't quite find the fake. And still another shot towards the net, but a brilliant save from Madge off the inside of his own poach. Scorpio for the double, but doesn't quite find it despite getting the flip reset. We're still at 2-1, and there's still 90 seconds on the clock.
Oh my word, right now you don't want to be a Panda, you really want to be a Grizzly Bear, hungry for the W, as actually Panda gets a brilliant save off Scorpio's touch. Kenzie peppering the goal once again, Newcastle really wanting a third goal. Triss for a redirect and scores!
A huge equaliser from Triss, caught behind the Newcastle lines. They were too confident, just like Birmingham earlier in the game, and he just sneaks behind them, doesn't he, Triss? Tucks it into the open net. 2-2, even game, heading into the final minute of Game 5. This minute, or potentially the overtime, decides who qualifies for Society Showdown and who has to gruel it out in that lower bracket and meet them heavyweight teams that dropped earlier, who are going to have all that momentum. You do not want to go down there. This final minute truly could decide the absolute fates of these two teams.
Indeed. And oh, look, it's heading in the direction of an overtime Game 5, something we all love to see. But the ball's down, play down to Triss. Triss goes for redirect, goes off the crossbar, and Panda is there to capitalise. 3-2 to Birmingham, in for only 40 seconds remaining in Game 5.
This game literally swinging back and forth like a pendulum while Spyro makes the save off of his own post. It's not good enough, and Banter Panda in the right place at the right time, tucking it into the bottom corner to give Birmingham the lead again. 3-2 to them in the game, but will it be 3-2 to them in the series?
Almost getting a redirect from Spybo as Scorpio air dribbles all the way down the field. 30 seconds remaining. Can Newcastle pull out some magic, or has Birmingham clinched it away? It is a 3-on-1. But Triss does a fantastic job of stopping any sort of danger. Baz gets another touch. Spybo going to knock it up onto the side wall, putting it over to the centre. Panda is there to get a touch. Guernsey gets a nice clearance over into the blue corner. It flies up into the centre. Redirected by Guernsey, but saved by Madge. Spybo once again there. 5 seconds remaining. Can he do anything with it? Triss knocks the clearance. Looks like Guernsey's going to go for a catch. He's got 0 boots. He has to play for the pop. It is killed by Madge, and Birmingham take the series. 3-2.
Oh my goodness me. Huge goals from Triss and Banter Panda, pulling that game back from the dead for Birmingham, who came back from the dead in this series. But you cannot rule out their crucial defensive plays and that huge save from Madge on that last chance that Newcastle got. And boy, they're going to want that one back. But Madge, he held the line and saw it out for Birmingham there. They will qualify for Society Showdown as the first through qualifier seeds. That means they get to pick what group they go into, and boy oh boy, that's got to feel good for them.
It really has to. If I was on the side of Birmingham, I'd be bowing down to Madge right now, because he really clutched up, managed his boost brilliantly, and just read the shot fantastically to keep that overtime elusive away from them. What a performance, and what a series we have just watched. Game 5, right down to the last second. What more could we ask for?
I mean, truly a fantastic series. Certainly when you look at that Game 1, and Birmingham just sort of slapped Newcastle around, and you were like, oh no, I'm not sure this one's going to be very close. And then suddenly they rose again, and what a back and forth it was. But you got to feel for Newcastle.
You
It could
really
be
do.
it literally could be deja vu for them as they're going to drop down to that lower final. And if we look at that bracket, to update you, I can have a little nose here. We see that BCU Blue, they beat Sussex 2-1, which meant they move on and they are currently playing against York. And that was Bath. They beat Lincoln 2-0. Then Bath beat Leicester 3-1, which means Bath are in the losers semi-finals. They will play against the winner of York against BCU Blue. I'm not sure if that series is
I
live
think it's
or
up
currently.
next on the stream. I think.
It's either going to be next
Oh,
on
no,
stream or it's
it's-
currently playing. I will get
Yeah,
that
we'll get it
clarified
to
for
you.
us. And of course, the winner of that game after that will play the unfortunate Newcastle Ninjas, who, they've fallen down here, unfortunately, in game 5 for them. But celebrations for Birmingham, of course. And I'm excited to get word from the teams. I hear whispers on the wind that we might be able to get an interview with Madge himself, which maybe won't be as potentially, juicy as the Triss interview, but maybe they're also thinking themselves right now. They're looking at these 4 groups. Group A, you've got Kiel, Lancaster, and TU Dublin, right? You're thinking that was coined as a joke, the group of life, right? You think, logically, if you want to try and get out your group, granted, you never really know just how damn good Dublin could be, right? You think, do we want to go in there? All right. You look at Group B, you see Portsmouth, Salford, and Essex, and you think, yeah, we're not going in there.
Goodbye.
If they pick Group B, then they are crazy. But they have that option if they want to. If they want that better practice, Essex, super reliable team, 8th in playoffs, 8th in league play, and NSC, Salford made them players, and Portsmouth, of course, with their new roster, with Mercy coming onto that roster, probably the most stacked roster in NSC and Society Showdown right now. And will they be able to dethrone the Kings of Group C? They're just chilling there. Loughborough, NSC champions. In their pool, of course, you've got the new sort of revitalised Liverpool with Wambo John back on that squad. What can they do? Not to mention Staffordshire, who after week 1 of NSC, they were top of the standings. I mean, they haven't done a ton since then, but they've certainly been that relevant, strong team, a bit of a...
that dark horse.
Yeah, not so much a gatekeeper, but sort of that team you don't really want to play against because it's never going to be comfortable. And then you've got Group D, which could be the interesting one for Birmingham, of course, because
I think a lot of people are wanting that. A lot of people are wanting that Group D decision.
Exactly. It's the Birmingham B team have just qualified, as we've seen, but Birmingham A, the Badgers, as opposed to the Beavers, chilling there in Group D with a lower seed that were invited, but invited they were alongside Warwick and East Anglia in that group. Of course, UBA finalists of NSE, but with their new third as Ortea replacing Queen Scots, who couldn't qualify today, actually dropped out in lower bracket. UBA B did. So kind of difficult. I believe we have Madge in the green room. So unless you've got anything else to say, I believe we're sort of smuggling him in here and, take the bin liner off his head. And I think
we are.
We do. Can you actually see Madge? Can we take the blindfold and the takeaway bag off your head? Can you hear?
Hello, I can, yes.
Awesome, Madge. How was that series for you? Coming off of that, how was your heart rate doing? How are you doing in general? Did you have a nice day and did it just get a whole lot better?
Yeah, it was a bit stressful. I mean, like after we took the first game about 5-0, we were thinking like this can't be this easy. And then they really picked it up for the next 2 games, kind of caught us off guard, I think, a bit. And then I think game 5 was just a bit of a shambles from both teams. So I'm not going to lie, I don't think either of us played well. But I think we held it together quite well. There was a period of pressure for about 2 minutes when we were behind, and none of us had any boost. And I think we did really well to sort of stick together as a team, keep our rotations going. So yeah, I'm proud. I think we did very well.
Yeah, I mean, a huge series from you guys. Extremely close. Coming off, quite hot in that first game, but Newcastle really bringing it back. And something I want to ask you about is that final save in that final game that could, that Newcastle put a shot on, and you were able to, keep the composure and get a save off like that. I mean, how nervous were you when Newcastle were really applying that pressure in the last couple of seconds of that game 5?
Yeah, it's like you kind of do lose your head a bit. I mean, I think anyone who says that they keep it really cool in those situations are probably just winging it as well. I know there was a time where I got a save or something and then managed to land underneath Triss, and Triss was on top of me for about half a second and we were stressing out. It was it was quite stressful, but yeah, no, it was good fun.
I mean, it comes to the most important decision. I don't know. Have you made the decision we're referring to as, of course, qualifying as the first team through that upper bracket? You get prime choice of all 4 of those groups. Have you discussed with your team? Can you announce to us which group you will be placing the Birmingham Beavers in?
So yeah, we literally just discussed it 30 seconds ago. It took us like 30 seconds to decide. We're gonna go for Group D.
Oh, you are.
Yep.
Okay.
There's definitely the fan favorite for you to go into, you know, the history of Triss and everything. And, you know, being the opposing team from your same university, how confident are you that you'll be able to, you know, bring it to the other Birmingham side?
Yeah, I mean, I think those 3 have got a really good synergy together. And they're really they know how to play with each other, and they're very good as a team. I think we can give them a good game. I hope it'll be a good game. And I feel like in that sort of group we're underdogs anyway because we came through qualifiers. But I feel like it kind of may help us to think that people aren't expecting us to win any games. But I think maybe we can cause a few upsets. We've also scrimmed UEA, and we managed to take quite a few games off them. So I think we're quite positive with that group.
All right. Well, it certainly remains to be seen just how damn well you will do. But boy, oh boy, have you earned it. I mean, commiserations to Newcastle. I know that might have been frustrating for you playing against them at some point in that series. Seemed like some of their goals pretty much came out of nowhere. They've dropped to the lower bracket now. They're in that lower final waiting on the winner of Bath against York. Out of those 3 teams, who do you think is going to make it and get second choice on the groups here?
So I can't really speak for Bath because we haven't played them today. I know Vex isn't playing. I think it's Remulus. So I don't really know how they're playing. They seem to be doing okay though. York I'm not entirely sure how we managed to come through that series 3-1. Lady Penelope and Tinny were just nuts, to be fair. They kept doing things, almost scoring like insane goals, and then we just score like a clear or something. Or like I remember me and Triss like managed to pinch one off our own goal line and go in. It was a bit daft. So that was a really tough series. So I think I'd probably back York. But I do think Newcastle and York quite have similar play styles, so it'll be quite interesting if those 2 get a match up. But yeah, don't discount Bath either. I've just not really seen them play today.
I've you know, that it's incredible. You guys played really, really well. It's super, you know, very consistent, especially towards the end of the game. What I'd like to know is are there any areas of your guys' game that you're concerned about when going to face off against these real powerhouses of teams? You know, anything you think you need to touch up on?
I think sometimes myself, maybe can only speak for myself on this, but sometimes you can overthink a game too much. So I know we've always started our series really fast, but I think we've won the first game in every single one of our series today. And then maybe the second game we'd start analysing the opponent too much rather than just trying to hit the ball, be fast, rotate more. I think sometimes if we just go into a game and don't really think about it too much, and we can trust our rotations, we do a lot better than maybe trying to spar the opponent. So I think sometimes we've got to play to our own strengths rather than maybe try and outplay the opponent too much or try and play to the opponent's strengths. So I think sometimes that's probably just like a self-confidence thing. But I think that'll come just with experience playing against better teams and stuff like that.
Yeah, I mean, you certainly earned the experience you're going to get against those teams, of course, on February 7th. And that is, of course, when we will next see you. But, of course, thank you for coming to talk to us, Madge. You're definitely legends for picking that Group D. I have to say, very much an alpha male move, and I fully respect it. And, of course, again, congratulations for making it through the upper bracket and getting that first choice. And, of course, like I say, we will next see you on February 7th. Okay.
Thank you very much, guys. Cheers.
Awesome. Thank you, Madge. And what a series that was, hot, right? I mean, looking at the bracket, lower semi-final coming up next after York had just come off a sweep over BCU Blue, and that will be the next series we have, won't it?
I know. I'm so
York.
excited. If it's anything close to what we've just casted, I'm going to need some lozenges to keep my throat going at this rate. Because, oh my word, what a series. I mean, something I like to do, a habit whilst casting, is I'd always, before we go on any break, I'd like to know, what was your highlight of that series?
I mean, for me, it was just the general fact of that Newcastle made it such a series. I mean, the way they bounced back after that game 1, taking that game 2, and suddenly you were like, hang on a minute, Set your alarm clock because we ain't going to sleep anytime soon. This series is nowhere near over. But of course, we may be, and I say we will be seeing Newcastle in action following the series we have up next. But as I say, that is Bath against York. We'll get that set up for you as fast as we can. Grab a drink, but don't go anywhere. So if you can't get a drink from your desk, just dehydrate then, because we'll be right back as fast as we can. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to Society Showdown. We just saw Birmingham, the Beavers, go through the upper bracket, defeating the Newcastle Ninjas, and they chose Group D. I was going to say B, sorry for something. Group D to be able to compete against their A team alongside East Anglia and Warwick. But now we're down here in the depths. The losers semi-final. We've got Bath against York. Bath, you sort of expect to make it here, but for some reason they lost their first game in the upper bracket. And what a run they've gone on. They've certainly put a right to their wrong, beating the likes of Lincoln and Leicester as well. But York, they're certainly performing, and they haven't always performed in their history. So it's certainly good to see them here. And they looked pretty strong in the upper bracket earlier on stream. So realistically, going into this series, I don't really have a clue which way it's actually going to go.
I have no clue either. I mean, we all rather surprising Bath here. I might like to mention that they also beat Durham. The first, number 1 seed. So
Yeah.
this Bath side is rather hot right now. They are really, a bit feisty. However, York is no walkover. I know that Lady Penelope is the player who's been absolutely on fire. So it's going to be quite a close game. I can't, I'm not going to make a prediction. I'm going to hold my hand up and say I'm scared. I don't want to be the caster who curses the series. However, what I do want is another absolutely spectacular series, one like we have just watched. I'm very excited indeed.
All right, well, like we say, Bath not playing with Vex. They do have Remulus alongside, of course, Joel and the absolute Chad. He's literally called Chadam Genius here. It's Adam G, the celebrity of the University Rocket League scene. I mean, if you've not got his signature, then what are you doing on this planet? As we head in to this lower semi-final, we've got Bath in the blue and York in the green. Of course, York, they have Tinny and Lady Penelope. Such a great combo they have, and JavaScript filling in the gaps, as that's where they've had their success. But will it be enough here against the experienced Bath team? But of course, even without their full roster, certainly a force to be reckoned with.
100%. I mean, Bath is no slouch. I mean, the depth of their substitution roster, or the depth of their roster in general, is so vast. And so Romulus is I believe he's the one subbing in, is no slouch. And I'd be, would you be nervous if you were York playing against such a team?
I mean, knowing that Vex is part of a squad means you can't really be nervous against it. But Adam G, now that is a different story as he comes in. This man put up 9% shooting percentage, by the way, back in spring last year. And I don't know what has possessed him, but he's currently sitting at about 100 so far this game. He's 1 for 1, slams it into the back of the York net. It's 1-0 Bath.
I mean, Chadam being a real Chad, properly saying, I'm going to bully this lobby and get the first goal. I mean, what a brilliant start coming out of Bath. It's really something you really want to see. But it's good, York, don't count them out. Composure is definitely something we have seen from them. And I do believe that they will be able to bring it back. The first series we kind of saw from the first game of the series, from what we saw from the last series, the first game is never indicative of what we're about to witness. So,
True.
This could still be any which way. It's a beautiful flick comes out of Tiny, almost capitalizing on the first goal. This could go either way. Place your bets if you want, but I'm keeping my money in my pocket.
Poor Lady Penelope converts the combo. It strikes once again. Tinny slamming it to that backboard. Lady Penelope uncontested on the rebound, and just flat-footed defense from Bath. It's a simple equalizer. 1-1 in game 1, and do not forget, the winner of this series has to beat Newcastle in the losers finals. But they'd be going with that momentum. Newcastle, on the contrary, coming off of a loss, you'd maybe have to back the winner of this series.
I'm genuinely inclined to believe that, but from how well Newcastle were playing,
that's true.
I don't know whether this could happen, but Chadam, genius shot from him to put Bath 2-1 in the lead.
I just don't believe what I'm seeing with my innocent eyes right now. Chadam G, 2 shots, 2 goals. Take your screenshots right now, because he is carrying the Bath offense there. Joel, he sat down there on 30 points. He ain't doing nothing. Season 1 Dunkmaster. He might as well go and play a game of hoops right now, because clearly he's not needed. But Bath, 2-1 up here in this game 1. They've had the lion's share of the shots as well. But oh my goodness. Wouldn't matter if it doesn't come down to the quality of them, and that was a quality shot from Lady Penelope, but the save was just as good here as we approach half-time. Still 2-1 Bath.
Indeed, and Adam really being this Rocket League celebrity we know him for, putting bar salts in his backpack and saying, "It's okay, guys, I'm a Chad. I can carry you the whole way up this mountain." Playing incredibly well, but in Newcastle now, he's kind of stuck in their own side, not really converting any opportunities. Haven't really seen much from them. Do you think they're cold right now? Is that a potential thing?
I'm not sure. I mean, once they're on the offense, they look great. I mean, their quality they can put up is, you would have to think, when you look at these players on this pitch, Lady Penelope, as we were saying before this game, potentially the most capable of the players here. But if you're not down the other end to actually make use of that, then what's the point? And Bath seem quite a bit more organized actually as a team. You see them moving together as a unit allows them to put up such pressure, and it seems like York, they just struggle to get out of their end, at least so they can get the ball to the halfway line like that, but they never end up having the ball afterwards. Again, they only clear it as far as Joel here, and I say that, maybe Lady Pinette, no, cannot break out. Chatham Genius coming across with the challenge, and it's back down in to the Bath end, but the clear from Joel is not great, but Remulus is there to cover. Dangerous back down into the York end. They've still got over a minute here, but sooner rather than later would be the way, but 3 commit for the save on Adam's shot there as Joel infield to Remulus, but he whiffs contact. Adam G, he's back on his own, but he makes the turn and challenge, catches Tinny off guard. A huge turn there from Adam to keep the 1-goal lead here for Bath into the final minute. Remulus is up, gets the dunk, but I don't think anything will come of it as, the downwards dunk from here. Still 2-1 Bath.
Still 2-1 after these amount of shots. You know, I feel like Bath should be at 5-1 right now. The incredible saves coming out from York, really putting their cut bodies on the line, is like I like to call it. As you see Joel now actually catching the ball, putting it to pop into the air. Is he going to go for the aerial? But a brilliant save coming out of Lady Penelope, really seeing that mechanics that she is capable of as Tiny gets a nice clearance on the ball. Another brilliant touch from Remulus to kind of shut down any sort of advantage. But a beautiful shot from Lady Penelope where leaving Remulus in a very awkward position to touch it away. And thus, the goal is capitalized on. But no, that was Chad actually popping it into the back of the goal. You know, Chad can't stop scoring, but you have to score in your correct net. It's going either way. And that's not something you ever want to do, as he is the man on the ball right now. Playing it over into the corner of the York side. Gonna go try and play a crossbar, but Tiny is there once again, getting a nice clearance. Joel missed jumping a little bit, leaving some space for Penelope. Can he get a shot on? Tiny went for the bump on Chad, but Chad just a little bit too fast. It looks like an overtime as the ball is pinged all the way down over to the side of York, but it is killed immediately. What a start to this series. 2-2 as the overtime begins. You see Joel right there. Man who doesn't have he doesn't like taking any L's. As we see the ball now flying forward, Adam going for a little bit of a shot, but gets a demo onto Jaffa instead. We see Lady Penelope knocking it down over to Tiny. Tiny now pocket in. Missed rotations from the side of Bath allows York to bibbidi bobbidi boo and capitalize it on the giving himself a victory in this first game.
They do. It will be 1-0 York in the series, and so many good defensive plays from Adam G just near the end of regulation. He held up out of a bump coming his way, saving a potential 0-second air dribble, but it just wasn't enough. He got caught too far up there, and York, they punish. Big performance from Tinny there in that game 1. 9 shots the side of York sounds like a lot, but Bath, they put up 12, but for only 2 shots for that showing, you think maybe the conversion could start to plague them. They easily could have had more there in that game 1.
Indeed, the shot percentage from Bath not looking too strong for them. However, for York's side, it's looking far, far better. You know, it's very difficult to kind of criticize the way that Bath are playing, actually. Very consistent. They seem to just kind of, you know, let off the gas just a little bit in that overtime, allowing York to have a bit of breathing room and sneak the game away and past them. So it's going to be interesting. Maybe they were sniffing too many bar salts before that overtime. That kind of let themselves down. But I believe the players are raring to go for this second game. You know, I'm going to put you on the spot right here. Prediction?
I can't predict against Bath and Adam G. I mean, Adam G is probably playing from his Bath right now. He's just got his controller out the bubbly water. He's that leisurely, just enjoying his time. Even if I do think York have the stronger roster, at the end of the day, what's the point of a roster when you have Adam G on the other team? But maybe he can show up bigger here in this game too, because if he doesn't, then, well, Bath might find themselves in a position where they have to reverse sweep.
That is not something you ever want to put yourself in. However, you know, there have been history of Rocket League way up in the RLCS where teams actually perform better as a reverse sweep, but a brilliant save coming from Tiny, but actually an own goal. JavaScript misreading JavaScript and thus scoring an own goal.
Unbelievable. Tinny thought he had the clear, and you're right. JavaScript's just like, oh, that's... Yeah, that hit me, and it goes right into the York net. Talk about conversion from Bath last game. Well, they've managed to not actually shoot the ball properly on target, yet that's the ball that ends up going in. That's certainly the way to put things right, as Adam G not converting off the flick there early off kickoff, but still 1-0 Bath, and they still have this pressure. You think York clearly seem to be all in on this counter-attack strategy, and well, if Bath don't miss position, then will they actually get that chance? It worked out for them last game, but do you think Bath could have adapted? Could they have learned, or are they just going to keep doing the same thing?
I think right now they need to keep on doing the same thing, keep that speed up, and just refine the mistakes. You know, York were able to kind of bring that game back and capitalize on mistakes. If there was not a few, lower the amount of errors that you're making on the side of Bath, and then you're really going to come away with the victory. But it is ironic that York still has a higher shooting percentage than Bath, as that was an own goal. And so it's a funny thought indeed, but Joel is now getting the clearance, leading to Mr. Chatham himself, who tries to go short on goal, but it is saved by JavaScript, reading the correct script this time. Lady Penelope now getting a nice clearance play over to Tiny, who beats one player, knock it over into the corner. Can he get a second touch? No, he cannot, because Chatham is there, being the Chad anchor that he is. Ball is now trying to play into the center. A little bit of a 50-50s going on here as Remulus gets a beautiful shot on goal. Anyone back? Yes, Penelope is there to do so. Playing over to the corner, but Joel is able to follow it up. Jaffa getting a nice clearance. Remulus there going for another shot. Tiny knocking it over into his corner where Joel is waiting. Who couldn't get a cut solid enough of a shot. Tiny makes a little bit of a flip in the center. Look at putting it awkward for the side of Bath. The ball is now rolling around in front of Bath's side. Not much happening there as Joel gets a nice clearance, and Penelope is waiting on the other end as Joel actually gets a demo onto Penelope, leaving in a 3 versus 2. Can Chad capitalize? Yes, he can. Huge demo coming out of, I think that was Remulus, to leave the scenario in a 3 versus 2 for Chatham to capitalize, taking the goal line to 2-0 for Bath this time.
I mean, Adam G just cannot score, cannot stop scoring. It is 11 shots to, oh my goodness gracious me, never mind, what is that save from Remulus? York, they probably went AFK thinking that was it and they were back within 1, but suddenly Remulus, he just said no.
I mean, not often am I lost for words, but Remulus, can you remove the duct tape from away from my mouth so I can comment on that? Because holy moly, what a save. York is going to be maybe a little bit tilted after that, and Remulus really showing up for the side of Bath to keep it a 2-0 lead. But it really shows that York has this danger potential on their side. Lady Penelope getting a huge demo onto Chad, allowing Jaffa to actually put the ball over the center, but Remulus once again being this anchor in defense, not allowing anything for York. The presence on the map that Remulus has right now is astronomical.
Oh, Lady Penelope with another shot, and York starting to build on that offense, as up until 30 seconds ago, they'd only had one this entire game, but can the Bath defense hold? When they've been forced on defense, it's certainly looked questionable, and they've had to make a couple miracle saves, but 2-0 is the scoreline, and they've only got to hold on for a little over a minute, and Joel does double commit with Remulus, but he does make the touch, and it's back down into the York end again. I mean, it seemed like their game plan was similar to game 1. Sit back, wait for the counterattack, and punish. It worked out for them, but really they do have to take the initiative right now. Still needing to a save from Lady Penelope, denying Remulus at the other end of the pitch, yet it's Bath still asking the questions here.
It is, and only in this back end of this game has York been answering those questions with absolute precision, as they're really the ones going on top, as Penelope goes for a really slow double touch, almost capitalizing and bringing it back to 1 goal. We see it so many times this stream already, where the losing team is bringing it back as Penelope goes for a flip reset but cannot capitalize on it, as Remulus is there to get a nice clearance. Tiny and Remulus going for a 50-50, getting back to Lady Penelope, who goes for an early touch off the ceiling. Not much you can do there. JavaScript going back to Penelope, who pops it off the crossbar, and then back to Jaffa to capitalize and score. What a passing play from York!
Fantastic play, as you say. Adam G had been playing so well, but he was never going to be able to save that. York, they were all in on that play, and it paid off. But is it too little too late here. Just 14 seconds to find the equalizer. Have Bath done enough over the course of the game? And can they hold on here? Tinny with the whiff. It could cost them a few seconds here. Lady Penelope sends it hopefully down into the Bath end. Gets a pinch, but Remulus has possession. He takes it once, but oh my goodness, he's just ferried the ball. Amazon Prime to JavaScript, who just takes it off him. Remulus missing the touch and the equalizer. 14 seconds ago, Bath were 2-0 up, but suddenly they've thrown away their lead, and it is dust now. We have overtime in game 2. 2 goals apiece.
As they say in the RLCS, this is Rocket League. Jaffa coming out of nowhere. You know, Amazon Prime are good at delivery and all, but holy guacamole, DPD is something else when it comes to Jaffa driving that wheel. Oh my words. You know, Jaffa's good trying to play it into the set. I cannot believe
they've
that
actually thrown
14 seconds.
There's no way they win this. Yeah, look at that. That's it. The series is over. It's over. They've actually just lost it like that. Are you kidding me? Are you actually kidding me? Look at where are they? Where are Bath?
Hello?
Oh my goodness.
Can we send out a search and rescue? Because Bath is lost right now. Honestly, I think Chad has actually got out of the bath and put himself into the shower. And that's probably why they're choking.
I can't believe it. It seemed like such a good strategy. They had a 2-0 lead. They were the better team throughout the whole game. They got into the final minute. They started to park the bus, already parked the bath in front of the net. It was working. 14 seconds left. York put together a great play. They get within 1. Okay. 14 seconds. Don't just carry the ball gently across your own net and then just miss it, right? Oh, no. Okay, you want to do that. And then you want to just Fields front flip, man. I think it was in overtime as third man and leave your open net open from end to end of the field and suddenly lose the game. And I mean, realistically, if you're ever going to look back at this series, surely this is where they lose it. Can they really come back from this, Bath?
I hate to say it, I really don't think they can. I mean, the high at which York is going to be flying on right now is going to be incredible. The only foresight I can really see for Bath is that if York kind of get a little bit too comfortable, you have to remember on York's side, you have to keep that composure. I know you've just pulled off a fantastic victory.
I mean, there was nothing. There was nothing comfortable about that win they've just had. So it's like they truly have to switch off. I swear.
I just don't know what to say after that.
Like,
I mean,
how do we argue a case for Bath actually coming back here? York. I mean, that's step one. Joel finding I think that's his first goal of the series. It's nice to be reminded that he does exist in this game as he does give Bath another lead, which, as far as we've seen so far this series, is literally meaningless. So, yep, Bath there, 1-0 up again. No one cares. They're going to throw anyway.
Exactly. You know, Joel, a fantastic player and wanting to keep the L's out of his name. You know, and so it's going to be really interesting to see what happens here. A goal is always usually motivating, especially when you go 1-0 up within a game, but it does look like, though, that Bath is remaining composed. They're trying to do their best. As Penelope goes for a double touch, can she do anything? No, she can't.
Great
but Bath, you know, trying to remain composed here after that devastating loss. And I must admit, if York loses this series after that game, that's where you're entering roster change, you know, potential. It's just so difficult. It's Chatham really trying to put the pressure onto the side of York, but leaving just Remulus on his own. He's been a fantastic in defense for the side of Bath.
Apart from the one time it mattered.
Apart from the one time it mattered, he's been fantastic. I'm still rather blown away as Chad does a brilliant job of beating our Lady Penelope, leaving the open goal. As Joel is there, but he cannot capitalize. As Tinny is there to make a fantastic save. Remulus trying to keep the pressure on, but Tinny is waiting on the backboard, waiting for the ball. Going up into the air, really nice early, going for that flip reset to keep the pressure going. But Joel not wanting to take that L, as I've said multiple times this series.
Bang.
You know, can Bath do it?
He's looking for heads at that point, getting that demo, which could be dangerous. Remulus passing the ball across the goal. Once again, nobody else back to help him on Bath, so he had to get back to net, but he booked a holiday at the corner boost, and, well, his flight didn't even get there. It got cancelled because Tinny he just tucked that win in the open net. And I'm not getting flashbacks to a couple minutes ago in game 2, but I'm definitely getting flashbacks to a couple minutes ago in game 2.
I definitely am. Bath is going to have a huge amount of PTSD after that game to deal with, as we see 1-1 after what seems like a non-existent Bath defense once again. They are fantastic on attack. We cannot take this away from Bath. They are doing absolutely brilliantly on attack. But York is just doing it better.
Yeah, I mean, the Bath defense seems so strong for the entire game, and then just when you like go to compliment it, or just when it looks comfortable and they're just taking the ball across their own goal and they look like they're in control of it, that's the moment which they suddenly aren't. And it's another great play from York. Lady Penelope gonna tuck it in with the steal as well, and now York really are ramping up, not just waiting on mistakes from Bath, but outright creating their own chances, and boy, they have earned it. Bath, we keep talking about them this whole series, super inconsistent. They've looked great sometimes, they've looked terrible at others, but York have consistently stuck to their game plan, and they have only grown into this series as it has gone on, so credit to them for that.
It's important to note here that if York lose this, it's the 1 and 2 series knocked out.
Yeah,
but Seeds
Oh,
knocked
no.
out. And Lady Penelope puts a third one in.
Yeah.
Okay, let me propose something to you. Can Bath do what York just did to them?
No, it's actually over. Like, there's no way. Like, I'll literally like graffiti on one of my own jumpers with like Bath Rocket League Society, and then just like wear it for like an entire month, right? Every single day, if they come back and reverse sweep this. And honestly, I think my money's so safe that I might as well just go for this game in general. It's 2 minutes 14 on the clock. They need 3 goals, and honestly, with how their defense has been, if they could score 3 goals in the time they get 3, York could probably get 13. I think their heads are completely gone, and it's no surprise, really. I mean, you could say they threw game 1 a bit, but it's nothing compared to game 2. It's a tragic way to throw away a series, but credit to York. They never gave up, did they?
The spirit behind York is astronomical. They really, really wanted this win. They are the hungrier team, and that is playing huge dividends. But I'd like to say you have made that claim live on stream. So if
I'm
after
so
listening
safe.
to the stream,
My jumpers are safe.
Yeah,
I
your jumpers
can
are
go to
safe.
sleep right now. Like, it's never happening.
It's never happening. Well, you know, I am inclined to agree with you. York is just on fire, and Bath, their heads have gone. There is no way that their heads are coming back into this game. It's just, I'm still speechless after that loss, and
Really?
I'm also slightly blown away by how well York are playing. They look like a class above Bath right now.
Yeah, I mean, the strange thing was Chad and G unable to find the shooting. Hold up. Remulus does get a goal here. 1 minute, 2 seconds on the clock, but they still need 2, Bath do. Could this be the spark? But this is Bath. You know they're going to concede a kickoff goal immediately, right?
That would definitely make them more salty than they already are, the Bath Salts.
Here it comes. They're both
But
missed.
it looks like it's going the other way. A nice touch from Jaffa to move out of the way of Chad, who was there to follow up with another shot. Remulus is last person back again, and Adam actually has to get a demo onto Lady Penelope to shut anything down. T looks for a little bit of redirect, a double commit. You can see just then both Joel and Remulus going for the same ball. The communication is just not on point right now.
No, it's just scrambly, and why wouldn't it be? After the previous 2 games, York, they work them around in the midfield, tuck it into another open net. Unfortunately, Bath, they already had to go all in there for the potential counter-attack. But really, the game and the series are all but over. The last 30 seconds, they're all but a formality. I just cannot see the Bath comeback, and I will call it here. York, they really should be moving on to the losers final, where they will play Newcastle Ninjas for a spot in... Hold up. Yeah, they can't score. Yeah, don't worry. I wasn't worried. For a spot in Society Showdown. Winner of that series gets to pick their pool from the remaining 3, which is, of course, A, B, and C. You'd expect them to pick Group A, but, you know, you never ever know. As Joel, with the beautiful passing play to Tinny, fantastic inter-team passing play. I mean, congratulations. Everyone is a winner this series because York, they beat their opponents well, fairly played. And Bath, they also successfully beat themselves.
They really did. Everyone's a winner, but it depends what you want to be winning of. It does look like York is playing Rocket League and Barsalts are playing Scale Electric right now. It's just unbelievable. From that second game to a 6-2, it really just shows that Bath head were just non-existent.
Yeah. It's so rough. I mean, you would look over the whole of them. Okay, I say look over the whole. Look over the first 4 minutes of both them, game 1 and 2. You'd be like, yeah, Bath, they really are the better team. They're going to win this series 3-0, right?
I mean, you know, your jumpers are safe.
Yeah, my jumpers are safe.
You wouldn't have made that bet in that first game. But
of course not.
It's crazy how these series change out, and York take the series 3-1 after. There's no easy way to put it. A stomping in game 3, and one hell of a comeback in game 2. You know, I think my first kind of points that I want to talk about is on that game 2. How did York find that mentality, find that focus to bring it to a very hot Bath side?
Yeah, I mean, they just never gave up in themselves, and you have to give them the credit for it. They may have not been able to create their own fantastic chance. I mean, they did to get themselves back in the game, but in terms of the equalizer, sure, Bath created that chance for them, but many other players might have gone, say, AFK and just waited for the next game, but they didn't, and it has ended up cracking the, as it was made to look thin shell of the Bath Salts team, as they just sort of fell to pieces after that point. And, you know, after them first 2 games, you really can't blame them. I mean, absolutely, you can blame them. They should blame themselves. But frustrating it was to watch. I cannot imagine what it was like to play.
No, like, it is unbelievable. Bath actually beating Durham early on the season in this stream and working their way through quite a difficult bracket. You know, going into this series, I think both of us kind of were leaning on the side of Bath. But York really proving us wrong, saying, Casters, you actually have nothing. You don't know anything. You don't know what you're talking about. Look what we can do. I believe it was Jaffa who scored that amazing 0-second goal to take it to overtime. And then almost from then on, Bath were just not, their heads were not in the game. How much motivation is York going to take into their losers bracket final?
Good question. I mean, certainly should be a fair share of it. York, always this team, when we look at their roster, we're like, damn, this is a pretty good team. They should be doing pretty well, you know, relevant National League team. And then they've always just been stuck at the top of regionals, always underperforming, but potentially 2021 could be their year, as it clearly is off to a good start for them here in the Society Showdown qualifiers. But will they go all the way? Because after the break, we will have the lower finals for the second qualifying spot here. They play against Newcastle. It'll be Newcastle in the blue. It'll be York in the orange. We'll set that up as fast as we can. And we'll be right with you after a short break. Don't go anywhere.
I'm on my own, broken and alone. I feel the rain crashing down all around this empty town. I'm searching for the lost and found, but you don't care, you're unaware. Keep moving like the scars aren't even there. It's in the air like a blazing flare. Just stare 'cause the flames will burn us. I thought you were the one for me. That's why I gave you everything. Held you close by the stormy seas. Oh, you meant the world to me. I used to kiss your head when you cried for me. Hold your hand while the pain was over. Keep you warm by the roaring sea. You meant the world to me. Oh, you meant the world to me.
We are back with the losers final. But I mean, it says losers final because only one of these teams is going to be a real loser after this series. And I wouldn't want to be that one. It is the last chance for today to make it in to Society Showdown. Newcastle against York. We saw Newcastle in the upper bracket, but they fell short against Birmingham B. They did, unfortunately for them. And now they've got to beat a York team who have just come off sweeping BCU Blue and then sweeping Bath Salts. I mean, I wouldn't want to play this York team right now. It's Newcastle Ninjas. I will remind you, right? You know, they did the exact same thing they've just done in qualifying for Dragon's Den. They made it all the way to the winners' final. Wow, super impressive. Newcastle, they're doing so well. They lost the winners' final, then they lost the losers' final. If you're in Newcastle's shoes right now, surely, right? Surely, Hop, that's running through your head at this point.
Yeah, I mean, if you're at all aware on the side of Newcastle of what York just did, I mean, I'd be really nervous actually. You know, I've competed in a lot of tournaments in my own respective esport, but I know when a team's hot and that they are incredibly difficult to beat. And I think the first game of all the series we've casted and all the series that be on the stream, I think the first game is going to be most indicative of what is going to happen for the rest of this series.
Yeah, I mean, we were going to jump right into it, but I'm going to be completely name drop. Lady Penelope just couldn't wait to get started and started before the teams were all in and ready and we had the code. So we're having to remake the lobby. But, I mean, going into this, York with all that momentum, Newcastle with, you know, they're going to be having flashbacks right now. I mean, I want to back Newcastle, but I'm really struggling to. And York, they're going to want that qualification just as much, if not more. They want to be able to pick their group. You think you really want to be in that Group A, surely that's who they'd be picking. I mean, they could pick Group C, they could pick Group D if they want, but, you know, it's the decision that you want the luxury of. You don't want to have to come back on, I think, Saturday to try and qualify again. You just want to be like, that's it. We've picked our group, we're chilling until the 7th, and, you know, we'll show up big then. Because if you lose again now, if you come all this way just to lose now, that's going to be painful.
It is. It's going to be really tough, and actually, picking between Group B and Group C is nothing. Nobody wants to be there. I mean, Group C almost considered the pool of death right now. Incredibly strong side, a strong pool. But then Group B, you have the likes of Loughborough in, and you really don't want that, do you?
Yeah, it's like, you look at these groups, you think whichever one of these teams, of course we were suspecting the Group D pick from Birmingham because they might want to play their A team, and they did. You got to respect that. But I know not of any existing beef between Newcastle, York, and any of the other, you know, invited teams here. As you just, I mean, in terms of getting out of it, Group C, if you don't rate Liverpool with Wombo John, right? Maybe you think, and you're a bit scared of Dublin, maybe you think, you know, Dublin could be very, very good. You want to get out of your group. You want to get top 2 on the 7th of February. Group C is also, you know, certainly a way up option. I mean, it's just because we joked about Group A being, Group of Life, because maybe it's got Kiel instead of Loughborough there. But at the end of the day, in NSE playoffs, Loughborough only beat Kiel in Game 7, right? Might have been Game 6, but I'm pretty sure it was Game 7.
Yeah.
And, it doesn't really matter how good the best team in the group is. You just need to get top 2. So Group A and Group C, to be fair, it's more of an even choice than I think I gave it credit.
Yeah, 100%. It's so difficult being kind of like at the back end of deciding what pool to go into. You don't want a 50-50 choice, nor do you want to be dropped straight into the pool. You want to have the opportunity to pick. And so this game is really important. There is a lot that rides on it. But both these teams really performing incredibly well, as we saw just York pulling pretty much a miracle win out of nowhere, and then in that Game 2, in that Game 3, really rolling Bath. Obviously, the second seed, Bath being. We were talking a lot about Lady Penelope before the previous series, but obviously we saw JavaScript absolutely stepping up and taking that Game 2 to overtime. But on the other hand, on Newcastle's side, there hasn't been many standout players for me. All of the players really pulling their own weight, being consistent throughout the whole thing. So it's going to be interesting, kind of two different team dynamics, and who's going to kind of have this pet play style, which is going to outdo the opposition. With your information and your knowledge, what would be your foresight of this series?
I mean, I've weighed up the two teams respectably even, but given the scenarios, York off the back of 2 sweeps, Newcastle off another winner's final loss, I have to back York right now with regards to the momentum that they have. I mean, just a clarification, Kiel lost in Game 6 in playoffs to Loughborough. It just felt that much closer because of just the incredible throw that K3 managed to pull off in that Game 6. Then the point was it should have gone to Game 7. So curious to see which group will be picked by the winner of this loser final. It's a best of 5. York in the green, Newcastle in the white. Winner gets to qualify to Society Showdown, and they get to pick their group.
A huge series indeed, as Kenzie early gets an early demo onto Tinney himself. JavaScript is there to get a nice clearance, playing it over into Newcastle's corner. Nothing comes of it there, though, because Scorpio is getting a nice touch. Tinney making a good rotation back to get a nice block, but Spybo once again being there, putting it into York's corner. Nothing comes of it. Yes, it does, actually, as it seems like York's rotations were non-existent. I believe Tinney was the only player back.
Yeah, I mean, Kenzie with the shot. JavaScript getting bombed in the net there. Spybo would not leave him alone. And it's a 1-0 lead for Newcastle here. And, well, I would say that, York are very capable of bringing a comeback from, a goal down or two, as we saw against Bath. But Newcastle, they're not Bath. And the question will, remain to be answered of whether or not they want to pull off, an existential mammoth of a throw, or whether they're going to make York work hard for it.
Well, it does seem like York has an elixir that makes teams throw, because what we saw from previous game, it's very possible. There's been moments across Rocket League history in the RLCS that teams, play well from behind, but something seems to be up with Lady Penelope, as she is not moving.
Yeah, Lady Penelope, his connection, it's unfortunately pinging away. Seems to be in the game, sometimes not, but Newcastle play to the whistle. They get a second goal here. Clearly the connection for Lady Penelope playing up a bit. Unfortunately, in this losers final could be costly, but play on they will, as Kanzi will look to make the block there. Tinney keeping it up on the backboard. 2-0 lead for Newcastle here early in Game 1. Pretty much the opposite of what they had in their previous series when they got absolutely battered by Birmingham. As the goal quickly in response from JavaScript, that lead gets cut in half.
Indeed it does, and it looks like Lady Penelope's connection has stabilized. And actually, off the back of that stabilization, it's debating me, the name. He is the one that set up that attack for Jaffa to put the goal in the back of the net. Newcastle, completely different team out of Bath. They have very consistent rotations, as we have seen throughout this tournament so far. But, ooh, a bit of a miss from Spybo, but nothing comes of it, JavaScript. But can York do the same as what they did to Bath and take control of this series as the games play out? Ball now flying in front of Newcastle's goal. JavaScript playing off the bat ball. Can anyone follow it up? Spybo is there to put an awkward touch away, and Kenzie actually follows it up, playing it over the top. Oh, I believe that was Tinny. We see Lady Penelope waiting at the back. Tinny popping it up above every player, following up for a double touch and pops it into the back of the net. York is a team that is like, okay, let me, here's a little package called an advantage, and then we're going to take it straight away from you.
Literally, Tinny doing all the work himself, receiving the pass in the midfield, setting himself up on the backboard and putting it away just to do it all in one piece. It was a fantastic goal from him. Very tidy piece of work, bringing the scoreline back to 2-2. That lead from Newcastle, it's just evaporated.
It is gone. It is absolutely disappeared. But we know York's potential of scoring quick goals. I mean, 2 goals in 14 seconds from that previous series against Bath. You know that when they have momentum, they really ride it. So it's a bit of a scary time for Newcastle after seeing that previous series. They know how much York thrives off momentum. And right now, York has that momentum.
Yeah, it's Tinny putting it back into the midfield again. The double commit comes out. Nothing major, but potentially a sign of a crack in the Newcastle defenses. They don't look too comfortable, and York are beginning to ask more and more questions. Tinny meeting them high up the field. Lady Penelope pokes it infield to absolutely no one. No one else from York was there. And a beautiful spinning double 50-50 on the ground from Spybo. That was very creative. Did a lot of work to get Newcastle some much needed breathing room as JavaScript high there on the left-hand side looks to follow it up, but actually leaves it to Tinny. Smart play. Will the infield come through? No. Scorpio denies it. 50s that out to the midfield. Tinny with the bump of the shot. It's not on target here. Into the final 90 seconds of this go-ahead game 1. It's still 2-2. However, Newcastle hitting their teammates more than the ball. They will recover it as York do not punish it. Approaching the final minute. Spybo with the clear from the backboard. Lady Penelope up in the midfield. Both teams just sort of not wanting to make that potentially crucial mistake. But Newcastle, it's on their end repeatedly throughout this game here since the first minute. But they do break off it. But Tinny and York, they still have possession.
You really don't, if you're Newcastle shoes, you really don't want it going to overtime. You see how good York is in those under pressure scenarios. So if you're Newcastle shoes, you want to be ending it right now. And, you know, if this scenario, York is going to be far more comfortable. They're saying, okay, we can take it overtime. You know, yeah, we're more than happy to end it now. But overtime, it does not worry us nearly as much as it's going to worry York. As we see Tinny now controlling it on the sub. Penelope getting a nice touch off the backboard. Is anyone there? And it is Tinny with 30 seconds remaining of a beautiful set pass play from Lady Penelope to score third goal with only 30 seconds remaining. And it looked like Scorpio was kind of just stuck on the goal line. You know, squishy saves in that scenario are pretty much the only way you're going to stop a goal like that.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, he wasn't in the worst position, but I just don't know if he expected Tinny to be coming through and challenging so fast, completely caught off guard at the most inconvenient of times. Somehow, from being 2-0 up, you know, Newcastle, it's not just that they've thrown this away, but certainly Tinny in particular, and linking up with York, they've completely pulled back and turned this one around. But now, the potential last ditch to strike back from Newcastle, the 50 in the corner with the wall, no pinch, they're committing, the momentum, it's gone, the ball is up, but it can't be that hopeful as Lady Penelope down to Tinny. The ball should be down, and it is. Newcastle, they're going to lose out on game 1 there. And York, they continue this momentum. That's 7 games in a row they've just won. And I don't know if it looks like it's going to stop anytime soon.
I don't think we can talk about that game without talking about Tinny. 605 points. 200 more than the next highest amount of point scoring person, who is Kenzie on Newcastle. Tinny, in that game, really took over the field, you know, killing the book, doing a brilliant job of killing the game at the end there with just that final touch, scoring 2 out of the 3 goals, 3 saves and 4 shots. I mean, Tinny really stepping up for York, and actually, you know, that may be a mindset thing. He may be the calmest and most prepared for this game following a very hyped series, but you know, it actually looked fairly even. But Tinny stepping up and saying, actually, no, we want that 7th game in a row win. Let's take this series 3-0. You know, Newcastle looking strong, but just York, I think the plain and simple fact is York just looks better right now.
Yeah, they really do just have so... Going to be, should they lose the next game or even lose a game this series, could they get it going again? Right? It's like, maybe what Newcastle need to do is break that sort of mojo that York have got going on. By the way, I don't know how Newcastle didn't just score there. And up the other end, Lady Penelope also doesn't convert. Unexpected chance sort of falling his way as Kenzie passed that ball. The 50 goes right on through. JavaScript comes through to tuck it in. But really, let's talk about Tinny right here. Demos one, 50's out, fakes the next, and 50's the third. I mean, he's just Michelin-manned his way through the entire Newcastle team there.
Is there anything this man can't do? I mean, Tinny is not. He's not a tin. This is more like Kevlar. I'm sorry. He's playing unbelievably well, and that fake, that demo into fake into winning a 50-50 to literally hand Jeffer a goal. I mean, what a play from them. As we see Scorpio carrying the ball over onto the side of York, trying to set up for his teammate, but Tinny once again being in the goal. Penelope looking for a second touch as the ball comes flying towards Newcastle net, but Kenzie has made a good rotation in stopping the ball from entering the goal. Tinny waiting on the backboard once again, trying to get a nice clearance. A brilliant aerial over two people, leaving Spybo back on his own, and Spybo does a brilliant job of getting a clearance. Jaffa goes up nice and early, playing it back over into the corner of Newcastle. Nothing much that Scorpio can do except to make an awkward touch. Lady Penelope, a very mechanically sound player, tries to play over into the centre, but Spybo does a fantastic clearance. Jaffa is waiting at the back, passing it over to Tinny. Tinny, the man who is setting up everything for his side right now, try to make something go on the Newcastle side. Kenzie is there to make a catch, playing it over into the Newcastle corner, trying to play into the centre for his teammates. Nothing comes of it though, as it's a little bit too high. Newcastle are showing signs of life, which is going to make it for a good game, but they're going to need a bit of a shot of adrenaline or some sort of revival kit to take it back to the level of York.
Yeah, I mean, there is still 3 minutes on the clock here in this game too, and do not forget just how much we counted out Newcastle in that series against Birmingham, and boy did they come back to make a series of it. But at the end of the day, they didn't quite do enough, and they haven't done enough on defense here. York able to punish again. Lady Penelope running it into the open net, created once again by Tinny. Even if he's not doing the scoring like in game one, here in game two for the second goal, again, he's just creating the chances himself.
It really is. I mean, I am slightly blown away. He's really stepped up his game and given York. Oh, Jaffa. Oh, he did it to him. Oh my word, that was filthy.
That's cruel. That is just domestic violence. Scorpio, I'm sorry, man. If you had an accident recently, feel free to call this number. Our helpline is always available 24/7, 365 days of the year, because JavaScript, that was brutal.
That was really brutal. I mean, I'm sure there's an insurance claim somewhere in that play. As Lady Penelope catches the ball in the centre. Good 50-50 with Spybo. And Lady Penelope able to follow it up, but Scorpio makes a fantastic touch just to avoid any sort of goal. Looking for a little bit of a fake. Nothing comes of it as Tinny goes for 50-50 challenge with Spybo, who plays it over into the corner. JavaScript is waiting a shot on goal from Kenny. Kenzie, he puts one back on the board, but it's still a 3-1 lead. 2 minutes 30 on the clock. Are Newcastle showing signs of life to come back into this, or do you think York is just too dominant?
I mean, I think it might be too early to call right now, but it is exactly what Newcastle needed. That was 5 unanswered goals that they had just conceded. Actually, I scratched that. It was 6 because they were 2-0 up in game 1 before they lost 3-2, right? Then it immediately went 3-0 down this game. That is a very nice sort of icebreaker of a goal to sort of remind yourself that you do still exist in this game. You do still have a chance, and it is certainly still worth fighting. And even if Scorpio doesn't have boost there, Spybo is willing to try it on his behalf. But JavaScript, he's able to punish again, catches them overcommitting and counterattacks into the open net, restores the 3-goal advantage. It's 4-1 here to York in game 2.
It really is, and Scorpio's Nintendo Switch advantage is out of the window right now. As Lady Penelope is saying, actually, I can afford a PC. As we see the beginning going off, and Tinny tries to play it over into the Newcastle side, but Spybo is there waiting. Lady Penelope tracking Kenzie really well. does a fantastic job.
Oh man.
But Tinny doing it 360s, a little bit of flair. You can see the confidence in this man in getting this victory. I mean, confidence is so key when playing Rocket League, and when you relax like this, I just don't see Tinny losing as they both go for the shot lane. Oh, and Kenzie out of nowhere! Make a fantastic save. It's so good to see Kenzie breathing some sort of life, wanting the will to keep on and try and get this victory. It looks like though Scorpio and it's just not. Scorpio and Spybo just don't seem to be present in this game.
Oh, Kenzie making another save, but will it be enough? Lady Penelope tucking it down, missing the bottom right-hand corner though. Scorpio has to counterattack with all but one boost. Never mind, it's back down to 0 now. 50s it through the entire team quite impressively, but it won't be enough. They've had 6 shots so far as we head into this final minute, only compared to York's 9. Doesn't feel like it's been that much of a sort of slaughter, but realistically, Newcastle just getting impatient when they're down, overcommitting and giving up York cheap goals. But, you know, when they sit back, Tinny seems to pick them apart. It feels like if you're Newcastle right now, what is actually going to work? They ended up 2-0 up in game 1 with a bit of help from Lady Penelope's, internet provider. It's not impossible to do, but right now it might feel that way as York. We talked about this. This is now going to be their 8th game in a row that they've won on the trot, and if they could just win one more, they will be in Society Showdown on the 7th of February.
It is incredible, and something to point out, Lady Penelope's connection obviously dropped in that game 1, but it does show how good Tinny and JavaScript are for only conceding 2 goals in that minute of where Lady Penelope's internet connection was down. I mean, that just plays dividends to how good this side is, and if I'm Newcastle, I really don't know what to be saying. I think you want to be focusing on getting those rotations right, focusing on your speed and playing the basics correct, achieving that holy trinity triangle of Rocket League play, and off the back of that, that's how you're going to win, because right now there are no holes in York's armor.
Really, there doesn't seem to be for Newcastle. They're trying so hard. Potentially, they're trying too hard, but Tinny's just out playing them all over the pitch. All of York. Oh, I mean, JavaScript's goal there. Some of his goals, but the one in particular off kickoff when he is just bumped poor Spymo out of his net. It was brutal. I mean, just when they're adding flair unnecessarily onto their shots, they easily could have had 6 or even 7 that game. You can see the confidence of this York team as they're playing in that game. It was oozing off of them. Whereas Newcastle, they look panicked, they look rushed, they look uncomfortable, and more than that, they got to win 3 games in a row if they want to qualify for the main event.
It is incredible, York's form, and actually looking at the pools for the upcoming rest of this showdown, I'd be worried if I was already seeded. I'd be thinking, oh God, if I'm in Pool B or Pool C, I don't particularly want York picking us because they look like a huge threat right now.
Crikey, but I don't know what we could do for Newcastle if they don't get the first goal in this game. Scorpio has switched to the Dominus, trying literally anything. Car change, will try it to break this York momentum, as it would be 9 wins in a row should they qualify right here and now. With the infield pass off the wall, but nobody there to answer it. Tinny keeps up the pressure. Spygo and Kenzie, they're up on top of each other. Lady Penelope into the wall, but the flick from Spybo catches them off guard, but Scorpio cannot take the shot because Tinny just blows him to pieces. Lady Penelope looking for the wave dash shot, but completely screws it up. Tinny up near the ceiling. Can he get the third touch? Doesn't quite get the block to go on target though, as Lady Penelope back into the corner, gets it past another. Can Kenzie make the touch? He can, but it's out in front of the Newcastle box, and thankfully York, they are not there to punish immediately, and Newcastle can breathe easy for now here as the first minute passes in game 1, still 0 goals apiece.
You see Lady Penelope just doing a couple of 360s halfway through that. The confidence coming out of York right now is palpable. But it is interesting to see a car change. The Dominus playstyle, due to the different hitboxes, kind of inclines me to believe a bit of a bump-heavy, demo-heavy playstyle. Something you see from players such as Gary King, as the goal is left wide open for Penelope to score. I mean, this side all linking so brilliantly, and Jaffa coming flying across the goal, really putting off Newcastle's defense, being almost too worried about Jaffa's bump, allowing Penelope to just slot it straight in. I mean,
I'm so confused. Oh, is he gonna be another?
Tinny doing it again. There is no way. Tinny!
He has literally just walked it past the entire team. Kenzie out the way. He's gone past all 3 players there, and Scorpio couldn't keep it out the net. Tinny just watches as the ball just trickles into the net, and nothing Newcastle did or could do anything about it. 2-0 lead here in Game 5 to York. They are not letting up any time soon, but I'm so confused about the first goal. Scorpio completely in the right place to make the save as that ball came across, and you're like, the goal was completely wide open, which it ended up being. You're right, but now, that is completely wide open.
Penelope in that pink car. Honestly, Newcastle really need to call the Thunderbirds because Penelope's on a rampage.
Crikey, I mean, the Newcastle defense is just falling to pieces. They haven't even had a shot yet. 3 minutes and 3 seconds on the clock. Guess what? York have already got 3 goals here, and I just cannot explain how Newcastle are conceding these goals. They're so cheap to give up, but York, they're just relentless. They're playing with such confidence that just by looking at the Newcastle defense, they're making it fall to pieces. It's like they are completely running over them, and it would be a miracle of all miracles if Newcastle could come back into this one now.
It really is, and it's Newcastle, all 3 players have only just broken 100 points. It's like that. It's like there's some sort of hypnotization coming out of York. And that man Tinny is at the forefront of it. He's saying, look into my eyes, because honestly, you're going to get lost in them. Unbelievable plays from York, looking like a proper top echelon level team right now. Newcastle really needing a goal soon to kind of bring themselves back as own goal comes out of Scorpio. Let me get my hammer and nails and let me find this coffin because it is game over.
Really, he's just been bumped into it by Tinny, the poor guy. I don't know if he got a pull shot award for that one. It's 4-0 to York. It's practically a victory lap at this point. 9 games won in a row in this lower bracket. We might not know quite how, especially in that Bath series, but boy, it has happened. They will be marching to Society Showdown on the 7th if they can hold on to this lead. There is still 2 minutes, but really, it does just feel like it's already over.
It really, really does. Tinny being absolutely incredible, and everybody in this side of York being incredible. Spybo goes up looking for a shot. Nothing comes of it. And once again, Newcastle being denied any sort of goal compensation as Tinny actually goes for a musty flick mid-air for that 5th and, almost, 5th out of many goals it looks like. And Tinny doing a good job of rotating back. Japaskut is there in the centre trying to get some more goals for the side of York. And doing a little bit of fairy play, going for those double touches on the ground. York playing with such flair, such patience, and also their rotations are unbelievable. Whenever Newcastle goes to an attack, there is a defensive player there. I cannot fault York's game right now.
Yeah, I mean, there was a potential chance there for Newcastle as Lady Penelope just caught sleeping in the net, but just clearly wasn't worried as the shot casually hits the post, and the conversion, even though that was Newcastle's first real chance of the game, they've just got no confidence to back it up with. A nice passing play here, but it's way too little, and it is way too late. At this point, it will surely be York on a fantastic winning streak with all the momentum, who get to look at them Society Showdown groups. Birmingham may have put themselves in Group D, but they have A, B, and C to choose from. The luxury of their pick, whereas Newcastle, the poor guys, once again have lost in the winners final, and then they've lost in the losers final. Unfortunately, clearly the mental game not the strongest here, but seriously strong opponents in York they've had to beat here, unfortunately for them, as they will have to try again this weekend in the second qualifier. They will not get the second pick of the pool. That will be the luxury of York. They get a 5th goal here to top it right off. Newcastle are already out of the game. They're done. They want out of here. And York, they're just parading.
they really, really are rubbing salt into the wound on the side of York. GGs are all around, and something I spotted in chat was Handa Panda saying, "How the hell did we beat this York side? This York side." I'm gonna say it. I'm gonna say it. They look like the best side we've had on stream all evening. I am blown away by their ability to make comebacks and their composure throughout all the pressure. They did not drop a rotation, and players and Tinny just. There's so much to say about how good York was, but before we go on to that, I must say Newcastle, huge GGs and commiserations. They were playing astronomically well. They kept going. They didn't give up. Granted, they came out with that L, but, York, wow. Just wow.
I mean, just it was such a shame. We got a last game of the day, last series. You're hoping for the fantastic game, and then you look at it and you're like, yeah, so York have won 6 games in a row coming into this, and Newcastle will have a history of losing winner then loser finals back to back, and they've just lost the winners final. Maybe we'll have a nice close game, and then it gets into it and it's just like bang, and the Newcastle is gone. That was just sadly not very close at all.
They were nuked Assel out of here. Okay. I need to get my calculator out because how many goals was it? What? 9 goals unanswered from York, I think it was.
Yeah.
Something stupid like that. 9 unanswered goals and 7 unanswered games right now. They really, really are on fire. A huge GGs, and I don't know whether we are going to get an interview with anybody in here.
We will. I have good news. We will be having the lady Penelope coming in to the voice chat whenever he is available to let us know who will York be picking to play against. They've got their choices all lined up, and here he is, Lady Penelope. What comments do you have after that series? If we can call it a series and not just an outright massacre.
I think we can call it a series. I mean, it was a series. It happened.
It did happen.
It was just a bit, one-sided after my internet stopped being awful.
Yeah.
I mean, incredible props to your side. You guys really took it to both Bath and now to Newcastle. I mean, what a game. Are there any moments at which you were like, actually, no, we've got this, let's just kind of relax a little bit? Or was it rather tense throughout the whole series?
I mean, I think if you watch the games, you'll notice about sort of 3-0 in the last one, we definitely were like, oh yeah, we've won this. No, we've got this. But we felt we were pretty confident basically after the first game, because after we came back from the 2 goals down that we were not happy about, we were like, yeah, no, we're confident. Tini was basically saying, as long as Penelope isn't disconnected, then I won't whiff and I'm just going to score the ball. And to be fair, he did indeed just keep scoring the ball.
I mean, Tinny in particular, I was going to say, especially in game 2, one of the goals, he decided to just Chad beat someone to the ball, then fake another, and then just completely 50 through the 3rd defender. I mean, some of the plays from him were completely outrageous, but as a team as well, your savage bumps off kickoffs were disgusting. I mean, at what point do you start feeling sorry for the opponents? Because Newcastle had such a great performance throughout the day, but clearly off of their upper bracket loss, in that winners final, they just sort of fell to pieces and couldn't put up much of a fight.
Yeah, I mean, we didn't see their upper bracket match.
Oh, that was really close.
They took 2 games off the team that beat us. So, I mean, I assume they played better than they did against us.
Yeah.
So, that was just, it'd have been nice to have had a better series as long as we still won it.
It's the insurance. Just a small print is that anything's happened as long as we win.
As long as we win, yeah. Well, I swear we have plot armor on stream, because I think, apart from one game one series where I was rubbish, I think we've won basically every game we played on stream ever as a team, and usually quite dominantly. I don't understand why. Like, even in the one before we played Bath, like, we should not have won those first 2 games. No way we should have won them. We were completely
I was
outplayed.
going to comment on that.
That
Literally
broke my vocal cords. Genuinely, and I think huge props to you. You guys were unbelievable. But I think the question that I know I'm waiting for, and I know Talato is also waiting for, is have you guys decided what group you're picking?
I think A. I mean, I wanted to go with Group D, but Birmingham now picked it because I wanted to play Treefork. Who's been in
I
chat
see.
supporting us because I need the grudge match.
Ah,
Yeah,
but
but
both have to make
alas,
playoffs. You just have to both make playoffs.
we'll just have to both make playoffs. Yeah,
So is that a confirmed Group A lock-in for you?
I think we'll go with Group A. Yeah.
Group A confirmed. We're from York, from Lady Penelope. The confirmation is through. You will play against Lancaster, Kiel, and TU Dublin. Bit of an unknown factor. What are you kind of expecting from the Irish competition there?
I have absolutely no idea, to be honest. I don't really know. The only Irish player I know is Demox, who I was teaming with last year, and he's not on that team. So basically, I'll have to ask him. I think is the only way. I'd be like, hey, can you just how do you beat these guys?
Apart from a lot of Guinness, it's very unexpected. But are there any matches that you're between either matches Kiel or Lancaster? Are you concerned about either of them? And if so, what do you need to improve to make sure that you're going off into those playoffs?
I mean, I don't expect us to win either of those because we don't have a history of winning those matchups. Maybe Kiel we could beat, but Lancaster I expect to be better than us. But yeah, I don't know. I thought we did quite well today. So we slightly changed up how, because I've been grinding a lot of ones lately, and so I've slightly changed up how I've been playing in threes to be a bit more third manny, take fewer risks, and stop going for just constant freestyling, which works well with this team because I basically told Jaffa at the start, he's been practicing his mechanics, by which he means freestyling in unranked lobbies. So I told him, look, mate, we relegate you to third man as me and Tinny do that sort of thing, but you just play offense, play confident and play fast, and I'll just cover for everyone. And that props to him, he stepped up big today. He played really well. I think that's probably the best I've seen him play. And Tinny always carries us. Let's not lie, he's brilliant at just beating people with the ball. But yeah, hopefully if we can work on that, and if we can keep pushing Jeff forward, and I can work on my third manning, maybe we have a chance.
All right. I mean, I'm excited because you'll also get that Roses varsity against Lancaster in Group A as well. So, yeah, a perfect choice that leaves Group C and Group B still open. If you want the choice between those final two, you're going to have to qualify on Saturday once again. I mean, for me, the question is, do you see maybe Newcastle making another run, depending on if they get their heads back together? Could you see Bath potentially getting through that qualifier? And if they stop throwing absolutely monstrosities of amounts?
I'd fully expect Bath to get through. I'd be surprised if they don't.
Okay.
Newcastle, I don't know. I mean, like I said, I didn't see them when they were playing at their best, but I trust that they can if they do play their best. But it's going to be tight. Them, BCU have talent as well. Leicester, I think, have a good team. So. And Durham were playing very weirdly today, but if they want to try and smash the bracket, I'm sure they could put a good effort in.
Yeah, indeed. It's been a surprise. It's been a surprising yet absolutely incredible set of series we've had on stream, and I'm sure from both myself and Tylactu and everybody who's watching, we thank you very much for coming into the interview, and huge GGs and props to you and your whole team at York.
Thank you. Yeah. Thank you. No problem.
Thank you very much. That was Lady Penelope of York. They have picked Group A to play in Society Showdown, the main event, and of course is on the 7th of February. If you want a chance of qualifying into those final two groups, like we say, you got to play again on Saturday in Qualifier 2. We've had a bunch of smashing series on stream today. It's been fantastic casting with you, of course. Hop, hope you've enjoyed. You've built up with me during that time as well. It's
been an absolute pleasure, and I do appreciate the invite to coming to cast with you guys. I know I'm a bit of a new face here, but I've been casting a lot of Rocket League, and it's nice to come cast against such knowledgeable and experienced and brilliant casters such as yourself.
Yeah, it's been great. So everyone who is watching, hope you've had a great evening. Hope to see you again on Saturday to see who our final two teams are. We hope you have a good time watching. And like I say, have a great evening and great rest of the week until we see you again. Thank you.